Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly Palmer Hall. Audiobook Part 3, of 4. Hermetic pharmacology, chemistry, and therapeutics. The art of healing was originally one of the secret sciences of the priestcraft, and the mystery of its source is obscured by the same veil which hides the genesis of religious belief. All higher forms of knowledge were originally in the possession of the sacerdotal castes. The temple was the cradle of civilization. The priests, exercising their divine prerogative, made the laws and enforced them, appointed the rulers and controlled them, ministered to the needs of the living, and guided the destinies of the dead. All branches of learning were monopolized by the priesthood, who admitted into their ranks only those intellectually and morally qualified to perpetuate their arcanum. The following quotation from Plato's Statesman is apropos of the subject. In Egypt, the king himself is not allowed to reign, unless he have priestly powers, and if he should be one of another class, and have obtained the throne by violence, he must get enrolled in the priestcraft. Candidates aspiring to membership in the religious orders underwent severe tests to prove their worthiness. These ordeals were called initiations. Those who passed them successfully were welcomed as brothers by the priests and were instructed in the secret teachings. Among the ancients, philosophy, science, and religion were never considered as separate units, each was regarded as an integral part of the whole. Philosophy was scientific and religious. Science was philosophic and religious. Religion was philosophic and scientific. Perfect wisdom was considered unattainable save as the result of harmonizing all three of these expressions of mental and moral activity. While modern physicians accredit Hippocrates with being the father of medicine, the ancient therapeutae ascribed to the immortal Hermes the distinction of being the founder of the art of healing. Clemens Alexandrinus, in describing the books purported to be from the stylus of Hermes, divided the sacred writings into 6 general classifications, one of which, the Pastiferous, was devoted to the science of medicine. The Smaragdon, or emerald tablet found in the valley of Ebron and generally accredited to Hermes, is in reality a chemical formula of a high and secret order. Hippocrates, the famous Greek physician, during the 5th century before Christ, dissociated the healing art from the other sciences of the temple and thereby established a precedent for separateness. One of the consequences is the present widespread crass scientific materialism. The ancients realized the interdependence of the sciences. The moderns do not, and as a result, incomplete systems of learning are attempting to maintain isolated individualism. The obstacles which confront present-day scientific research are largely the result of prejudicial limitations imposed by those who are unwilling to accept that which transcends the concrete perceptions of the 5 primary human senses. The Paracelscian system of medical philosophy during the Middle Ages. The long-ignored axioms and formulae of Hermetic wisdom were assembled once more, and chronicled, and systematic attempts were made to test their accuracy. To Theophrastus of Hohenheim, who called himself Paracelsus, a name meaning greater than Celsus, the world is indebted for much of the knowledge it now possesses of the ancient systems of medicine. Paracelsus devoted his entire life to the study and exposition of Hermetic philosophy. Every notion and theory was grist to his mill, and, while members of the medical fraternity belittle his memory now as they opposed his system then, the occult world knows that he will yet be recognized as the greatest physician of all times. While the heterodox and exotic temperament of Paracelsus has been held against him by his enemies, and his wanderlust has been called vagabondage, he was one of the few minds who intelligently sought to reconcile the art of healing with the philosophic and religious systems of paganism and Christianity. In defending his right to seek knowledge in all parts of the earth, and among all classes of society, Paracelsus wrote, "Therefore I consider that it is for me a matter of praise, not of blame, that I have hitherto and worthily pursued my wanderings. For this will I bear witness respecting nature, he who will investigate her ways must travel her books with his feet. That which is written is investigated through its letters, but nature from land to land as often a land so often a leaf. Thus is the codex of nature, thus must its leaves be turned." Paracelsus, by John Maxon Stillman. Paracelsus was a great observationalist, and those who knew him best have called him the second Hermes and the Trismegistus of Switzerland. He traveled Europe from end to end, and may have penetrated eastern lands while running down superstitions and ferreting out supposedly lost doctrines. From the gypsies he learned much concerning the uses of simples, and apparently from the Arabians concerning the making of talismans and the influences of the heavenly bodies. Paracelsus felt that the healing of the sick was of far greater importance than the maintaining of an orthodox medical standing, so he sacrificed what might otherwise have been a dignified medical career and at the cost of lifelong persecution bitterly attacked the therapeutic systems of his day. Uppermost in his mind was the hypothesis that everything in the universe is good for something. Which accounts for his cutting fungus from tombstones and collecting dew on glass plates at midnight. He was a true explorer of nature's arcanum. Many authorities have held the opinion that he was the discoverer of mesmerism, and that Mesmer evolved the art as the result of studying the writings of this great Swiss physician. The utter contempt which Paracelsus felt for the narrow systems of medicine in vogue during his lifetime, and his conviction of their inadequacy, are best expressed in his own quaint way, but the number of diseases that originate from some unknown causes is far greater than those that come from mechanical causes, and for such diseases our physicians know no cure because not knowing such causes they cannot remove them. All they can prudently do is to observe the patient and make their guesses about his condition, and the patient may rest satisfied if the medicines administered to him do no serious harm, and do not prevent his recovery. The best of our popular physicians are the ones that do least harm. But, unfortunately, some poison their patients with mercury. Others purge them or bleed them to death. There are some who have learned so much that their learning has driven out all their common sense, and there are others who care a great deal more for their own profit than for the health of their patients. A disease does not change its state to accommodate itself to the knowledge of the physician, but the physician should understand the causes of the disease. A physician should be a servant of nature, and not her enemy. He should be able to guide and direct her in her struggle for life and not throw, by his unreasonable interference, fresh obstacles in the way of recovery. From the Paragranum, translated by Franz Hartmann. The belief that nearly all diseases have their origin in the invisible nature of man, the astrum, is a fundamental precept of Hermetic medicine, for while Hermetists in no way disregarded the physical body, they believed that man's material constitution was an emanation from, or an objectification of, his invisible spiritual principles. A brief, but it is believed fairly comprehensive, resume of the Hermetic principles of Paracelsus follows. There is one vital substance in nature upon which all things subsist. It is called archeus, or vital life force, and is synonymous with the astral light or spiritual air of the ancients. In regard to this substance, Eliphas Levi has written, light, that creative agent, the vibrations of which are the movement and life of all things, light, latent in the universal ether, radiating about absorbing centers, which, being saturated thereby, project movement and life in their turn, so forming creative currents, light, astralized in the stars, animalized in animals, humanized in human beings, light, which vegetates all plants, glistens in metals, produces all forms of nature and equilibrates all by the laws of universal sympathy. This is the light which exhibits the phenomena of magnetism, divined by Paracelsus, which tinctures the blood, being released from the air as it is inhaled and discharged by the hermetic bellows of the lungs. The history of magic. This vital energy has its origin in the spiritual body of the earth. Every created thing has two bodies, one visible and substantial, the other invisible and transcendent. The latter consists of an ethereal counterpart of the physical form. It constitutes the vehicle of archeus, and may be called a vital body. This etheric shadow sheath is not dissipated by death, but remains until the physical form is entirely disintegrated. These etheric doubles, seen around graveyards, have given rise to a belief in ghosts. Being much finer in its substances than the earthly body, the etheric double is far more susceptible to impulses and inharmonies. It is derangements of this astral light body that cause much disease. Paracelsus taught that a person with a morbid mental attitude could poison his own etheric nature, and this infection, diverting the natural flow of vital life force, would later appear as a physical ailment. All plants and minerals have an invisible nature composed of this archeus, but each manifests it in a different way. The title page of the Book of Alze. From Musam Hermeticum Reformatum et Amplificatum. This title page is a further example of Hermetic and alchemical symbolism. The seven-pointed star of the sacred metals is arranged that one black point is downward, thus symbolizing Saturn, the destroyer. Beginning in the space immediately to the left of the black point, reading clockwise discloses the cryptic word vitriol formed by the capital letters of the 7 Latin words in the outer circle. Concerning the astral light bodies of flowers, James Gaffarel, in 1650, wrote the following: I answer, that though they be chopped in pieces, brayed in a mortar, and even burnt to ashes, yet do they nevertheless retain, by a certain secret, and wonderful power of nature, both in the juice, and in the ashes, the self-same form, and figure, that they had before, and though it be not there visible, yet it may by art be drawn forth, and made visible to the eye by an artist. This perhaps will seem a ridiculous story to those who read only the titles of books, but those that please may see this truth confirmed, if they but have recourse to the works of M. Duchesne, S. de la Violette, one of the best chemists that our age hath produced, who affirms that himself saw an excellent Pollock physician of Cracovia, who kept, in glasses, the ashes of almost all the herbs that are known, so that, when any one, out of curiosity, had a desire to see any of them, as, for example, a rose, in one of his glasses, he took that where the ashes of a rose were preserved, and holding it over a lighted candle, so soon as it ever began to feel the heat, you should presently see the ashes begin to move, which afterwards rising up, and dispersing themselves about the glass, you should immediately observe a kind of little dark cloud, which dividing itself into many parts, it came at length to represent a rose, but so fair, so fresh, and so perfect a one, that you would have thought it to have been as substantial. Its invisible cause having been thus removed, the ailment speedily vanished. The vehicle for the archeus, or vital life force, Paracelsus called the mumia. A good example of a physical mumia is vaccine, which is the vehicle of a semi-astral virus. Anything which serves as a medium for the transmission of the archeus, whether it be organic or inorganic, truly physical or partly spiritualized, was termed a mumia. The most universal form of the mumia was ether, which modern science has accepted as a hypothetical substance serving as a medium between the realm of vital energy and that of organic and inorganic substance. The control of universal energy is virtually impossible, save through one of its vehicles, the mumia. A good example of this is food. Man does not secure nourishment from dead animal or plant organisms, but when he incorporates their structures into his own body he first gains control over the mumia, or etheric double, of the animal or plant. Having obtained this control, the human organism then diverts the flow of the archeus to its own uses. Paracelsus says, that which constitutes life is contained in the mumia, and by imparting the mumia we impart life. This is the secret of the remedial properties of talismans and amulets, for the mumia of the substances of which they are composed serves as a channel to connect the person wearing them with certain manifestations of the universal vital life force. According to Paracelsus, in the same way that plants purify the atmosphere by accepting into their constitutions the carbon dioxide exhaled by animals and humans, so may plants and animals accept disease elements transferred to them by human beings. These lower forms of life, having organisms and needs different from man, are often able to assimilate these substances without ill effect. At other times, the plant or animal dies, sacrificed in order that the more intelligent, and consequently more useful, creature may survive. Paracelsus discovered that in either case the patient was gradually relieved of his malady. When the lower life had either completely assimilated the foreign mumia from the patient, or had itself died and disintegrated as the result of its inability to do so, complete recovery resulted. Many years of investigation were necessary to determine which herb or animal most readily accepted the mumia of each of various diseases. Paracelsus discovered that in many cases plants revealed by their shape the particular organs of the human body which they served most effectively. The medical system of Paracelsus was based on the theory that by removing the diseased etheric mumia from the organism of the patient and causing it to be accepted into the nature of some distant and disinterested thing of comparatively little value, it was possible to divert from the patient the flow of the archeus which had been continually revitalizing and nourishing the malady. Its vehicle of expression being transplanted, the archeus accompanied its mumia, and the patient recovered. The Hermetic theory concerning the causations of disease. According to the Hermetic philosophers, there were 7 primary causes of disease. The first was evil spirits. These were regarded as creatures born of degenerate actions, subsisting on the vital energies of those to whom they attached themselves. The second cause was a derangement of the spiritual nature and the material nature. These two, failing to coordinate, produced mental and physical subnormality. The third was an unhealthy or abnormal mental attitude. Melancholia, morbid emotions, excessive feeling, such as passions, lusts, greeds, and hates, affected the mumia, from which they reacted into the physical body, where they resulted in ulcers, tumors, cancers, fevers, and tuberculosis. The ancients viewed the disease germ as a unit of mumia which had been impregnated with the emanations from evil influences which it had contacted. In other words, germs were minute creatures born out of man's evil thoughts and actions. The fourth cause of disease was what the Orientals called karma, that is, the law of compensation, which demanded that the individual pay in full for the indiscretions and delinquencies of the past. A physician had to be very careful how he interfered with the workings of this law, lest he thwart the plan of eternal justice. The fifth cause was the motion and aspects of the heavenly bodies. The stars did not compel the sickness but rather impelled it. The Hermetists taught that a strong and wise man ruled his stars, but that a negative, weak person was ruled by them. These 5 causes of disease are all superphysical in nature. They must be estimated by inductive and deductive reasoning and a careful consideration of the life and temperament of the patient. The 6th cause of disease was a misuse of faculty, organ, or function, such as overstraining a member or overtaxing the nerves. The 7th cause was the presence in the considered diet, air, sunlight, and the presence of foreign bodies. This list does not include accidental injuries, such do not belong under the heading of disease. Frequently they are methods by which the law of karma expresses itself. Johannisbaptistae von Helmont. From von Helmont's Ausgang der Artsen Kunst. At the beginning of the 17th century, von Helmont, the Belgian alchemist, to whom incidentally, the world is indebted for the common term gas, as distinguished from other kinds of air, while experimenting with the root of A, touched it to the tip of his tongue, without swallowing any of the substance. He himself describes the result in the following manner: immediately my head seemed tied tightly with a string, and soon after there happened to me a singular circumstance such as I had never before experienced. I observed with astonishment that I no longer felt and thought with the head, but with the region of the stomach, as if consciousness had now taken up its seat in the stomach. Terrified by this unusual phenomenon, I asked myself and inquired into myself carefully. But I only became the more convinced that my power of perception became greater and more comprehensive. This intellectual clearness was associated with great pleasure. I did not sleep, nor did I dream, I was perfectly sober, and my health was perfect. I had occasionally had ecstasies, but these had nothing in common with this condition of the stomach, in which it thought and felt, and almost excluded all cooperation of the head. In the meantime my friends were troubled with the fear that I might go mad. But my faith to God, and my submission to His will, soon dissipated this fear. This state continued for 2 hours, after which I had same dizziness. I afterwards frequently tasted of the A. But I never again could reproduce these sensations. Van Helmont, Demon's Idea. Reprinted by P. Davidson in The Mistletoe and Its Philosophy. Von Helmont is only one of many who have accidentally hit upon the secrets of the early priestcrafts, but none in this age give evidence of an adequate comprehension of the ancient Hermetic secrets. From the description von Helmont gives, it is probable that the herb mentioned by him paralyzed temporarily the cerebrospinal nervous system, the result being that the consciousness was forced to function through the sympathetic nervous system and its brain. The solar plexus. According to the Hermetists, disease could be prevented or successfully combated in 7 ways. First, by spells and invocations, in which the physician ordered the evil spirit causing the disease to depart from the patient. This procedure was probably based on the biblical account of the man possessed of devils whom Jesus healed by commanding the devils to leave the man and enter into a herd of swine. Sometimes the evil spirits entered a patient at the bidding of someone desiring to injure him. In these cases the physician commanded the spirits to return to the one who sent them. It is recorded that in some instances the evil spirits departed through the mouth in the form of clouds of smoke, sometimes from the nostrils as flames. It is even averred that the spirits might depart in the form of birds and insects. The second method of healing was by vibration. The inharmonies of the bodies were neutralized by chanting spells and intoning the sacred names or by playing upon musical instruments and singing. Sometimes articles of various colors were exposed to the sight of the sick, for the ancients recognized, at least in part, the principle of color therapeutics, now in the process of rediscovery. The third method was with the aid of talismans, charms, and amulets. The ancients believed that the planets controlled the functions of the human body and that by making charms out of different metals they could combat the malignant influences of the various stars. Thus, a person who is anemic lacks iron. Iron was believed to be under the control of Mars. Therefore, in order to bring the influence of Mars to the sufferer, around his neck was hung a talisman made of iron and bearing upon it certain secret instructions reputed to have the power of invoking the spirit of Mars. If there was too much iron in the system, the patient was subjected to the influence of a talisman composed of the metal corresponding to some planet having an antipathy to Mars. This influence would then offset the Mars energy and thus aid in restoring normality. The fourth method was by the aid of herbs and simples. While they used metal talismans, the majority of the ancient physicians did not approve of mineral medicine in any form for internal use. Herbs were their favorite remedies. Like the metals, each herb was assigned to one of the planets. Having diagnosed by the stars the sickness and its cause, the doctors then administered the herbal antidote. The fifth method of healing disease was by prayer. All ancient peoples believed in the compassionate intercession of the deity for the alleviation of human suffering. Paracelsus said that faith would cure all disease. Few persons, however, possess a sufficient degree of faith. The sixth method, which was prevention rather than cure, was regulation of the diet and daily habits of life. The individual, by avoiding the things which caused illness, remained well. The ancients believed that health was the normal state of man, disease was the result of man's disregard of the dictates of nature. The seventh method was practical medicine, consisting chiefly of bleeding, purging, and similar lines of treatment. These procedures, while useful in moderation, were dangerous in excess. Many a useful citizen has died 25 or 50 years before his time as the result of drastic purging or of having all the blood drained out of his body. Paracelsus used all 7 methods of treatment, and even his worst enemies admitted that he accomplished results almost miraculous in character. Near his old estate in Hohenheim, the dew falls very heavily at certain seasons of the year, and Paracelsus discovered that by gathering the dew under certain configurations of the planets he obtained a water possessing marvelous medicinal virtue. For it had absorbed the properties of the heavenly bodies. Hermetic herbalism and pharmacology. The herbs of the fields were sacred to the early pagans, who believed that the gods had made plants for the cure of human ills. When properly prepared and applied, each root and shrub could be used for the alleviation of suffering, or for the development of spiritual, mental, moral, or physical powers. In The Mistletoe and Its Philosophy, P. Davidson pays the following beautiful tribute to the plants. Books have been written on the language of flowers and herbs. The poet from the earliest ages has held the sweetest and most loving converse with them. Kings are even glad to obtain their essences at second hand to perfume themselves, but to the true physician, nature's high priest, they speak in a far higher and more exalted strain. There is not a plant or mineral which has disclosed the last of its properties to the scientists. How can they feel confident that for every one of the discovered properties there may not be many powers concealed in the inner nature of the plant? Well, have flowers been called the stars of earth, and why should they not be beautiful? Have they not from the time of their birth smiled in the splendor of the sun by day, and slumbered under the brightness of the stars by night? Have they not come from another and more spiritual world to our earth, seeing that God made every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew? Many primitive peoples used herbal remedies, with many remarkable cures. The Chinese, Egyptians, and American Indians cured with herbs diseases for which modern science knows no remedy. Dr. Nicholas Culpeper, whose useful life ended in 1654, was probably the most famous of herbalists. Finding that the medical systems of his day were unsatisfactory in the extreme, Culpeper turned his attention to the plants of the fields, and discovered a medium of healing which gained for him national renown. In Dr. Culpeper's correlation of astrology and herbalism, each plant was under the jurisdiction of one of the planets or luminaries. He believed that disease was also controlled by celestial configurations. He summed up his system of treatment as follows: you may oppose diseases by herbs of the planet opposite to the planet that causes them, as diseases of Jupiter by herbs of Mercury, and the contrary, diseases of the luminaries by the herbs of Saturn, and the contrary, diseases of Mars by herbs of Venus and the contrary. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. There is a way to cure diseases sometimes by sympathy, and so every planet cures his own disease, as the sun and moon by their herbs cure the eyes, Saturn the spleen, Jupiter the liver, Mars the gall and diseases of choler, and Venus diseases in the instruments of generation. The complete herbal, medieval European herbalists rediscovered only in part the ancient hermetic secrets of Egypt and Greece. These earlier nations evolved the fundamentals of nearly all modern arts and sciences. At that time the methods used in healing were among the secrets imparted to initiates of the mysteries. Unctions, collyria, philters, and potions were concocted to the accompaniment of strange rites. The effectiveness of these medicines is a matter of historical record. Incenses and perfumes were also much used. Nicholas Culpeper. From Culpeper's Semiotica Uranica. This famous physician, herbalist, and astrologer spent the greater part of his useful life ranging the hills and forests of England and cataloguing literally hundreds of medicinal herbs. Condemning the unnatural methods of contemporaneous medicos, Culpeper wrote, "This not being pleasing, and less profitable tome, I consulted with my two brothers, Drive, Reason and Dr. Experience, and took a voyage to visit my mother Nature, by whose advice, together with the help of Dr. Diligence, I at last obtained my desire, and, being warned by Mr. Honesty, a stranger in our days, to publish it to the world, I have done it." From the introduction to the 1835 edition of the Complete Herbal. Dr. Johnson said of Culpeper that he merited the gratitude of posterity. Barrett in his Magus describes the theory on which they worked, as follows, because our spirit is the pure, subtle, lucid, airy and unctuous vapor of the blood, nothing, therefore, is better adapted for collyriums than the like vapors which are more suitable to our spirit in substance, for then, by reason of their likeness, they do more stir up, attract and transform the spirit. Poisons were thoroughly studied, and in some communities extracts of deadly herbs were administered to persons sentenced to death. As in the case of Socrates. The infamous Borgias of Italy developed the art of poisoning to its highest degree. Unnumbered brilliant men and women were quietly and efficiently disposed of by the almost superhuman knowledge of chemistry which for many centuries was preserved in the Borgia family. Egyptian priests discovered herb extracts by means of which temporary clairvoyance could be induced. And they made use of these during the initiatory rituals of their mysteries. The drugs were sometimes mixed with the food given to candidates, and at other times were presented in the form of sacred potions, the nature of which was explained. System of foreign substances, impurities, or obstructions. Under this heading must be shortly after the drugs were administered to him, the neophyte was attacked by a spell of dizziness. He found himself floating through space, and while his physical body was absolutely insensible, being guarded by priests that no ill should befall it, the candidate passed through a number of weird experiences, which he was able to relate after regaining consciousness. In the light of present-day knowledge, it is difficult to appreciate an art so highly developed that by means of drafts, perfumes, and incenses any mental attitude desired could be induced almost instantaneously, yet such an art actually existed among the priestcraft of the early pagan world. Concerning this subject, H. P. Blavatsky, the foremost occultist of the 19th century, has written, "Plants also have like mystical properties in a most wonderful degree, and the secrets of the herbs of dreams and enchantments are only lost to European science, and useless to say, too, or unknown to it, except in a few marked instances, such as opium and hashish. Yet, the psychical effects of even these few upon the human system are regarded as evidences of a temporary mental disorder." The women of Thessaly and Epirus, the female hierophants of the rites of Sabazius, did not carry their secrets away with the downfall of their sanctuaries. They are still preserved, and those who are aware of the nature of soma, know the properties of other plants as well. Isis unveiled. Herbal compounds were used to cause temporary clairvoyance in connection with the oracles, especially the one at Delphi. Words spoken while in these imposed trances were regarded as prophetic. Modem mediums, while under control as the result of partly self-imposed catalepsy, give messages somewhat similar to those of the ancient prophets, but in the majority of cases their results are far less accurate, for the soothsayers of today lack the knowledge of nature's hidden forces. The mysteries taught that during the higher degrees of initiation the gods themselves took part in the instruction of candidates or at least were present, which was in itself a benediction. As the deities dwelt in the invisible worlds and came only in their spiritual bodies, it was impossible for the neophyte to cognize them without the assistance of drugs which stimulated the clairvoyant center of his consciousness, probably the pineal gland. Many initiates in the ancient mysteries stated emphatically that they had conversed with the immortals, and had beheld the gods. When the standards of the pagans became corrupted, a division took place in the mysteries. The band of truly enlightened ones separated themselves from the rest and, preserving the most important of their secrets, vanished without leaving a trace. The rest slowly drifted, like rudderless ships, on the rocks of degeneracy and disintegration. Some of the less important of the secret formulae fell into the hands of the profane, who perverted them. As in the case of the Bacchanalia, during which drugs were mixed with wine and became the real cause of the orgies. In certain parts of the earth it was maintained that there were natural wells, springs, or fountains, in which the water, because of the minerals through which it coursed, was tinctured with sacred properties. Temples were often built near these spots, and in some cases natural caves which chanced to be in the vicinity were sanctified to some deity. The aspirants to initiation, and those who came to request prophetic dreams of the gods, were prepared by a fast, more or less prolonged, after which they partook of meals expressly prepared, and also of mysterious drinks, such as the water of Lethe, and the water of Mnemosyne in the grotto of Trophonius, or of the Sicyon. In the mysteries of the Eleusinia, different drugs were easily mixed up with the meats or introduced into the drinks, according to the state of mind or body into which it was necessary to throw the recipient, and the nature of the visions he was desirous of procuring. Salvaerts The Occult Sciences. The same author states that certain sects of early Christianity were accused of using drugs for the same general purposes as the pagans. The sect of the Assassins, or the Yezides as they are more generally known, demonstrated a rather interesting aspect of the drug problem. In the 11th century this order, by capturing the fortress of Mount Alamont, established itself at Iraq. Hassan Saba, the founder of the order, known as the Old Man of the Mountain, is suspected of having controlled his followers by the use of narcotics. Hassan made his followers believe that they were in paradise, where they would be forever if they implicitly obeyed him while they were alive. De Quincey, in his Confessions of an Opium Eater, describes the peculiar psychological effects produced by this product of the poppy, and the use of a similar drug may have given rise to the idea of paradise which filled the minds of the Yezides. The philosophers of all ages have taught that the visible universe was but a fractional part of the whole, and that by analogy the physical body of man is in reality the least important part of his composite constitution. Most of the medical systems of today almost entirely ignore the superphysical man. They pay but scant attention to causes, and concentrate their efforts on ameliorating effects. Paracelsus, noting the same proclivity on the part of physicians during his day, aptly remarked, "There is a great difference between the power that removes the invisible causes of disease, and which is magic, and that which causes merely external effects to disappear, and which is physic, sorcery, and quackery." Translated by Franz Hartmann. Disease is unnatural, and is evidence that there is a maladjustment within or between organs or tissues. Permanent health cannot be regained until harmony is restored. The outstanding virtue of Hermetic medicine was its recognition of spiritual and psychophysical derangements as being largely responsible for the condition which is called physical disease. Suggestive therapy was used with marked success by the priest-physicians of the ancient world. Among the American Indians, the shamans, or medicine men, dispelled sickness with the aid of mysterious dances, invocations, and charms. The fact that in spite of their ignorance of modern methods of medical treatment these sorcerers effected innumerable cures, is well worthy of consideration. The magic rituals used by the Egyptian priests for the curing of disease were based upon a highly developed comprehension of the complex workings of the human mind and its reactions upon the physical constitution. The Egyptian and Brahmin worlds undoubtedly understood the fundamental principle of vibrotherapeutics. By means of chants and mantras, which emphasized certain vowel and consonant sounds, they set up vibratory reactions which dispelled congestions and assisted nature in reconstructing broken members and depleted organisms. They also applied their knowledge of the laws governing vibration to the spiritual constitution of man. By their intonings, they stimulated latent centers of consciousness and thereby vastly increased the sensitiveness of the subjective nature. In the Book of Coming Forth by Day, many of the Egyptian secrets have been preserved to this generation. While this ancient scroll has been well translated, only a few understand the secret significance of its magical passages. Oriental races have a keen realization of the dynamics of sound. They know that every spoken word has tremendous power and that by certain arrangements of words they can create vortices of force in the invisible universe about them and thereby profoundly influence physical substance. The sacred word by which the world was established, the lost word which masonry is still seeking, and the threefold divine name symbolized by Aum, the creative tone of the Hindus. All are indicative of the veneration accorded the principle of sound. The so-called new discoveries of modern science are often only rediscoveries of secrets well known to the priests and philosophers of ancient pagandom. Man's inhumanity to man has resulted in the loss of records and formula, which, had they been preserved, would have solved many of the greatest problems of this civilization. With sword and firebrand, races obliterate the records of their predecessors, and then inevitably meet with an untimely fate for need of the very wisdom they have destroyed. De Monte Snyders declares that each of the above characters forms one syllables of a word having 7 syllables, the word itself representing the materia prima, or first substance of the universe. As all substance is composed of 7 powers combined according to certain cosmic laws, a great mystery is concealed within the sevenfold constitution of man and the universe. Of the above 7 characters, De Monte Snyder writes, "Whoever wants to know the true name and character of the materia prima shall know that out of the combination of the above figures syllables are produced, and out of these the verbum significativum." The Kabbalah, the secret doctrine of Israel Albert Pike, quoting from Transcendental Magic, thus sums up the importance of Kabbalism as a key to Masonic esotericism. One is filled with admiration, on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, at seeing a doctrine so logical, so simple, and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by the primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers, a philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the word, theorems more complete and luminous than those of Pythagoras, a theology summed up by counting on one's fingers, and infinite which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand. 10 ciphers and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. These are all the elements of the Kabbalah. These are the elementary principles of the written word, reflection of that spoken word that created the world. Morals and dogma. Hebrew theology was divided into 3 distinct parts. The first was the law, the second was the soul of the law, and the third was the soul of the law. The law was taught to all the children of Israel. The Mishnah, or the soul of the law, was revealed to the rabbins and teachers, but the Kabbalah, the soul of the law, was cunningly concealed, and only the highest initiates among the Jews were instructed in its secret principles. According to certain Jewish mystics, Moses ascended Mount Sinai 3 times, remaining in the presence of God 40 days each time. During the first 40 days the tables of the written law were delivered to the prophet, during the second 40 days he received the soul of the law. And during the last 40 days God instructed him in the mysteries of the Kabbalah, the soul of the law. Moses concealed in the first 4 books of the Pentateuch the secret instructions that God had given him, and for centuries students of Kabbalism have sought therein the secret doctrine of Israel. As the spiritual nature of man is concealed in his physical body, so the unwritten law, the Mishnah and the Kabbalah, is concealed within the written teachings of the Mosaic Code. Kabbalah means the secret or hidden tradition, the unwritten law, and according to an early rabbi, it was delivered to man in order that through the aid of its abstruse principles he might learn to understand the mystery of both the universe about him and the universe within him. The origin of Kabbalism is a legitimate subject for controversy. Early initiates of the Kabbalistic mysteries believed that its principles were first taught by God to a school of his angels before the fall of man. The angels later communicated the secrets to Adam, so that through the knowledge gained from an understanding of its principles fallen humanity might regain its lost estate. The angel Raziel was dispatched from heaven to instruct Adam in the mysteries of the Kabbalah. Different angels were employed to initiate the succeeding patriarchs in this difficult science. Tophiel was the teacher of Shem, Raphael of Isaac, Metatron of Moses, and Michael of David. See Faiths of the World. Christian D. Ginsburg has written, "From Adam it passed over to Noah, and then to Abraham, the friend of God, who emigrated with it to Egypt, where the patriarch allowed a portion of this mysterious doctrine to ooze out. It was in this way that the Egyptians obtained some knowledge of it, and the other Eastern nations could introduce it into their philosophical systems. Moses, who was learned in all the wisdom of Egypt, was first initiated into it in the land of his birth, but became most proficient in it during his wanderings in the wilderness, when he not only devoted to it the leisure hours of the whole 40 years, but received lessons in it from one of the angels." Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Moses also initiated the 70 elders into the secrets of this doctrine, and they again transmitted them from hand to hand. Of all who formed the unbroken line of tradition, David and Solomon were most initiated into the Kabbalah. See the Kabbalah. According to Eliphaz Levi, the 3 greatest books of Kabbalism are the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, the Sefer HaZohar, the Book of Splendor, and the Apocalypse, the Book of Revelation. The dates of the writing of these books are by no means thoroughly established. Kabbalists declare that the Sefer Yetzirah was written by Abraham. Although it is by far the oldest of the Kabbalistic books, it was probably from the pen of the Rabbi Akiva, AD 120. The Sefer HaZohar presumably was written by Simeon ben Jokkai, a disciple of Akiva. Rabbi Simeon was sentenced to death about AD 161 by Lucius Verus. co-regent of the Emperor Mark Aurelius Antoninus. He escaped with his son and, hiding in a cave, transcribed the manuscript of the Zohar with the assistance of Elias, who appeared to them at intervals. Simeon was 12 years in the cave, during which time he evolved the complicated symbolism of the greater face and the lesser face. While discoursing with disciples, Rabbi Simeon expired, and the lamp of Israel was extinguished. His death and burial were accompanied by many supernatural phenomena. The legend goes on to relate that the secret doctrines of Kabbalism had been in existence since the beginning of the world, but that Rabbi Simeon was the first man permitted to reduce them to writing. 1200 years later, the books which he had compiled were discovered and published for the benefit of humanity by Moses de Leon. The probability is that Moses de Leon himself compiled the Zohar about AD 1305, drawing his material from the unwritten secrets of earlier Jewish mystics. The Apocalypse, accredited to Saint John the Divine, is also of uncertain date, and the identity of its author has never been satisfactorily proved. Because of its brevity and because it is the key to Kabbalistic thought, the Sefer Yetzirah is reproduced in full in this chapter. So far as is known, the Sefer HaZohar has never been completely translated into English, but it can be obtained in French. S. L. MacGregor Mathers translated 3 books of the Zohar into English. The Zohar contains a vast number of philosophical tenets, and a paraphrase of its salient points is embodied in this work. This rare cut shows the name of God in 72 languages inscribed upon the petals of a symbolic sunflower. Above the circle are the 72 powers of God according to the Hebrew Kabbalah. Below 2 trees, that on the left bearing the symbols of the planets and that on the right the signs of the zodiac and the names of the tribes of Israel. The esoteric doctrines of the Kabbalah are in alignment with the secret teachings of all the schools of philosophy, but the method by which its secrets are revealed to the wise and concealed from the ignorant is most unusual. As the religious world interprets its scriptures with 20th-century educational facilities, it becomes ever more apparent that the sacred books were not historical documents, but that the kings, sages, prophets, and saviors whom Bible students revered for ages as once existing personalities are in reality only personified attributes of man himself. Few realize the influence exerted by Kabbalism over medieval thought, both Christian and Jewish. It taught that there existed within the sacred writings a hidden doctrine which was the key to those writings. This is symbolized by the crossed keys upon the papal crest. Scores of learned minds began to search for those arcane truths by which the race should be redeemed, and that their labor was not without its reward, their subsequent writings have demonstrated. The theories of Kabbalism are inextricably interwoven with the tenets of alchemy, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, and Freemasonry. The words Kabbalism and Hermeticism are now considered as synonymous terms covering all the arcana and esotericism of antiquity. The simple Kabbalism of the first centuries of the Christian era gradually evolved into an elaborate theological system, which became so involved that it was next to impossible to comprehend its dogma. The Kabbalists divided the uses of their sacred science into 5 sections. The natural Kabbalah was used solely to assist the investigator in his study of nature's mysteries. The analogical Kabbalah was formulated to exhibit the relationship which exists between all things in nature, and it revealed to the wise that all creatures and substances were one in essence, and that man, the little universe, was a replica in miniature of God, the great universe. The contemplative Kabbalah was evolved for the purpose of revealing through the higher intellectual faculties the mysteries of the celestial spheres. By its aid, the abstract reasoning faculties cognized the measureless planes of infinity and learned to know the creatures existing within them. The astrological Kabbalah instructed those who studied its lore in the power, magnitude, and actual substance of the sidereal bodies, and also revealed the mystical constitution of the planet itself. The 5th, or magical Kabbalah, was studied by such as desired to gain control over the demons and subhuman intelligences of the invisible worlds. It was also highly valued as a method of healing the sick by talismans, amulets, charms, and invocations. The Sefer Yetzirah, according to Adolf Frank, differs from other sacred books in that it does not explain the world and the phenomena of which it is the stage by leaning on the idea of God or by setting itself up as the interpreter of the supreme will. This ancient work rather reveals God by estimating his manifold handiwork. In preparing the Sefer Yetzirah for the consideration of the reader, 5 separate English translations have been compared. The resulting form, while it embodies the salient features of each, is not a direct translation from any one Hebrew or Latin text. Although the purpose was to convey the spirit rather than the letter of the ancient document, there are no wide deviations from the original rendition. So far as known, the first translation of the Sefer Yetzirah into English was made by the Reverend Drive, Isidore Kalish, in 1877. See Arthur Edward Waite. In this translation the Hebrew text accompanies the English words. The work of Dr. Kalish has been used as the foundation of the following interpretation. But material from other authorities has been incorporated and many passages have been rewritten to simplify the general theme. At hand also was a manuscript copy in English of the Book of the Kabbalistic Art, by Dr. John Pister. The document is undated, but judging from the general type of the writing, the copy was made during the 18th century. The third volume used as a reference was the Sefer Yetzirah, by the late Wynne Westcott, Magus of the Rosicrucian Society of England. The fourth was the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Creation, according to the translation in the Sacred Books and Early Literature of the East, edited by Professor Charles F. Horn. The fifth was a recent publication, the Book of Formation, by Knut Stenring, containing an introduction by Arthur Edward Waite. At hand also were 4 other copies. 2 German, 1 Hebrew, and 1 Latin. Certain portions of the Sefer Yetzirah are considered older and more authentic than the rest, the controversy regarding them is involved and non-productive that it is useless to add further comment. The doubtful passages are therefore included in the document at the points where they would naturally fall. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation Chapter 1:1. Yah, the Lord of hosts, the living Elohim, King of the universe, omnipotent, the merciful and gracious God, supreme and extolled, dweller in the height whose habitation is eternity, who is sublime and most holy, engraved his name and ordained, formed, and created the universe in 32 mysterious paths, stages, of wisdom, science, by 3 Sepharim, namely, numbers, letters, and sounds, which are in him one and the same. The Tetragrammaton by arranging the 4 letters of the great name, IHVH, in the form of the Pythagorean tetractys, the 72 powers of the great name of God are manifested. The key to the problem is as the following image. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation Chapter 1:1. Yah, the Lord of hosts, the living Elohim, King of the universe, omnipotent, the merciful and gracious God, supreme and extolled, dweller in the height whose habitation is eternity, who is sublime and most holy. Engraved his name and ordained, formed, and created the universe in 32 mysterious paths, stages, of wisdom, science, by 3 Sepharim, namely, numbers, letters, and sounds, which are in him one and the same. 2. 10 Sephiroth, 10 properties from the ineffable One, and 22 letters are the foundation of all things. Of these 22 letters 3 are called mothers, sewn double, and 12 simple, 3. The 10 numbers, Sephiroth, out of nothing are analogous to the 10 fingers. And the 10 toes, 5 over against 5. In the center between them is the covenant with the only one God. In the spiritual world it is the covenant of the voice, the word, and in the corporeal world the circumcision of the flesh, the rite of Abraham. 4. 10 are the numbers of the Sephiroth, out of nothing, 10. Not 9, 10, not 11. Comprehend this great wisdom, understand this knowledge and be wise. Inquire into the mystery and ponder it. Examine all things by means of the 10 Sephiroth. Restore the word to its creator and lead the creator back to his throne again. He is the only formator and beside him there is no other. His attributes are 10 and are without limit. 5. The 10 ineffable Sephiroth have 10 infinitudes, which are as follows: the infinite beginning and the infinite end, the infinite good and the infinite evil, the infinite height and the infinite depth, the infinite east and the infinite west, the infinite north and the infinite south. And over them is the Lord superlatively one, the faithful King. He rules over all in all from his holy habitation for ages of ages. 6. The appearance of the 10 spheres, Sephiroth, out of nothing is as a flash of lightning or a sparkling flame, and they are without beginning or end. The word of God is in them when they go forth and when they return. They run by his order like a whirlwind and prostrate themselves before his throne. 7. The 10 Sephiroth have their end linked to their beginning and their beginning linked to their end, co-joined as the flame is wedded to the live coal, for the Lord is superlatively one and to him there is no second. Before one what can you count? 8. Concerning the number 10 of the spheres of existence, Sephiroth, out of nothing, seal up your lips and guard your heart as you consider them, and if your mouth opens for utterance and your heart turns towards thought, control them, returning to silence. So it is written, and the living creatures ran and returned. Ezekiel I. 14. And on this wise was the covenant made with us. 9. These are the 10 emanations of number out of nothing. First, the spirit of the living Elohim, blessed and more than blessed be the living Elohim of ages. His voice, his spirit, and his word are the Holy Spirit. Second, he produced air from the spirit, and in the air, he formed and established 22 sounds. The letters, 3 of them were fundamental, or mothers, 7 were double, and 12 were simple, single, but the spirit is the first one and above all. Third, primordial water he extracted from the air. He formed therein 22 letters and established them out of mud and loam, making them like a border, putting them up like a wall, and surrounding them as with a rampart. He poured snow upon them and it became earth, as it reads, he said to the snow, be thou earth. Job, XXXVII. 6. Fourth, fire ether, he drew forth from the water. He engraved and established by it the throne of glory. He fashioned the seraphim, the aphanim, and the holy living creatures, cherubim, as his ministering angels, and of these 3 he formed his habitation, as it reads, who made his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire. Psalm Civ. 4. Fifth, he selected 3 consonants I, H, V, from the simple ones. A secret belonging to the 3 mothers, or first elements, A, M, Shush, air, water, fire, ether. He sealed them with his spirit and fashioned them into a great name, and with this sealed the universe in 6 directions. He turned towards the above and sealed the height with I, H, V. Sixth, he turned towards the below and sealed the depth with H, I, V. Seventh, he turned forward and sealed the east with V, I, H. Eighth. He turned backward and sealed the west with VH, I. Ninth. He turned to the right and sealed the south with I, V, H. Tenth. He turned to the left and sealed the north with H, V, I. Note. This arrangement of the letters of the great name is according to the Reverend Drive, Isidore Kalish. 10. These are the 10 ineffable existences out of nothing. From the spirit of the living God emanated air, from the air, water, from the water, fire, ether, from the fire, the height and the depth, the east and the west, the north and the south. Chapter 2:1. There are 22 basic sounds and letters. 3 are the first elements, water, air, fire, fundamentals, or mothers, 7 are double letters, and 12 are simple letters. The 3 fundamental letters have as their basis the balance. At one end of the scale are the virtues and at the other the vices. Placed in equilibrium by the tongue. Of the fundamental letters, M is mute like the water, Shush hissing like fire, AA reconciling breath between them. 2. The 22 basic letters having been designed, appointed, and established by God, he combined, weighed, and exchanged them each with the others, and formed by them all beings which are in existence, and all which will be formed in time to come. 3. He established 22 basic letters, formed by the voice and impressed upon the air by the breath. He set them to be audibly uttered in 5 different parts of the human mouth, namely, gutturals, palatals, linguals, dentals, labials, the Hebrew letters according to the Sefer Yetzirah. In the central triangle are the 3 mother letters from which come forth the 7 double letters. The planets and the heavens. Surrounding the black star are the signs of the zodiac symbolized by the 12 simple letters. In the midst of this star is the invisible throne of the most ancient of the ancients. The supreme definitionless creator. 4. He fixed the 22 basic letters in a ring, sphere, like a wall with 231 gates, and turned the sphere forward and backward. Turned forward, the sphere signified good, when reversed, evil. 3 letters may serve for an illustration. There is nothing better than O, N, G, pleasure, joy, and nothing worse than N, G, O, plague, sorrow. 5. How was it all accomplished? He combined, weighed, and changed, the A, with all the other letters in succession. And all the others again with A, and all again with B, and so with the whole series of letters. Hence it follows that there are 231 formations, or gates, through which the powers of the letters go forth. Every creature and every language proceeded from one name and the combinations of its letters. 6. He created a reality out of nothing. He called the nonentity into existence and hewed colossal pillars from intangible air. This has been shown by the example of combining the letter A with all the other letters, and all the other letters. By speaking, he created every creature and every word by the power of one name. As an illustration, consider the 22 elementary substances from the primitive substance of the production of every creature from the 22 letters is proof that they are in reality the 22 parts of one living body. Chapter 3:1. The first 3 elements, the mother letters, resemble a balance, in one scale virtue and in the other vice. Placed in equilibrium by the tongue. 2. The three mothers enclose a great, wonderful, and unknown mystery, and are sealed by 6 wings, or elementary circles, namely, air, water, fire, each divided into an active and a passive power. The mothers gave birth to the fathers, the progenitors, and these gave birth to the generations. 3. God appointed and established 3 mothers, combined, weighed, and exchanged them, forming by them 3 mothers, in the universe, in the year, and in man, male and female. 4. The 3 mothers, in the universe are, air, water, and fire. Heaven was created from the elementary fire, or ether, the earth, comprising sea and land, from the elementary water, and the atmospheric air from the elementary air, or spirit, which establishes the balance among them. Thus were all things produced. 5. The 3 mothers produce in the year heat, coldness, and the temperate state. Heat was created from fire, coldness from water, and the temperate state from air, which equilibrates them. 6. The 3 mothers produce in man, male and female, breast, abdomen, and head. The head was formed from the fire, the abdomen from the water, and the breast, thorax, from air, which places them in equilibrium. 7. God let the letter A, predominate in primordial air, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed the air in the universe, the temperate state in the year, and the breast in man, male and female. 8. He let the letter M predominate in primordial water, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed the earth in the universe, including land and sea, coldness in the year, and the abdomen in man, male and female. 9. He let the letter Sh predominate in primordial fire, crowned it, combined it with the other 2, and sealed heaven in the universe, heat in the year, and the head of man, male and female. Chapter 4:1 The 7 double letters, B, G, D, K, P, R, Th, have a duplicity of, namely, unaspirated and aspirated, voices. 2. Pronunciation. They serve as a model of softness and hardness, strength and weakness. 2. The 7 double letters symbolize wisdom, riches, fertility, life, power, peace, and grace. 3. The 7 double letters also signify the antitheses to which human life is exposed. The opposite of wisdom is foolishness, of riches, poverty, of fertility, sterility, of life, death, of power, servitude, of peace, war, and of beauty, deformity. 4. The 7 double letters point out the 6 dimensions, height, depth, east and west, north and south, and the holy temple in the center, which sustains them all. 5. The double letters are 7 and not 6, they are 7 and not 8. Reflect upon this fact, search into it and reveal its hidden mystery and place the Creator on his throne again. 6. The 7 double letters having been designed, established, purified, weighed, and exchanged by God, he formed of them 7 planets in the universe, 7 days in the year, and 7 gateways of the senses in man, male and female. From these 7 he also produced 7 heavens, 7 earths, and 7 Sabbaths. Therefore he loved 7 more than any other number beneath his throne. 7. The 7 planets in the universe are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. The 7 days in the year are the 7 days of the week, possibly the 7 creative days are meant. The 7 gateways in man, male and female, are 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. 8. Note: Knut Stenring differs from other authorities in his arrangement of the planets and days of the week in the following 7 stanzas. Kircher has still a different order. Reverend Drive, Isidore Kalish, W.M. Wynne Westcott, and the sacred books and early literature of the East adopt the following arrangement. First, he caused the letter B to predominate in wisdom, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them the moon in the universe, the first day in the year, and the right eye in man, male and female. Second, he caused the letter G to predominate in riches, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Mars in the universe, the second day in the year, and the right ear in man, male and female. Third, he caused the letter D to predominate in fertility, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them the sun in the universe, the third day in the year, and the right nostril in man, male and female. Fourth, he caused the letter K to predominate in life, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Venus in the universe, the fourth day in the year, and the left eye in man, male and female. Fifth, he caused the letter P to predominate in power, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Mercury in the universe, the fifth day in the year, and the left ear in man, male and female. Sixth, he caused the letter R to predominate in peace, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Saturn in the universe, the sixth day in the year, and the left nostril in man, male and female. 7th, he caused the letter th to predominate in grace, crowned it, combined each with the others, and formed by them Jupiter in the universe, the 7th day in the year, and the mouth of man, male and female. 9. With the 7 double letters he also designed 7 earths, 7 heavens, 7 continents, 7 seas, 7 rivers, 7 deserts, 7 days, 7 weeks, from Passover to Pentecost, and in the midst of them his holy palace. There is a cycle of 7 years, and the 7th is the release year. And after 7 release years is the Jubilee. For this reason God loves the number 7 more than any other thing under the heavens. 10. In this manner God joined the 7 double letters together. 2 stones build 2 houses, 3 stones build 6 houses, 4 stones build 24 houses, 5 stones build 120 houses, 6 stones build 720 houses, and 7 stones build 5040 houses. Make a beginning according to this arrangement and reckon further than the mouth can express or the ear can hear. Chapter 5:1. The 12 simple letters H, V, Z, CH, T, I, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q symbolize the 12 fundamental properties: speech, thought, movement, sight, hearing, work, coition, smell, sleep, anger, taste or swallowing, and mirth. 2. The simple letters correspond to 12 directions: east height, northeast, east depth, south height, southeast, south depth, west height, southwest, west depth, north height, northwest, north depth. They diverge to all eternity and are the arms of the universe. 3. The simple letters having been designed, established, weighed, and exchanged by God, he produced by them 12 zodiacal signs in the universe, 12 months in the year, and 12 chief organs in human body, male and female. 4. The signs of the zodiac are Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The months of the year are Nisan, Lyre, Sivan, Tammuz, A-flat, Elul, Tisri, Marcheshvan, Kislev, Tebet, Sabat, and Adar. The organs of the human body are 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 kidneys, gall, small intestine, liver, esophagus, stomach, and spleen. 5. Note: in the following 12 stanzas, Knut Stenring again differs, this time as to the arrangement of properties. First, God caused the letter H to predominate in speech, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Aries, the ram, in the universe, the month Nisan in the year, and the right foot of the human body, male and female. Second, he caused the letter V to predominate in thought, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Taurus the bull in the universe, the month Lyre in the year, and the right kidney of the human body, male and female. Third, he caused the letter Z to predominate in movement, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Gemini the twins in the universe, the month Sivan in the year, and the left foot of the human body, male and female. Fourth, he caused the letter CH to predominate in sight, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Cancer the crab in the universe, the month Tammuz in the year, and the right hand of the human body, male and female. Fifth, he caused the letter T to predominate in hearing, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Leo the lion in the universe, the month A-flat in the year, and the left kidney of the human body, male and female. Sixth, he caused the letter I to predominate in work, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Virgo the virgin in the universe, the month Elul in the year, and the left hand of the human body, male and female. Seventh, he caused the letter L to predominate in coition, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Libra the balance in the universe, the month Tisri in the year, and the gall of the human body, male and female. Eighth, he caused the letter N to predominate in smell, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Scorpio the scorpion in the universe, the month Marcheshvan in the year, and the small intestine in the human body, male and female. Ninth, he caused the letter S to predominate in sleep, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Sagittarius the archer in the universe, the month Kislev in the year, and the stomach in the human body, male and female. 10th, he caused the letter O to predominate in anger, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Capricorn the goat in the universe, the month Tebet in the year, and the liver in the human body, male and female. 11th, he caused the letter TZ to predominate in taste or swallowing, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Aquarius the water bearer in the universe, the month Sabat in the year, and the esophagus in the human body, male and female. 12th, He caused the letter Q to predominate in mirth, crowned it, combined it with the others, and fashioned by them Pisces the fishes in the universe. The month Adar in the year, and the spleen in the human body, male and female. 6. He made them as a conflict, he arranged them as provinces and drew them up like a wall. He armed them and set one against another as in warfare. The Elohim did likewise in the other spheres. Chapter 6:1. There are three mothers or first elements, Shish, from which emanated three fathers progenitors. Primordial, spiritual, air, water, and fire. From which issued the 7 planets, heavens, with their angels. And the 12 oblique points, zodiac. 2. To prove this there are 3 faithful witnesses, the universe, the year, and man. There are the 12, the balance, and the 7. Above is the dragon, below is the world, and lastly the heart of man, and in the midst is God who regulates them all. 3. The first elements are air, water, and fire. The fire is above, the water is below, and a breath of air establishes balance between them. The token is, the fire carries the water. The letter M is mute. Shush is hissing like fire, there is a among them, a breath of air which reconciles the two. 4. The dragon, Talai, is in the universe like a king upon his throne, the celestial sphere is in the year like a king in his empire, and the heart is in the body of men like a king in warfare. 5. God also set the opposites against each other, the good against the evil, and the evil against the good. Good proceeds from good, evil from evil, the good purifies the bad the good. The good is reserved for the good, and the evil for the wicked. 6. There are 3 of which each stands by itself, one is in the affirmative filled with good, one is in the negative filled with evil, and the third equilibrates them. 7. There are 7 divided 3 against 3, and one in the midst of them, balance. 12 stand in warfare, 3 produce love and 3 hatred, 3 are life-givers and 3 are destroyers. 8. The 3 that cause love are the heart and the 2 ears. The 3 that produce hatred are the liver, the gall, and the tongues, the 3 life-givers are the 2 nostrils and the spleen, and the 3 destroyers are the mouth and the 2 lower openings of the body. Over all these rules God, the faithful King, from his holy habitation in all eternity. God is 1 above 3, 3 are above 7, 7 are above 12, yet all are linked together. 9. There are 22 letters by which the I am Jah, the Lord of hosts, almighty and eternal. Designed and created by 3 Sephirim, numbers, letters, and sounds, his universe, and formed by them all creatures and all those things that are yet to come. 10. When the patriarch Abraham had comprehended the great truths, meditated upon them, and understood them perfectly, the Lord of the universe, the Tetragrammaton, appeared to him, called him his friend, kissed him upon the head, and made with him a covenant. First, the covenant was between the 10 fingers of his hands, which is the covenant of the tongue, spiritual. Second, the covenant was between the 10 toes of his feet, which is the covenant of circumcision, material, and God said of him, before Abraham bound the spirit of the 22 letters, the Thorah, upon his tongue, and God disclosed to him their secrets. God permitted the letters to be immersed in water, he burned them in the fire and imprinted them upon the winds. He distributed them among the 7 planets and gave them to the 12 zodiacal signs. Fundamentals of Kabbalistic cosmogony. The Kabbalists conceive of the supreme deity as an incomprehensible principle to be discovered only through the process of eliminating, in order, all its cognizable attributes. That which remains, when every knowable thing has been removed, is Ein Sof, the eternal state of being. Although indefinable, the absolute permeates all space. Abstract to the degree of inconceivability, Ein Sof is the unconditioned state of all things. Substances, essences, and intelligences are manifested out of the inscrutability of Ein Sof, but the Absolute itself is without substance, essence, or intelligence. Ein Sof may be likened to a great field of rich earth out of which rises a myriad of plants, each different in color, formation, and fragrance, yet each with its roots in the same dark loam. Which, however, is unlike any of the forms nurtured by it. The plants are universes, gods, and man, all nourished by Ein Sof and all with their source in one definitionless essence, all with their spirits, souls, and bodies fashioned from this essence, and doomed, like the plant, to return to the black ground. Ein Sof, the only immortal. Whence they came. Ein Sof was referred to by the Kabbalists as the most ancient of all the ancients. It was always considered as sexless. Its symbol was a closed eye. While it may be truly said of Ein Sof that to define it is to defile it, the rabbis postulated certain theories regarding the manner in which Ein Sof projected creations out of itself. And they also assign to this absolute not being certain symbols as being descriptive, in part at least, of its powers. The nature of Ein Sof they symbolize by a circle, itself emblematic of eternity. This hypothetical circle encloses a dimensionless area of incomprehensible life, and the circular boundary of this life is abstract and measureless infinity. According to this concept, God is not only a center but also area. Centralization is the first step towards limitation. Therefore, centers which form in the substances of Ein Sof are finite because they are predestined to dissolution back into the cause of themselves, while Ein Sof itself is infinite because it is the ultimate condition of all things. The circular shape given to Ein Sof signifies that space is hypothetically enclosed within a great crystal-like globe, outside of which there is nothing, not even a vacuum. Within this globe, symbolic of Ein Sof, creation and dissolution take place. Every element and principle that will ever be used in the eternities of cosmic birth, growth, and decay is within the transparent substances of this intangible sphere. It is the cosmic egg which is not broken till the great day be with us, which is the end of the cycle of necessity, when all things return to their ultimate cause. In the process of creation, the diffused life of Ein Sof retires from the circumference to the center of the circle and establishes a point, which is the first manifesting one. The primitive limitation of the all-pervading O. When the divine essence thus retires from the circular boundary to the center, it leaves behind the abyss, or, as the Kabbalists term it, the great privation. Thus, in Ein Sof is established a twofold condition where previously had existed but one. The first condition is the central point. The primitive objectified radiance of the eternal, subjectified life. About this radiance is darkness caused by the deprivation of the life which is drawn to the center to create the first point, or universal germ. The universal Ein Sof, therefore, no longer shines through space, but rather upon space from an established first point. Isaac Maya describes this process as follows: the Ein Sof at first was filling all and then made an absolute concentration into itself which produced the abyss, deep, or space, the Avenu or Kadmon or primitive air, the Azoth, but this is not considered in the Kabbalah as a perfect void or vacuum, a perfectly empty space, but is thought of as the waters or crystalline chaotic sea, in which was a certain degree of light inferior to that by which all the created worlds and hierarchies were made. See the Kabbalah. In the secret teachings of the Kabbalah it is taught that man's body is enveloped in an ovoid of bubble-like iridescence, which is called the auric egg. This is the causal sphere of man. It bears the same relationship to man's physical body that the globe of Ein Sof bears to its created universes. In fact, this auric egg is the Ein Sof sphere of the entity called man. In reality, therefore, the supreme consciousness of man is in this aura, which extends in all directions and completely encircles his lower bodies. As the consciousness in the cosmic egg is withdrawn into a central point, which is then called God, the Supreme One. So the consciousness in the auric egg of man is concentrated, thereby causing the establishment of a point of consciousness called the ego. As the universes in nature are formed from powers latent in the cosmic egg, so everything used by man in all his incarnations throughout the kingdoms of nature is drawn from the latent powers within his auric egg. Man never passes from this egg, it remains even after death. His births, deaths, and rebirths all take place within it, and it cannot be broken until the lesser day be with us, when mankind, like the universe, is liberated from the wheel of necessity. The Kabbalistic system of worlds on the accompanying circular chart, the concentric rings represent diagrammatically the 40 rates of vibration, called by the Kabbalist spheres, which emanate from Ein Sof. The circle X1 is the outer boundary of space. It circumscribes the area of Ein Sof. The nature of Ein Sof itself is divided into 3 parts, represented by the spaces respectively between x1 and x2, x2 and x3, x3 and a1. Thus, it should be borne in mind that in the beginning the supreme substance, Ein, alone permeated the area of the circle. The inner rings had not yet come into manifestation. As the divine essence concentrated itself, the rings x2 and x3 became apprehensible, for Ein Sof is a limitation of Ein, and Ein Sof Aur, or light, is a still greater limitation. Thus the nature of the Supreme One is considered to be threefold. And from this threefold nature the powers and elements of creation were reflected into the abyss left by the motion of Ein Sof towards the center of itself. The continual motion of Ein Sof towards the center of itself resulted in the establishment of the dot in the circle. The dot was called God, as being the supreme individualization of the universal essence. Concerning this the Zohar says, when the concealed of the concealed wished to reveal himself he first made a single point. The infinite was entirely unknown, and diffused no light before this luminous point violently broke through into vision. The Hebrew triad. The Kabbalists use the letter, Shin, to signify the trinity of the first three Sephiroth. The central circle slightly above the other two is the first Sephira. Kether, the white head, the crown. The other two circles represent Chakma, the father, and Binah, the mother. From the union of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother are produced the worlds and the generations of living things. The three flame-like points of the letter have long been used to conceal this creative triad of the Kabbalists. The name of this point is Iam, called by the Hebrews Ehe. The Kabbalists gave many names to this dot. On this subject Christian D. Ginsburg writes, in substance, the dot is called the first crown, because it occupies the highest position. It is called the aged, because it is the first emanation. It is called the primordial or smooth point. It is called the white head, the long face, macroprosophus, and the inscrutable height, because it controls and governs all the other emanations. When the white shining point had appeared, it was called Kether, which means the crown, and out of it radiated 9 great globes, which arranged themselves in the form of a tree. These 9 together with the first crown constituted the first system of Sephiroth. These 10 were the first limitation of 10 abstract points within the nature of Ein Sof itself. The power of Ein Sof did not descend into these globes but rather was reflected upon them as the light of the sun is reflected upon the earth and planets. These 10 globes were called the shining sapphires, and it is believed by many rabbins that the word sapphire is the basis of the word Sephira, the singular of Sephiroth. The great area which had been pervaded by the withdrawal of Ein Sof into the central point, Kether, was now filled by 4 concentric globes called worlds, or spheres, and the light of the 10 Sephiroth was reflected down through each of these in turn. This resulted in the establishment of 4 symbolical trees, each hearing the reflections of the 10 Sephirothic globes. The 40 spheres of creation out of Ein Sof are divided into 4 great world chains, as follows: A1 to A10, Atzilith, the boundless world of divine names; B1 to B10, Braya, the archangelic world of creations; C1 to C10, Yetzirah, the hierarchical world of formations; D1 to D10, Asaya, the elemental world of substances. The Qabbalistic scheme of the 4 worlds. In the above chart the dark line between X3 and A1 constitutes the boundary of the original dot, while the concentric circles within this heavier line symbolize the emanations and the worlds which came forth from the dot. As this dot is contained within the outer rings X1, X2, and X3, and represents the first establishment of an individualized existence, so the lower universe symbolized by the 40 concentric circles within the dot represents the lower creation evolved out of and yet contained within the nature of the first crown, which may be called God, within whom the divine powers, the celestial beings, the sidereal worlds, and man, live and move and have their being. It is highly important that all the rings within A1 be considered as being enclosed by the primitive dot, which is itself encircled by the great ring X1, or the auric egg of Ein Sof. Each of these worlds has 10 powers, or spheres. A parent globe and 9 others which conic out of it as emanations, each globe born out of the one preceding. On the plane of Atzilith A1 to A10, the highest and most divine of all the created worlds, the unmanifested Ein Sof established his first point or dot in the divine sea. The 3 spheres of X. This dot, A1, contains all creation within it, but in this first divine and uncontaminated state the dot, or first manifested God, was not considered as a personality by the Kabbalists but rather as a divine establishment or foundation. It was called the first crown and from it issued the other circles of the Atziluthic world. A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, A9, and A10. In the 3 lower worlds these circles are intelligences, planars, and elements, but in this first divine world they are called the rings of the sacred names. The first 10 great circles, or globes, of light which were manifested out of Ein Sof and the 10 names of God assigned to them by the Kabbalists are as follows: from Ein Sof came A1, the first crown, and the name of the first power of God was Ehe, which means I am, that I am. From A1 came A2, the first wisdom, and the name of the second power of God was Jehovah, which means essence of being. From A2 came A3, the first understanding, and the name of the third power of God was Jehovah Elohim, which means God of gods. From A3 came A4, the first mercy, and the name of the fourth power of God was El, which means God the Creator. From A4 came A5, the first severity, and the name of the fifth power of God was Elohim Gabor, which means God the Potent. From A5 came A6, the first beauty, and the name of the sixth power of God was Elo-Avadoth, which means God the Strong. From A6 came A7, the first victory, and the name of the seventh power of God was Jehovah Zebaoth, which means God of Hosts. From A7 came A8, the first glory, and the name of the eighth power of God was Elohim Zebaoth, which means Lord God of Hosts. From A8 came A9, the first foundation, and the name of the ninth power of God was Shaddai, El Chai, which means omnipotent. From A9 came A10, the first kingdom, and the name of the tenth power of God was Adonai Melech, which means God. From A10 came B1, the second crown, and the world of Bria was established. The 10 emanations from A1 to A10 inclusive are called the foundations of all creations. The Kabbalists designate them the 10 roots of the tree of life. They are arranged in the form of a great human figure called Adam Kadmon, the man made from the fire mist, red dirt. The prototypic universal man. In the Atziluthic world, the powers of God are most purely manifested. These 10 pure and perfect radiations do not descend into the lower worlds and take upon themselves forms, but are reflected upon the substances of the inferior spheres. From the first, or Atziluthic, world they are reflected into the second, or Briatic, world. As the reflection always lacks some of the brilliancy of the original image, so in the Briatic world the 10 radiations lose part of their infinite power. A reflection is always like the thing reflected, but smaller and fainter. In the second world, B1 to B10, the order of the spheres is the name as in the Atziluthic world, but the 10 circles of light are less brilliant and more tangible, and are here referred to as 10 great spirits. Divine creatures who assist in the establishment of order and intelligence in the universe. As already noted, B1 is born out of A10 and is included within all the spheres superior to itself. Out of B1 are taken 9 globes. B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, B8, B9, and B10, which constitute the world of Bria. These 10 subdivisions, however, are really the 10 Atziluthic powers reflected into the substance of the Briatic world. B1 is the ruler of this world, for it contains all the other rings of its own world and also the rings of the third and fourth worlds, C and D. In the world of Bria the 10 spheres of light are called the archangels of Bria. Their order and powers are as follows. From A10 came B1. The second crown, it is called Metatron, the angel of the presence. From B1 came B2, the second wisdom, it is called Raziel, the herald of deity who revealed the mysteries of Kabbalah to Adam. From B2 Carne B3, the second understanding, it is called Safkiel, the contemplation of God. From B3 came B4, the second mercy, it is called Sadkiel, the justice of God. From B4 came B5, the second severity, it is called Samael, the severity of God. From B5 came B6. The second beauty, it is called Michael, like unto God. From B6 came B7, the second victory, it is called Haniel, the grace of God. From B7 came B8, the second glory, it is called Raphael, the divine physician. From B8 came B9, the second foundation, it is called Gabriel, the man God. From B9 came B10, the second kingdom, it is called Sandalphon, the Messias. From B10 came C1, the third crown, and the world of Yetzirah was established. The 10 archangels of Bria are conceived to be 10 great spiritual beings, whose duty is to manifest the 10 powers of the great name of God existent in the Atziluthic world, which surrounds and interpenetrates the entire world of creation. All things manifesting in the lower worlds exist first in the intangible rings of the upper spheres, so that creation is, in truth, the process of making tangible the intangible by extending the intangible into various vibratory rates. The 10 globes of Briatic power, while themselves reflections, are mirrored downward into the third or Yetziratic world, where still more limited in their expression they become the spiritual and invisible zodiac which is behind the visible band of constellations. In this third world the 10 globes of the original Atziluthic world are greatly limited and dimmed, but they are still infinitely powerful in comparison with the state of substance in which man dwells. In the third world, C1 to C10, the globes become hierarchies of celestial creatures, called the choirs of Yetzirah. Here again, all are included within the ring C1. The power which controls the Yetziradic world and which includes within itself and controls the entire world. D. The order of the globes and the names of the hierarchies composing them are as follows. From B10 came C1, the third crown. The hierarchy is the cherubim, Chiath ha-Kadosh, the holy animals. From C1 came C2, the third wisdom. The hierarchy is the cherubim, Orphanim, the wheels. From C2 came C3, the third understanding. The hierarchy is the thrones, Aralim, the mighty ones. From C3 came C4, the third mercy. The hierarchy is the dominations, Chasmalim, the brilliant ones. From C4 came C5, the third severity. The hierarchy is the powers, Seraphim, the flaming serpents. From C5 came C6, the third beauty. The hierarchy is the virtues, Melachim, the kings. From C6 came C7, the third victory. The hierarchy is the principalities, Elohim, the gods. From C7 came C8, the third glory. The hierarchy is the archangels, Ben Elohim, the sons of God. From C8 came C9, the third foundation. The hierarchy is the angels, cherubim, the scat of the sons. From C9 came C10, the third kingdom. The hierarchy is humanity, the Isham, the souls of just men. From C10 came D1, the fourth crown, and the world of Asaya was established. From the Yetziradic world the light of the 10 spheres is reflected into the world of Asaya, the lowest of the 4. The 10 globes of the original Adziluthic world here take upon themselves forms of physical matter in the sidereal system as the result. The world of Asaya, or the elemental world of substance, is the one into which humanity descended at the time of Adam's fall. The Garden of Eden is the 3 upper worlds, and for his sins man was forced into the sphere of substance and assumed coats of skin, bodies. All of the spiritual forces of the upper worlds, A, B, C, when they strike against the elements of the lower world, D, are distorted and perverted, resulting in the creation of hierarchies of demons to correspond with the good spirits in each of the higher worlds. In all the ancient mysteries, matter was regarded as the source of all evil and spirit the source of all good, for matter inhibits and limits, often so clogging the inner perceptions that man is unable to recognize his own divine potentialities. Since matter thus prevents humanity from claiming its birthright, it is called the adversary, the power of evil. The fourth world, D, is the world of solar systems, comprising not only the one of which the Earth is a part but all the solar systems in the universe. The plan of divine activity. According to the Kabbalists, the life of the Supreme Creator permeates all substance, all space, and all time, but for diagrammatic purposes the supreme, all-inclusive life is limited by Circle 3, which may be called the boundary line of divine existence. The divine life permeating the area bounded by Circle 3 is focused at point 1, which thus becomes the personification of the impersonal life and is termed the first crown. The creative forces pouring through point 1 come into manifestation as the objective universe in the intermediate space, Circle 2. Opinions differ as to the arrangement of the globes of this last world, D1 to D10 inclusive. The ruler of the fourth world is D1, called by some the fiery heaven, by others the primum mobile, or the first motion. From this whirling fire emanates the material starry zodiac, D2, in contradistinction to the invisible spiritual zodiac of the Yetziradic world. From the zodiac, D2, are differentiated the spheres of the planets in concatenate order. The 10 spheres of the world of Asaya are as follows. From C10 came D1, the fourth crown, Rashith ha-Galagalim, the primum mobile, the fiery mist which is the beginning of the material universe. From D1 came D2, the fourth wisdom, Masloth, the zodiac, the firmament of the fixed stars. From D2 came D3, the fourth understanding, Shabbathai, the sphere of Saturn. From D3 came D4, the fourth mercy, Zedig, the sphere of Jupiter. From D4 came D5, the fourth severity, Madim, the sphere of Mars. From D5 came D6, the fourth beauty, Shemesh, the sphere of the sun. From D6 came D7, the fourth victory, Noga, the sphere of Venus. From D7 came D8, the fourth glory, Kokub, the sphere of Mercury. From D8 came D9, the fourth foundation, Lavana, the sphere of the moon. From D9 came D10, the fourth kingdom, Cholam Yosadoth, the sphere of the 4 elements. By inserting a sphere, which he calls the Empyrean, before the primum mobile, Kircher moves each of the other spheres down 1. Resulting in the elimination of the sphere of the elements and making D10 the sphere of the moon. In the world of Asaya are to be found the demons and tempters. These are likewise reflections of the 10 great globes of Atzilith, but because of the distortion of the images resulting from the base substances of the world of Asaya upon which they are reflected, they become evil creatures, called shells by the Kabbalists. There are 10 hierarchies of these demons to correlate with the 10 hierarchies of good spirits composing the Yetziratic world. There are also 10 archdemons, corresponding to the 10 archangels of Braya. The black magicians use these inverted spirits in their efforts to attain their nefarious ends, but in time the demon destroys those who bind themselves to it. The 10 orders of demons and the 10 archdemons of the world of Asaya are as follows: D1, the evil crown. The hierarchy is called Thamiel, the doubles of God, the two-headed. The archdemons are Satan and Moloch. From D1 came D2, the evil wisdom. The hierarchy is called Chagidiel, those who obstruct. The archdemon is Adam Belial. From D2 came D3, the evil understanding. The hierarchy is called Cythariel, the concealment of God. The archdemon is Lucifuge. From D3 came D4, the evil mercy. The hierarchy is called Gamchiketh, the disturber of things. The archdemon is Astaroth. From D4 came D5, the evil severity. The hierarchy is called Golab, incendiarism and burning. The archdemon is Asmodeus. From D5 came D6. The evil beauty. The hierarchy is called Tagarini, the Wranglers. The archdemon is Belphegor. From D6 came D7, the evil victory. The hierarchy is called Harab Serap, the dispensing raven. The archdemon is Baal Channon. From D7 came D8, the evil glory. The hierarchy is called Samael, the embroiler. The archdemon is Adramelech. From D8 came D9, the evil foundation. The hierarchy is called Gamaliel, the obscene. The archdemon is Lilith. From D9 came D10, the evil kingdom. The hierarchy is called Nehemeth, the impure. The archdemon is Nehema. The Kabbalists declare that the worlds, intelligences, and hierarchies were established according to the vision of Ezekiel. By the man of Ezekiel's vision is symbolized the world of Atzilith, by the throne, the world of Braya, by the firmament, the world of Yetzirah, and by the living creatures the world of Asaya. These spheres are the wheels within wheels of the prophet. The Kabbalists next established a human figure in each of the 4 worlds. A1 was the head and A10 the feet of the man of Atzilith, B1 was the head and B10 the feet of the man of Braya, C1 was the head and C10 the feet of the man of Yetzirah, D1 was the head and D10 the feet of the man of Asaya. These 4 are called the world men. They are considered androgynous and are the prototypes of humanity. The human body, like that of the universe, is considered to be a material expression of 10 globes or spheres of light. Therefore man is called the microcosm. The little world, built in the image of the great world of which he is a part. The Kabbalists also established a mysterious universal man with his head at A1 and his feet at D10. This is probably the secret significance of the great figure of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, with its head in the world of Atzilith, its arms and hands in the world of Braya, its generative system in the world of Yetzirah, and its legs and feet in the world of Asaya. This is the grand man of the Zohar, of whom Eliphaz Levi writes. It is not less astonishing to observe at the beginning of the Zohar the profundity of its notions and the sublime simplicity of its images. It is said as follows: the science of equilibrium is the key of occult science. Unbalanced forces perish in the void. Surpassed the kings of the elder world, the princes of the giants. They have fallen like trees without roots, and their place is found no more. Through the conflict of unbalanced forces, the devastated earth was void and formless. Until the Spirit of God made for itself a place in heaven and reduced the mass of waters. All the aspirations of nature were directed then towards unity of form, towards the living synthesis, if equilibrated forces. The face of God, crowned with light, rose over the vast sea and was reflected in the waters thereof. His 2 eyes were manifested, radiating with splendor, darting 2 beams of light which crossed with those of the reflection. The brow of God and his eyes formed a triangle in heaven. And its reflection formed a second triangle in the waters. So was revealed the number 6, being that of universal creation. The text, which would be unintelligible in a literal version, is translated here by way of interpretation. The author makes it plain that the human form which he ascribes to deity is only an image of his meaning and that God is beyond expression by human thought or representation by any figure. Pascal said that God is a circle, of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. But how is one to imagine a circle apart from its circumference? The Zohar adopts the antithesis of this paradoxical image and in respect of the circle of Pascal would say rather that the circumference is everywhere, while that which is nowhere is the center. It is however to a balance and not to a circle that it compares the universal equilibrium of things. It affirms that equilibrium is everywhere, and so also is the central point where the balance hangs in suspension. We find that the Zohar is thus more forcible and more profound than Pascal. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. The Zohar is a genesis of light, the Sefer Yetzirah is a ladder of truth. Therein are expounded the 32 absolute symbols of speech, being numbers and letters. Each letter produces a number, an idea and a form, so that mathematics are applicable to forms and ideas, even as to numbers, in virtue of an exact proportion, and a perfect correspondence. By the science of the Sefer Yetzirah, the human mind is rooted in truth and in reason. It accounts for all progress possible to intelligence by means of the evolution of numbers. Thus does the Zohar represent absolute truth, while the Sefer Yetzirah furnishes the method of its acquisition, its discernment and application. History of magic. By placing man himself at the point D10, his true constitution is revealed. He exists upon 4 worlds, only one of which is visible. It is then made evident that his parts and members upon the material plane are, by analogy, hierarchies and intelligences in the higher worlds. Here, again, the law of interpenetration is evidenced. Although within man is the entire universe, the 43 spheres interpenetrating D10, he is ignorant of its existence because he cannot exercise control over that which is superior to or greater than himself. Nevertheless, all these higher spheres exercise control over him, as his functions and activities demonstrate. If they did not, he would be an inert mass of substance. Death is merely the result of deflecting the life impulses of the higher rings away from the lower body. The control of the transubstantial rings over their own material reflection is called life, and the spirit of man is, in reality, a name given to this great host of intelligences, which are focused upon substance through a point called the ego, established in the midst of themselves. X1 is the outside boundary of the human auric egg, and the entire diagram becomes a cross-section of the constitution of man, or a cross-section of the cosmic constitution, if correlated with the universe. By the secret culture of the Kabbalistic school, man is taught how to climb the rings, unfold his consciousness, until at last he returns to Ein Sof. The process by which this is accomplished is called the 50 Gates of Light. Kircher, the Jesuit Kabbalist, declares that Moses passed through 49 of the gates, but that Christ alone passed the 50th gate. To the 3rd edition of the Sefer Yetzirah, translated from the Hebrew by W.M. Wynne Westcott, are appended the 50 gates of intelligence emanating from Binah. The Sephirothic tree consists of 10 globes of luminous splendor arranged in 3 vertical columns and connected by 22 channels or paths. The 10 globes are called the Sephiroth, and to them are assigned the numbers I to 10. The 3 columns are called mercy on the right, severity on the left, and, between them, mildness, as the reconciling power. The columns may also be said to represent wisdom, strength, and beauty, which form the triune support of the universe, for it is written that the foundation of all things is the 22 channels are the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and to them are assigned the major trumps of the tarot deck of symbolic cards. Eliphaz Levi declared that by arranging the tarot cards according to a definite order, man could discover all that is knowable concerning his God, his universe, and himself. When the 10 numbers which pertain to the globes, Sephiroth, are combined with the 22 letters relating to the channels, the resultant sum is 32. The number peculiar to the Kabbalistic paths of wisdom. These paths, occasionally referred to as the 32 teeth in the mouth of the vast countenance or as the 32 nerves that branch out from the divine brain, are analogous to the first 32 degrees of Freemasonry, which elevate the candidate to the dignity of a prince of the royal secret. Kabbalists also consider it extremely significant that in the original Hebrew scriptures the name of God should occur 32 times in the first chapter of Genesis. In the English translations of the Bible the name appears 33 times. In the mystic analysis of the human body, according to the rabbins, 32 spinal segments lead upward to the temple of wisdom. The skull. The 4 Kabbalistic trees described in the preceding chapter were combined by later Jewish scholars into one all-inclusive diagram and termed by them not only the Sephirothic but also the archetypal, or heavenly, Adam. According to some authorities, it is this heavenly Adam, and not a terrestrial man, whose creation is described in the opening chapters of Genesis. Out of the substances of this divine man the universe was formed, in him it remains and will continue even after dissolution shall resolve the spheres back into their own primitive substance. The deity is never conceived of as actually contained in the Sephiroth, which are purely hypothetical vessels employed to define the limits of the creative essence. Adolf Frank rather likens the Sephiroth to varicolored transparent glass bowls filled with pure light, which apparently assumes the color of its containers but whose essential nature remains ever unchanged and unchangeable. The 10 Sephiroth composing the body of the prototypic atom, the numbers related to them, and the parts of the universe to which they correspond are as follows. No. The Sephiroth, the universe alternative 1 Kether. The crown primum mobile, the fiery heavens 2 Chakma. Wisdom, the zodiac, the first motion 3 Binah. Understanding, Saturn, the zodiac 4 Chesed. Mercy, Jupiter, Saturn 5 Gebra. Severity, Mars, Jupiter 6 Tifrith. Beauty, Sun, Mars 7 Netza. Victory, Venus, Sun 8 Hod. Glory, Mercury, Venus 9 Jesed. The foundation, Moon, Mercury 10 Malchuth. The kingdom elements, Moon. It must continually be emphasized that the Sephiroth and the properties assigned to them, like the tetracties of the Pythagoreans, are merely symbols of the cosmic system with its multitude of parts. The truer and fuller meaning of these emblems may not be revealed by writing or by word of mouth, but must be divined as the result of study and meditation. In the Sefer HaZohar it is written that there is a garment, the written doctrine which every man may see. Those with understanding do not look upon the garment but at the body beneath it. The intellectual and philosophical code. The wisest of all, however, the servants of the heavenly King, look at nothing save the soul. The spiritual doctrine, which is the eternal and everspringing root of the law. Of this great truth Eliphaz Levi also writes, declaring that none can gain entrance to the secret house of wisdom unless he wear the voluminous cape of Apollonius of Tyana and carry in his hand the lamp of Hermes. The cape signifies the qualities of self-possession and self-reliance which must envelope the seeker as a cloak of strength, while the ever-burning lamp of the sage represents the illumined mind and perfectly balanced intellect without which the mystery of the ages can never be solved. The Sephirothic tree is sometimes depicted as a human body, thus more definitely establishing the true identity of the first, or heavenly, man. Adam Kadmon. The idea of the universe. The 10 divine globes, Sephiroth, are then considered as analogous to the 10 sacred members and organs of the protogonos, according to the following arrangement. Kether is the crown of the prototypic head and perhaps refers to the pineal gland. Chakma and Binah are the right and left hemispheres respectively of the great brain. Chesed and Gebra Pachad are the right and left arms respectively, signifying the active creative members of the grand man. Tifrith is the heart, or, according to some, the entire viscera. Netza and Hod are the right and left legs respectively, or the supports of the world. Jesed is the generative system, or the foundation of form, and Malchuth represents the 2 feet, or the base of being. Occasionally Jesed is considered as the male and Malchuth as the female generative power. The grand man thus conceived is the gigantic image of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, with head of gold, arms and chest of silver, body of brass, legs of iron, and feet of clay. The mediaeval Kabbalists also assigned one of the 10 commandments and a 10th part of the Lord's Prayer in sequential order to each of the 10 Sephiroth, concerning the emanations from Kether which establish themselves as 3 triads of creative powers. Termed in the Sefer HaZohar 3 heads each with 3 faces. H. P. Blavatsky writes, this Kether was the first Sephiroth, containing in herself the other 9 Sephiroth, or intelligences. In their totality and unity they represent the archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, the protogonos, who in his individuality or unity is yet dual, or bisexual. The Greek didymos, for he is the prototype of all humanity. Thus we obtain 3 trinities, each contained in a head. In the first head, or face, the 3-faced Hindu trimurti, we find Saphira Kether, the first androgyne, at the apex of the upper triangle, emitting Hachama Chakma, or wisdom, a masculine and active potency. Also called Jah, and Binah, or intelligence, a female and passive potency, also represented by the name Jehovah. These 3 form the first trinity or face of the Sephiroth. This triad emanated Hesed, or mercy, a masculine active potency, also called El, from which emanated Gebra, or justice, also called Aloha, a feminine passive potency. From the union of these 2 was produced Tifrith, beauty, clemency, the spiritual sun, known by the divine name Elohim, and the second triad, face, or head, was formed. These emanating, in their turn, the masculine potency Netza, firmness, or Jehovah Sabaoth, who issued the feminine passive potency Hod. Splendor, or Elohim Sabaoth. The 2 produced Jesed, foundation, who is the mighty living one El Chai, thus yielding the third trinity or head. The 10th Sephiroth is rather a duad, and is represented on the diagrams as the lowest circle. It is Malchuth or kingdom, and Shekinah, also called Adonai, and cherubim among the angelic hosts. The first, head, is called the intellectual world, the second, head, is the sensuous, or the world of perception. And the third is the material or physical world. See Isis Unveiled. The 4 Sephirothic trees. The 40 concentric circles shown in the large circular cut in the preceding chapter are here arranged as 4 trees, each consisting of 10 circles. These trees disclose the organization of the hierarchies controlling the destinies of all creation. The trees are the same in each of the 4 worlds, but the powers vested in the globes express themselves differently through the substances of each world, resulting in endless differentiation. Among the later Kabbalists there is also a division of the Sephirothic tree into 5 parts, in which the distribution of the globes is according to the following order. 1. Macroprosophis, or the Great Face, is the term applied to Kether as the first and most exalted of the Sephiroth and includes the 9 potencies or Sephiroth issuing from Kether. 2. Abba, the Great Father, is the term generally applied to Chokmah. Universal wisdom. The first emanation of Kether, but, according to Ibn Gabirol, Chokmah represents the sun, the logos or the word born from the union of Kether and Binah. 3. Aima, the Great Mother, is the name by which Binah, or the third Sephira, is generally known. This is the Holy Ghost, from whose body the generations issue forth. Being the third person of the creative triad, it corresponds to Jehovah, the Demiurgus. 4. Microprosophis, or the Lesser Face, is composed of the 6 Sephiroth. Chesed, Geburah, Tiferet, Netzah, Hod, and Jesed. The microprosophis is commonly called the Lesser Atom, or Zawar Anpin, whereas the macroprosophis, or Superior Atom, is Arik Anpin. The Lesser Face is properly symbolized by the 6-pointed star or interlaced triangles of Zion and also by the 6 faces of the cube. It represents the directions north, east, south, west, up, and down, and also the first 6 days of creation. In his list of the parts of the microprosophis, MacGregor Mathers includes Binah as the first and superior part of the lesser atom, thus making his constitution septenary. If microprosophis be considered as sexpartite, then his globes, Sephiroth, are analogous to the 6 days of creation, and the 10th globe, Malchuth, to the Sabbath of rest. 5. The bride of microprosophis is Malchuth, the epitome of the Sephiroth, its quaternary constitution being composed of blendings of the 4 elements. This is the divine Eve that is taken out of the side of microprosophis and combines the potencies of the entire Kabbalistic tree in one sphere, which may be termed man. The above diagram has been specially translated from the Latin as being of unique value to students of Kabbalism and also as an example of Robert Flood's unusual ability in assembling tables of correspondences. Robert Flood ranks among the most eminent Rosicrucians and Freemasons. In fact, he has often been called the first English Rosicrucian. He has written several valuable documents directly bearing upon the Rosicrucian enigma. It is significant that the most important of his works should be published at the same time as those of Bacon, Shakespeare, and the first Rosicrucian authors. According to the mysteries of the Sephiroth, the order of the creation, or the divine lightning flash which zigzags through the 4 worlds according to the order of the divine emanations, is thus described. From Ein Sof, the nothing and all, the eternal and unconditioned potency, issues Macroprosophis, the long face, of whom it is written, within his skull exist daily 13,000 myriads of worlds which draw their existence from him and by him are upheld. See the Greater Holy Assembly. Macroprosophis, the directionalized wool of Ein Sof, corresponding to Kether, the crown of the Sephiroth, gives birth out of himself to the 9 lesser spheres of which he is the sum and the overbrooding cause. The 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, by the various combinations of which the laws of the universe are established, constitute the scepter of Macroprosophis which he wields from his flaming throne in the Adziluthic world. From this eternal and ancient androgyne, Kether, come forth Chokmah, the Great Father, and Binah, the Great Mother. These 2 are usually referred to as Abba and Aima respectively. The first male and the first female, the prototypes of sex. These correspond to the first 2 letters of the sacred name, Jehovah, IHVH. The father is the, or I, and the mother is the, or H. Abba and Aima symbolize the creative activities of the universe, and are established in the creative world of Briah. In the Sefer HaZohar it is written, and therefore are all things established in the equality of male and female, for were it not so, how could they subsist? This beginning is the father of all things, the father of all fathers, and both are mutually bound together, and the one path shineth into the other. Chokmah, wisdom, as the father, Binah, understanding, as the mother. Hall 384. Among theological scholars there is a growing conviction that the hitherto accepted translations of the scriptural writings do not adequately express the spirit of the original documents. The Vision of Ezekiel. From the Bear Bible. This plate, which is from the first Protestant Bible published in Spanish, shows the Merkava, or chariot of Jehovah, which appeared to Ezekiel by the river Chebar. The prophet beheld 4 strange creatures, each having 4 heads, 4 wings, and brazen hoofs like those of a calf. And there were 4 wheels, filled with eyes. Where the cherubim went the wheels went also. The space between the cherubim and the wheels was filled with coals of fire. Upon the top of the chariot was a throne, upon which sat the likeness of a man. Ezekiel fell upon his knees when he beheld the Merkava surrounded by a whirlwind of clouds and flames. C. A hand, K, reached out from the clouds and the prophet was ordered to eat of a scroll, which the hand held forth. According to the mystics, the wheels supporting the throne of God represent the orbits of the planets, and the entire solar system is properly the Merkava, or chariot of God. One of the divisions of the Kabbalah, that dealing with the arts and sciences of those planes which are under the heavens, is called the Merkava. In the Zohar it is written that the celestial throne or Ezekiel's vision signifies the traditional law, the appearance of a man sitting upon the throne represents the written law. Philo Judaeus, in describing the cherubim upon the Ark of the Covenant, declares that the figures are an intimation of the revolutions of the whole heavens, one of the cherubim representing the outer circumference and the other the inner sphere. Facing each other, they represent the 2 hemispheres of the world. The flaming sword of the cherubim of Genesis is the central motion and agitation of the heavenly bodies. In all probability it also represents the solar ray. After the first copy of the Book of God, writes H. P. Blavatsky, has been edited and launched on the world by Hilkiah, this copy disappears, and Ezra has to make a new Bible, which Judas Maccabeus finishes. When it was copied from the horned letters into square letters, it was corrupted beyond recognition. The Masorah completed the work of destruction. Finally, we have a text, not 900 years old, abounding with omissions, interpolations, and premeditated perversions. See Isis Unveiled. Professor Crawford Howell Toy of Harvard notes, manuscripts were copied and recopied by scribes who not only sometimes made errors in letters and words, but permitted themselves to introduce new material into the text, or to combine in one manuscript, without mark of division, writings composed by different men. Instances of these sorts of procedure are found especially in Micah and Jeremiah, and the groups of prophecies which go under the names of Isaiah and Zechariah. See Judaism and Christianity. Does the mutilated condition of the Holy Bible, in part accidental, represent none the less a definite effort to confuse the uninitiated reader and thus better conceal the secrets of the Jewish Tanaim? Never has the Christian world been in possession of those hidden scrolls which contain the secret doctrine of Israel, and if the Kabbalists were correct in their assumption that the lost books of the Mosaic mysteries have been woven into the fabric of the Torah, then the scriptures are veritably books within books. In rabbinical circles the opinion is prevalent that Christendom never has understood the Old Testament, and probably never will. In fact, the feeling exists, in some quarters, at least, that the Old Testament is the exclusive possession of the Jewish faith, also that Christianity, after its unrelenting persecution of the Jew, takes unwarranted liberties when it includes strictly Jewish writings in its sacred canon. But, as noted by one rabbi, if Christianity must use the Jewish scriptures, it should at least strive to do so with some degree of intelligence. In the opening chapter of Genesis it is stated that after creating light and separating it from darkness, the 7 Elohim divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. Having thus established the inferior universe in perfect accord with the esoteric teachings of the Hindu, Egyptian, and Greek mysteries, the Elohim next turned their attention to the production of flora and fauna and lastly man. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. Consider in thoughtful silence the startling use of pronouns in the above extract from the most perfect example of English literature. When the plural and androgynous Hebrew word Elohim was translated into the singular and sexless word God, the opening chapters of Genesis were rendered comparatively meaningless. It may have been feared that had the word been correctly translated as the male and female creative agencies, the Christians would have been justly accused of worshipping a plurality of gods in the face of their repeated claims to monotheism. The plural form of the pronouns us and our reveals unmistakably, however, the pantheistic nature of divinity. Further, the androgynous constitution of the Elohim, God, is disclosed in the next verse, where he, referring to God, is said to have created man in his own image, male and female, or, more properly, as the division of the sexes had not yet taken place. Male-female. This is a deathblow to the time-honored concept that God is a masculine potency as portrayed by Michelangelo on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. The Elohim then order these androgynous beings to be fruitful. Note that neither the masculine nor the feminine principle as yet existed in a separate state. And, lastly, note the word replenish. The prefix re denotes back to an original or former state or position, or repetition or restoration. See Webster's International Dictionary, 1926. This definite reference to a humanity existing prior to the creation of man described in Genesis must be evident to the most casual reader of Scripture. An examination of Bible dictionaries, encyclopedias, and commentaries discloses the plural form of the word Elohim to be beyond the comprehension of their respected authors and editors. The New Schaff-Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge thus sums up the controversy over the plural form of the word Elohim. Does it now or did it originally signify plurality of divine being? A Dictionary of the Bible, edited by James Hastings, contains the following conclusion, which echoes the sentiments of more critical etymologists of the Bible: the use of the plur. Elohim is also difficult to explain. Dr. Havernick considers the plural form Elohim to signify the abundance and superrichness existing in the divine being. His statement, which appears in the Popular and Critical Bible Encyclopedia, is representative of the efforts made to circumvent this extremely damaging word. The International Standard Bible Dictionary considers the explanations offered by modern theologians, of which Dr. Havernick's is a fair example, to be too ingenious to have been conceived by the early Hebrews, and maintains that the word represents the survival of a polytheistic stage of Semitic thought. The Jewish Encyclopedia supports the latter assumption with the following concise statement: as far as epigraphic material, traditions, and folklore throw light on the question, the Semites are shown to be of polytheistic leanings. Various schools of philosophy, both Jewish and Gentile, have offered explanations erudite and otherwise of the identity of Adam. In this primordial man the Neoplatonists recognized the Platonic idea of humanity. The archetype or pattern of the genus Homo. Philo-Judaeus considered Adam to represent the human mind, which could understand, and hence give names to, the creatures about it, but could not comprehend, and hence left nameless, the mystery of its own nature. Adam was also likened to the Pythagorean monad, which by virtue of its state of perfect unity could dwell in the Edenic sphere. When through a process akin to fission the monad became the duad, the proper symbol of discord and delusion, the creature thus formed was exiled from its celestial home. Thus the twofold man was driven from the paradise belonging to the undivided creation, and cherubim and a flaming sword were placed on guard at the gates of the causal world. Consequently, only after the re-establishment of unity within himself can man regain his primal spiritual state. According to the Isarim, the secret doctrine of Israel taught the existence of four Adams, each dwelling in one of the four Kabbalistic worlds. The first, or heavenly, Adam dwelt alone in the Adziluthic sphere, and within his nature existed all spiritual and material potentialities. The second Adam resided in the sphere of Bria. Like the first Adam, this being was androgynous, and the 10th division of its body, its heel, Malchuth, corresponded to the Church of Israel that shall bruise the serpent's head. The third Adam, likewise androgynous, was clothed in a body of light and abode in the sphere of Yetzirah. The fourth Adam was merely the third Adam after the fall into the sphere of Asiah, at which time the spiritual man took upon himself the animal shell or coat of skins. The fourth Adam was still considered as a single individual, though division had taken place within his nature and two shells or physical bodies existed, in one of which was incarnated the masculine and in the other the feminine potency. For further details consult Isaac Maya. The universal nature of Adam is revealed in the various accounts concerning the substances of which he was formed. It was originally ordained that the dirt to be used in fashioning him was to be derived from the seven worlds. As these planes, however, refused to give of their substances, the Creator wrenched from them by force the elements to be employed in the Adamic constitution. Saint Augustine discovered a notaricon in the name of Adam. He showed that the four letters Adam are the first letters of the four words Anatole Dices Arctos Mesembria, the Greek names for the four corners of the world. The same author also sees in Adam a prototype of Christ, for he writes, Adam sleeps that Eve may be formed, Christ dies, that the church may be formed. While Adam sleeps, Eve is formed from his side. When Christ is dead, his side is smitten with a spear, that there flow forth sacraments to form the church. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Adam himself was the figure of him that was to come. In his recent work, Judaism, George Footmore thus describes the proportions of the Adamic man: he was a huge mass that filled the whole world to all the points of the compass. The dust of which his body was formed was gathered from every part of the world, or from the site of the future altar. Of greater interest is the notion that man was created androgynous, because it is probably a bit of foreign lore adapted to the first pair in Genesis. R. Samuel Bar Naaman, 3rd century, said, when God created Adam, he created him facing both ways, then he sawed him in two and made two backs, one for each figure. The Zohar holds the concept of two Adams, the first a divine being who, stepping forth from the highest original darkness, created the second, or earthly, Adam in his own image. The higher, or celestial, man was the causal sphere with its divine potencies and potentialities considered as a gigantic personality, its members, according to the Gnostics, being the basic elements of existence. This Adam may have been symbolized as facing both ways to signify that with one face it looked upon the proximate cause of itself and with the other face looked upon the vast sea of cosmos into which it was to be immersed. Philosophically, Adam may be regarded as representative of the full spiritual nature of man. Androgynous and nor subject to decay. Of this fuller nature the mortal man has little comprehension. Just as spirit contains matter within itself and is both the source and ultimate of the state-denominated matter, so Eve represents the lower, or mortal, portion that is taken out of, or has temporal existence in the greater and fuller spiritual creation. Being representative of the inferior part of the individual, Eve is the temptress who, conspiring with the serpent of mortal knowledge, caused Adam to sink into a trance-like condition in which he was unconscious of his own higher self. When Adam seemingly awoke, he actually sank into sleep, for he no longer was in the spirit but in the body, division having taken place within him. The true Adam rested in paradise while his lesser part incarnated in a material organism, Eve, and wandered in the darkness of mortal existence. The followers of Muhammad apparently sensed more accurately than the uninitiated of other sects the true mystic import of paradise, for they realized that prior to his fall the dwelling place of man was not in a physical garden in any particular part of the earth but rather in a higher sphere, the angelic world, watered by four mystical streams of life. After his banishment from paradise, Adam alighted on the island of Ceylon, and this spot is sacred to certain Hindu sects who recognize the old island of Lanka, once presumably connected with the mainland by a bridge, as the actual site of the Garden of Eden from which the human race migrated. According to the Arabian Nights, Sir Richard Burton's translation, Adam's footprint may still be seen on the top of a Ceylonese mountain. In the Islamic legends, Adam was later reunited with his wife and after his death his body was brought to Jerusalem subsequent to the flood for burial by Melchizedek. See the Quran. The word Adam signifies a species or race, and only for lack of proper understanding has Adam been considered as an individual. As the macrocosm, Adam is the gigantic androgyne, even the demiurgus. As the microcosm, he is the chief production of the demiurgus, and within the nature of the microcosm the demiurgus established all the qualities and powers which he himself possessed. The demiurgus, however, did not possess immortality and, therefore, could not bestow it upon Adam. According to legend, the demiurgus strove to keep man from learning the incompleteness of his maker. The Adamic man consequently partook of the qualities and characteristics of the angels who were the ministers of the demiurgus. It was affirmed by the Gnostic Christians that the redemption of humanity was assured through the descent of Nous, universal mind, who was a great spiritual being superior to the demiurgus and who, entering into the constitution of man, conferred conscious immortality upon the demiurgic fabrications. That phallic symbolism occupies an important place in early Jewish mysticism is indisputable. Hargrave Jennings sees in the figure of Adam a type of the lingam of Shiva, which was a stone representative of the creative power of the world generator. In Gregory's works, writes Jennings, is a passage to the effect that Noah daily prayed in the ark before the body of Adam, i.e., before the phallus. Adam being the primitive phallus, great procreator of the human race. It may possibly seem strange, he says, that this orison should be daily said before the body of Adam, but it is a most confessed tradition among the Eastern men that Adam was commanded by God that his dead body should be kept above ground till a fullness of time should come to commit it to the middle of the earth by a priest of the Most High God. This means Mount Moriah, the Meru of India. This body of Adam was embalmed and transmitted from father to son, till at last it was delivered up by Lamech into the hands of Noah. See phallicism. This interpretation somewhat clarifies the Kabbalistic assertion that in the first Adam were contained all the souls of the Israelites. See Sod. Though according to the Araya legenda Adam was buried with the 3 seeds of the tree of knowledge in his mouth, it should be borne in mind that apparently conflicting myths were often woven around a single individual. One of the profound mysteries of Kabbalism is that set forth in the Notarikon based upon the letters of the name Adam ADM. These 3 letters form the initials of the names Adam, David, and the Messiah, and these 3 personalities were said to contain one soul. As this soul represents the world soul of humanity, Adam signifies the involving soul, the Messiah the evolving soul, and David that condition of the soul termed epigenesis. In common with certain philosophic institutions of Asia, the Jewish mysteries contained a strange doctrine concerning the shadows of the gods. Gazing down into the abyss, the Elohim beheld their own shadows and from these shadows patterned the inferior creation. In the dramatic representation of the creation of man in the Mysteries, writes the anonymous master of Balliol College, the Elam Elohim were represented by men who, when sculpturing the form of an Adamite being, of a man, traced the outline of it on their own shadow, or modeled it on their own shadow traced on the wall. This is how the art of drawing originated in Egypt, and the hieroglyphic figures carved on the Egyptian monuments have so little relief that they still resemble a shadow. In the ritualism of the early Jewish mysteries, the pageantry of creation was enacted, the various actors impersonating the creative agencies. The red dirt from which the Adamic man was fashioned may signify fire, particularly since Adam is related to the Yod, or fire flame, which is the first letter of the sacred name Jehovah. In John E. 20 it is written that the temple was 46 years in the building, a statement in which St. Augustine sees a secret and sacred gematria, for, according to the Greek philosophy of numbers, the numerical value of the name Adam is 46. Adam thus becomes the type of the temple, for the house of God like primitive man was a microcosm or epitome of the universe. In the Mysteries, Adam is accredited with having the peculiar power of spiritual generation. Instead of reproducing his kind by the physical generative processes, he caused to issue from himself. Or, more correctly, to be reflected upon substance. A shadow of himself. This shadow he then ensouled and it became a living creature. These shadows, however, remain only as long as the original figure of which they are the reflections endures, for with the removal of the original the host of likenesses vanish with it. Herein is the key to the allegorical creation of Eve out of the side of Adam. For Adam, representative of the idea or pattern, is reflected into the material universe as a multitude of ensouled images which collectively are designated Eve. According to another theory, the division of the sexes took place in the archetypal sphere, hence the shadows in the lower world were divided into 2 classes consistent with the orders established in the archetype. In the apparently incomprehensible attraction of one sex for the other, Plato recognized a cosmic urge toward reunion of the severed halves of this archetypal being the early church father. Notably Tertullian, Firmilian, Saint Cyprian, Saint Augustine, and Saint Chrysostom. Recognized in the ark a type or symbol of the Holy Catholic Church. Bede the Venerable declared that Noah in all things typified Christ, as Noah alone of his generation was just, so Christ alone was without sin. With Christ there was a sevenfold spirit of grace, with Noah 7 righteous persons. Noah by water and wood saved his own family, Christ by baptism and the cross saves Christians. The ark was built of wood that did not decay. The church is composed of men who will live forever, for this ark means the church which floats upon the waves of the world. The diagram shown above is also reproduced in the Rosicrucians, by Hargrave Jennings. This author adds to the original diagram appearing in Antiquitatem Judaicarum Libri X the signs of the zodiac, placing Aries at the head and continuing in sequential order to Leo, which occupies the 5th cross-section of the ark. Jennings assigns the panel containing the door to the undivided constellation of Virgo Libra Scorpio, which is continued into the first subdivision of the 2nd section, and the remaining 4 crest sections to the constellations of Sagittarius to Pisces inclusive. A study of the plate discloses the ark to be divided into 11 main sections, and along the base and roof of each section are shown 3 subdivisions, thus making in all the sacred number 33. Occupying the position corresponding to the generative system of the human body will also be noted the cross upon the door of the central section. 2 openings are shown in the ark, 1. The main door representing the orifice through which the animal lives descend into physical existence. The other a small window proximate to the crown of the head through which the spirit gains liberty according to the ancient rites. When the androgenic Scorpio-Virgo was separated and the balance or harmony made from Scorpio, and placed between Scorpio, i.e., male, and Virgo, i.e., female, then appeared the 32 constellations or signs, as we now have them. The ark is 3 stories high, perhaps to symbolize heaven, man, earth. In the figure of the man, notice the parting of the hair in the middle of the forehead and the arrangement of the beard, whiskers, mustache and the hair, on the back of the neck and shoulders. See the Kabbalah by Isaac Maya. Exactly what is to be inferred by the division of the sexes as symbolically described in Genesis is a much debated question. That man was primarily androgynous is quite universally conceded, and it is a reasonable presumption that he will ultimately regain this bisexual state. As to the manner in which this will be accomplished, 2 opinions are advanced. One school of thought affirms that the human soul was actually divided into 2 parts, male and female, and that man remains an unperfected creature until these parts are reunited through the emotion which man calls love. From this concept has grown the much abused doctrine of soul mates who must quest through the ages until the complementary part of each severed soul is discovered. The modern concept of marriage is to a certain degree founded upon this ideal. According to the other school, the so-called division of the sexes resulted from suppression of one pole of the androgynous being in order that the vital energies manifesting through it might be diverted to development of the rational faculties. From this point of view, man is still actually androgynous and spiritually complete, but in the material world the feminine part of man's nature and the masculine part of woman's nature are quiescent. Through spiritual unfoldment and knowledge imparted by the mysteries, however, the latent element in each nature is gradually brought into activity, and ultimately the human being thus regains sexual equilibrium. By this theory, woman is elevated from the position of being man's errant part to one of complete equality. From this point of view, marriage is regarded as a companionship in which 2 complete individualities manifesting opposite polarities are brought into association, that each may thereby awaken the qualities latent in the other and thus assist in the attainment of individual completeness. The first theory may be said to regard marriage as an end, the second as a means to an end. The deeper schools of philosophy have leaned toward the latter as more adequately acknowledging the infinite potentialities of divine completeness in both aspects of creation. The Christian Church is fundamentally opposed to the theory of marriage, claiming that the highest degree of spirituality is achievable only by those preserving the virginal state. This concept seemingly originated among certain sects of the early Gnostic Christians, who taught that to propagate the human species was to increase and perpetuate the power of the demiurgus, for the lower world was looked upon as an evil fabrication created to ensnare the souls of all born into it. Hence it was a crime to assist in bringing souls to earth. When, therefore, the unfortunate father or mother shall stand before the final tribunal, all their offspring will also appear and accuse them of being the cause of those miseries attendant upon physical existence. This view is strengthened by the allegory of Adam and Eve, whose sin through which humanity has been brought low is universally admitted to have been concerned with the mystery of generation. Mankind, owing to Father Adam its physical existence, regards its progenitor as the primary cause of its misery, and in the judgment day, rising up as a mighty progeny, will accuse its common paternal ancestor. Those Gnostic sects maintaining a more rational attitude on the subject declared the very existence of the lower worlds to signify that the Supreme Creator had a definite purpose in their creation. To doubt his judgment was, therefore, a grievous error. The Church, however, seemingly arrogated to itself the astonishing prerogative of correcting God in this respect, for wherever possible it continued to impose celibacy, a practice resulting in an alarming number of neurotics. In the mysteries, celibacy is reserved for those who have reached a certain degree of spiritual unfoldment. When advocated for the mass of unenlightened humanity, however, it becomes a dangerous heresy, fatal alike to both religion and philosophy. As Christendom in its fanaticism has blamed every individual Jew for the crucifixion of Jesus, so with equal consistency it has maligned every member of the feminine sex. In Vindication of Eve, philosophy claims that the allegory signifies merely that man is tempted by his emotions to depart from the sure path of reason. Many of the early church fathers sought to establish a direct relationship between Adam and Christ, thereby obviously discounting the extremely sinful nature of man's common ancestor, since it is quite certain that when St. Augustine likens Adam to Christ and Eve to the Church, he does not intend to brand the latter institution as the direct cause of the fall of man. For some inexplicable reason, however, religion has ever regarded intellectualism, in fact every form of knowledge, as fatal to man's spiritual growth. The Ignorathotine friars are an outstanding example of this attitude. In this ritualistic drama, possibly derived from the Egyptians, Adam, banished from the Garden of Eden, represents man philosophically exiled from the sphere of truth. Through ignorance man falls, through wisdom he redeems himself. The Garden of Eden represents the house of the mysteries, see the vision of Enoch, in the midst of which grew both the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Man, the banished Adam, seeks to pass from the outer court of the sanctuary, the exterior universe, into the sanctum sanctorum, but before him rises a vast creature armed with a flashing sword that, moving slowly but continually, sweeps clear a wide circle, and through this ring pass not the Adamic man cannot break. The cherubim address the seeker thus: Man, thou art dust, and to dust thou shalt return. Thou wert fashioned by the builder of forms, thou belongest to the sphere of form, and the breath that was breathed into thy soul was the breath of form, and like a flame it shall flicker out. More than thou art thou canst not be. Thou art a denizen of the outer world, and it is forbidden thee to enter this inner place. And the Adam replies, Many times have I stood within this courtyard and begged admission to my Father's house, and thou hast refused it me and sent me back to wander in darkness. True it is that I was fashioned out of the dirt, and that my Maker could not confer upon me the boon of immortality. But no more shalt thou send me away, for, wandering in the darkness, I have discovered that the Almighty hath decreed my salvation, because he hath sent out of the most hidden mystery his only begotten, who didst take upon himself the world fashioned by the demiurgus. Upon the elements of that world was he crucified, and from him hath poured forth the blood of my salvation. And God, entering into his creation, hath quickened it and established therein a road that leadeth to himself. While my Maker could not give me immortality, immortality was inherent in the very dust of which I was composed, for before the world was fabricated and before the demiurgus became the regent of nature, the eternal life had impressed itself upon the face of cosmos. This is its sign, the cross. Do you now deny me entrance, I who have at last learned the mystery of myself? The world of unreality. The lower universe, like the mortal body of man, is but a garment, a motley costume, well likened to cap and bells. Beneath the garments of the fool is the divine substance, however, of which the jester is but a shadow. This world is a Mardi Gras, a pageantry of divine sparks masked in the garb of fools. Was not this zero card, the fool, placed in the tarot deck to deceive all who could not pierce the veil of illusion? The tarot cards were entrusted by the illumined hierophants of the mysteries into the keeping of the foolish and the ignorant, thus becoming playthings. In many instances even instruments of vice. Man's evil habits therefore actually became the unconscious perpetuators of his philosophical precepts. We must admire the wisdom of the initiates, writes Pappus, who utilized vice and made it produce more beneficial results than virtue. Does not this act of the ancient priests itself afford proof that the entire mystery of the tarot is wrapped up in the symbolism of its zero card? If knowledge was thus entrusted to fools, should it not be sought for in this card? If Le Mat be placed before the first card of the tarot deck and the others laid out in a horizontal line in sequence from left to right, it will be found that the fool is walking toward the other trumps as though about to pass through the various cards. Like the spiritually hoodwinked and bound neophyte, Le Mat is about to enter upon the supreme adventure, that of passage through the gates of the divine wisdom. If the zero card be considered as extraneous to the major trumps, this destroys the numerical analogy between these cards and the Hebrew letters by leaving one letter without a tarot correspondent. In this event it will be necessary to assign the missing letter to a hypothetical tarot card called the elements, assumed to have been broken up to form the 56 cards of the minor trumps. It is possible that each of the major trumps may be subject to a similar division. The first numbered major trump is called Le Bateleur, the juggler, and according to Court de Gebelin, indicates the entire fabric of creation to be but a dream, existence a juggling of divine elements, and life a perpetual game of hazard. The seeming miracles of nature are but feats of cosmic legerdemain. Man is like the little ball in the hands of the juggler, who waves his wand and, presto, the ball vanishes. The world looking on does not realize that the vanished article is still cleverly concealed by the juggler in the hollow of his hand. This is also the adept whom Omar Khayyam calls the master of the show. His message is that the wise direct the phenomena of nature and are never deceived thereby. The magician stands behind a table on which are spread out a number of objects, prominent among them a cup, the Holy Grail, and the cup placed by Joseph in Benjamin's sack, a coin, the tribute money and the wages of a master builder, and a sword, that of Goliath, and also the mystic blade of the philosopher which divides the false from the true. The magician's hat is in the form of the cosmic lemniscate, signifying the first motion of creation. His right hand points to the earth, his left holds aloft the rod of Jacob and also the staff that budded the human spine crowned with the globe of creative intelligence. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the magician wears an uraeus or golden band around his forehead, the table before him is in the form of a perfect cube, and his girdle is the serpent of eternity devouring its own tail. The second numbered major trump is called La Papesse, the female pope, and has been associated with a curious legend of the only woman who ever sat in the pontifical chair. Pope Joan is supposed to have accomplished this by masquerading in Malta attire, and was stoned to death when her subterfuge was discovered. This card portrays a seated woman crowned with a tiara surmounted by a lunar crescent. In her lap is the Torah, or Book of the Law, usually partly closed, and in her left hand are the keys to the secret doctrine, one gold and the other silver. Behind her rise two pillars, Jachin and Boaz, with a multicolored veil stretched between. Her throne stands upon a checkerboard floor. A figure called Juno is occasionally substituted for La Papesse. Like the female Hierophant of the Mysteries of Cybele, this symbolic figure personifies the Shekinah, or divine wisdom. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the priestess is veiled, a reminder that the full countenance truth is not revealed to uninitiated man. A veil also covers one half of her book, thus intimating that but one half of the mystery of being can be comprehended. The third numbered major trump is called L'Impératrice, the Empress, and has been likened to the woman clothed with the sun described in the Apocalypse. On this card appears the winged figure of a woman seated upon a throne, supporting with her right hand a shield emblazoned with a phoenix and holding in her left a scepter surmounted by an orb or trifoliate flower. Beneath her left foot is sometimes shown the crescent. Either the Empress is crowned or her head is surrounded by a diadem of stars. Sometimes both. She is called Generation, and represents the threefold spiritual world out of which proceeds the fourfold material world. To the graduate of the College of the Mysteries, she is the alma mater out of whose body the initiate has born again. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the Empress is shown seated upon a cube filled with eyes, and a bird is balanced upon the forefinger other left hand. The upper part of her body is surrounded by a radiant golden nimbus, being emblematic of the power from which emanates the entire tangible universe. L'Impératrice is frequently symbolized as pregnant. The fourth numbered major trump is called l'Empereur, the Emperor, and by its numerical value is directly associated with the great deity revered by the Pythagoreans under the form of the tetrad. His symbols declare the Emperor to be the Demiurgus, the great king of the inferior world. The Emperor is dressed in armor and his throne is a cube stone, upon which a phoenix is also clearly visible. The king has his legs crossed in a most significant manner and carries either a scepter surmounted by an orb or a scepter in his right hand and an orb in his left. The orb itself is evidence that he is supreme ruler of the world. Upon his right and left breasts respectively appear the symbols of the sun and moon, which in symbolism are referred to as the eyes of the great king. The position of the body and legs forms the symbol of sulfur, the sign of the ancient alchemical monarch. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the figure is in profile. He wears a Masonic apron and the skirt forms S right-angled triangle. Upon his head is the crown of the north and his forehead is adorned with the coiled uraeus. The fifth numbered major trump is called Le Pape, the Pope, and represents the high priest of a pagan or Christian mystery school. In this card, the Hierophant wears the tiara and carries in his left hand the triple cross surmounting the globe of the world. His right hand, bearing upon its back the stigmata, makes the ecclesiastic sign of esotericism. And before him kneel two suppliants or acolytes. The back of the papal throne is in the form of a celestial and a terrestrial column. This card signifies the initiate or master of the mystery of life and according to the Pythagoreans, the spiritual physician. The illusionary universe in the form of the two figures, polarity, kneels before the throne upon which sits the initiate who has elevated his consciousness to the plane of spiritual understanding and reality. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the master wears the uraeus, a white and a black figure. Life and death, light and darkness, good and evil, kneel before him. The initiate's mastery over unreality is indicated by the tiara and the triple cross, emblems of rulership over the three worlds which have issued from the unknowable first cause. The sixth numbered major trump is called Lamoru, the lovers. There are two distinct forms of this tarot. One shows a marriage ceremony in which a priest is uniting a youth and a maiden, Adam and Eve, in holy wedlock. Sometimes a winged figure above transfixes the lovers with his dart. The second form of the card portrays a youth with a female figure on either side. One of these figures wears a golden crown and is winged, while the other is attired in the flowing robes of the bacchant, and on her head is a wreath of vine leaves. The maidens represent the twofold soul of man, spiritual and animal, the first his guardian angel and the second his ever-present demon. The youth stands at the beginning of mature life. The parting of the ways, where he must choose between virtue and vice, the eternal and the temporal. Above, in a halo of light, is the genius of fate, his star, mistaken for Cupid by the uninformed. If youth chooses unwisely, the arrow of blindfolded fate will transfix him. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the arrow of the genius points directly to the figure of vice, thereby signifying that the end of her path is destruction. This card reminds man that the price of free will, or, more correctly, the power of choice, is responsibility. The seventh numbered major trump is called La Chariot, the chariot, and portrays a victorious warrior crowned and riding in a chariot drawn by black and white sphinxes or horses. The starry canopy of the chariot is upheld by 4 columns. This card signifies the exalted one who rides in the chariot of creation. The vehicle of the solar energy being numbered 7 reveals the arcane truth that the 7 planars are the chariots of the solar power which rides victorious in their midst. The 4 columns supporting the canopy represent the 4 mighty ones who uphold the worlds, represented by the star-strewn drapery. The figure carries the scepter of the solar energy and its shoulders are ornamented with lunar crescents. The Urim and Thummim, the sphinxes drawing the chariot, represent the secret and unknown power by which the victorious ruler is moved continuously through the various parts of his universe. In certain tarot decks, the victor signifies the regenerated man. For the body of the chariot is a cubic stone. The man in armor is not standing in the chariot but is rising out of the cube, thus typifying the ascension of the 3 out of the 4. The turning upward of the flap of the master mason's apron. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the warrior carries the curved sword of Luna, is bearded to signify maturity, and wears the collar of the planetary orbits. His scepter, emblematic of the threefold universe, is crowned with a square upon which is a circle surmounted by a triangle. The 8th numbered major trump is called La Justice, justice, and portrays a seated figure upon a throne, the back of which rises in the form of 2 columns. Justice is crowned and carries in her right hand a sword and in her left a pair of scales. This card is a reminder of the judgment of the soul in the Hall of Osiris. It teaches that only balanced forces can endure and that eternal justice destroys with the sword that which is unbalanced. Sometimes justice is depicted with a braid of her own hair twisted around her neck, in a manner resembling a hangman's knot. This may subtly imply that man is the cause of his own undoing, his actions, symbolized by his hair, being the instrument of his annihilation. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the figure of justice is raised upon a dais of 3 steps, for justice can be fully administered only by such as have been elevated to the 3rd degree. Justice is blindfolded, that the visible shall in no way influence its decision. For reasons he considers beyond his reader's intelligence. Mr. Waite reversed the 8th and 11th major trumps. The 9th numbered major trump is called L'Ermite, the hermit, and portrays an aged man, robed in a monkish habit and cowl, leaning on a staff. This card was popularly supposed to represent Diogenes in his quest for an honest man. In his right hand the recluse carries a lamp which he partly conceals within the folds of his cape. The hermit thereby personifies the secret organizations which for uncounted centuries have carefully concealed the light of the ancient wisdom from the profane. The staff of the hermit is knowledge, which is man's main and only enduring support. Sometimes the mystic rod is divided by knobs into 7 sections, a subtle reference to the mystery of the 7 sacred centers along the human spine. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the hermit shields the lamp behind a rectangular cape to emphasize the philosophic truth that wisdom, if exposed to the fury of ignorance, would be destroyed like the tiny flame of a lamp unprotected from the storm. Man's bodies form a cloak through which his divine nature is faintly visible like the flame of the partly covered lantern. Through renunciation, the hermetic life, man attains depth of character and tranquility of spirit. The 10th numbered major trump is called La Roue de Fortune, the Wheel of Fortune, and portrays a mysterious wheel with 8 spokes. The familiar Buddhist symbol of the cycle of necessity. To its rim cling Anubis and Typhon, the principles of good and evil. Above sits the immobile Sphinx, carrying the sword of justice and signifying the perfect equilibrium of universal wisdom. Anubis is shown rising and Typhon descending, but when Typhon reaches the bottom, evil ascends again, and when Anubis reaches the top, good wanes once more. The Wheel of Fortune represents the lower universe as a whole, with divine wisdom, the Sphinx, as the eternal arbiter between good and evil. In India, the chakra, or wheel, is associated with the life centers either of a world or of an individual. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the Sphinx is armed with a javelin, and Typhon is being thrown from the wheel. The vertical columns, supporting the wheel and so placed that but one is visible, represent the axis of the world with the inscrutable Sphinx upon its northern pole. Sometimes the wheel with its supports is in a boat upon the water. The water is the ocean of illusion, which is the sole foundation of the cycle of necessity. The 11th numbered major trump is called La Force, strength, and portrays a girl wearing a hat in the form of a lemniscate, with her hands upon the mouth of an apparently ferocious lion. Considerable controversy exists as to whether the maid is dosing or opening the lion's mouth. Most writers declare her to be closing the jaws of the beast, but a critical inspection conveys the opposite impression. The young woman symbolizes spiritual strength and the lion either the animal world which the girl is mastering or the secret wisdom over which she is mistress. The lion also signifies the summer solstice and the girl, Virgo, for when the sun enters this constellation, the virgin robs the lion of his strength. King Solomon's throne was ornamented with lions and he himself was likened to the king of beasts with the key of wisdom between its teeth. In this sense, the girl may be opening the lion's mouth to find the key contained therein, for courage is a prerequisite to the attainment of knowledge. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the symbolism is the same except that the maiden is represented as a priestess wearing an elaborate crown in the form of a bird surmounted by serpents and an ibis. The 12th numbered major trump is called La Pendu, the Hanged Man, and portrays a young man hanging by his left leg from a horizontal beam, the latter supported by 2 tree trunks from each of which 6 branches have been removed. The right leg of the youth is crossed in back of the left and his arms are folded behind his back in such a way as to form a cross surmounting a downward pointing triangle. The figure thus forms an inverted symbol of sulfur and, according to Levi, signifies the accomplishment of the magnum opus. In some decks the figure carries under each arm a money bag from which coins are escaping. Popular tradition associates this card with Judas Iscariot, who is said to have gone forth and hanged himself, the money bags representing the payment he received for his crime. Levi likens the hanged man to Prometheus, the eternal sufferer, further declaring that the upturned feet signify the spiritualization of the lower nature. It is also possible that the inverted figure denotes the loss of the spiritual faculties, for the head is below the level of the body. The stumps of the 12 branches are the signs of the zodiac divided into 2 groups, positive and negative. The picture therefore depicts polarity temporarily triumphant over the spiritual principle of equilibrium. To attain the heights of philosophy, therefore, man must reverse, or invert, the order of his life. He then loses his sense of personal possession because he renounces the rule of gold in favor of the golden rule. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the hanged man is suspended between 2 palm trees and signifies the sun god who dies perennially for his world. The 13th numbered major trump is called La Mort, death, and portrays a reaping skeleton with a great scythe cutting off the heads, hands, and feet rising out of the earth about it. In the course of its labors, the skeleton has apparently cut off one of its own feet. Not all tarot decks show this peculiarity, but this point well emphasizes the philosophic truth that unbalance and destructiveness are synonymous. The skeleton is the proper emblem of the first and supreme deity because it is the foundation of the body, as the absolute is the foundation of creation. The reaping skeleton physically signifies death, but philosophically that irresistible impulse in nature which causes every being to be ultimately absorbed into the divine condition in which it existed before the illusionary universe had been manifested. The blade of the scythe is the moon with its crystallizing power. The field in which death reaps is the universe, and the card discloses that all things growing out of the earth shall be cut down and return to earth again. Kings, queens, courtesans, and knaves are alike to death, the master of the visible and apparent parts of all creatures. In some tarot decks, death is symbolized as a figure in armor mounted on a white horse which tramples underfoot old and young alike. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, a rainbow is seen behind the figure of death, thus signifying that the mortality of the body of itself achieves the immortality of the spirit. Death, though it destroys form, can never destroy life, which continually renews itself. This card is the symbol of the constant renovation of the universe. Disintegration that reintegration may follow upon a higher level of expression. The 14th numbered major trump is called La Temperance. Temperance, and portrays an angelic figure with the sun upon her forehead. She carries two urns, one empty and the other full, and continually pours the contents of the upper into the lower. In some tarot decks, the flowing water takes the form of the symbol of Aquarius. Not one drop, however, of the living water is lost in this endless transference between the superior vessel and the inferior. When the lower urn is filled, the vases are reversed, thus signifying that life pours first from the invisible into the visible, then from the visible back into the invisible. The spirit controlling this flow is an emissary of the great Jehovah, demiurgus of the world. The sun, or light cluster, upon the woman's forehead controls the flow of water, which, being drawn upward into the air by the solar rays, descends upon the earth as rain, to drawn up and fall again ad infinitum. Herein is also shown the passage of the human life forces back and forth between positive and negative poles of the creative system. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the symbolism is the same, except that the winged figure is male instead of female. It is surrounded by a solar nimbus and pours water from a golden urn into a silver one, typifying the descent of celestial forces into the sublunary spheres. The 15th numbered major trump is called La Diable, the devil, and portrays a creature resembling Pan with the horns of a ram or deer, the arms and body of a man, and the legs and feet of a goat or dragon. The figure stands upon a cubic stone, to a ring in the front of which are chained two satyrs. For a scepter, this so-called demon carries a lighted torch or candle. The entire figure is symbolic of the magic powers of the astral light, or universal mirror, in which the divine forces are reflected in an inverted, or infernal, state. The demon is winged like a bar, showing that it pertains to the nocturnal, or shadow inferior sphere. The animal natures of man, in the form of a male and a female elemental, are chained to its footstool. The torch is the false light which guides unilumined souls to their own undoing. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot appears Typhon, a winged creature composed of a hog, a man, a bat, a crocodile, and a hippopotamus, standing in the midst of its own destructiveness and holding aloft the firebrand of the incendiary. Typhon is created by man's own misdeeds, which, turning upon their maker, destroy him. The 16th numbered major trump is called Le Feu du Ciel, the fire of heaven, and portrays a tower the battlements of which, in the form of a crown, are being destroyed by a bolt of lightning issuing from the sun. The crown, being considerably smaller than the tower which it surmounts, possibly indicates that its destruction resulted from its insufficiency. The lighting bolt sometimes takes the form of the zodiacal sign of Scorpio, and the tower may be considered a phallic emblem. Two figures are failing from the tower, one in front and the other behind. This tarot card is popularly associated with the traditional fall of man. The divine nature of humanity is depicted as a tower. When his crown is destroyed, man falls into the lower world and takes upon himself the illusion of materiality. Here also is a key to the mystery of sex. The tower is supposedly filled with gold coins which, showering out in great numbers from the rent made by the lightning bolt, suggesting potential powers. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the tower is a pyramid, its apex shattered by a lightning bolt. Here is a reference to the missing capstone of the universal house. In support of Levi's contention that this card is connected with the Hebrew letter Ayin, the failing figure in the foreground is similar in general appearance to the 16th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The 17th numbered major trump is called Les Étoiles, the stars, and portrays a young girl kneeling with one foot in water and the other on and her body somewhat suggesting the swastika. She has two urns, the contents of which she pours upon the land and sea. Above the girl's head are 8 stars, one of which is exceptionally large and bright. Count de Gebelin considers the great star to be Sothis or Sirius, the other 7 are the sacred planets of the ancients. He believes the female figure to be Isis in the act of causing the inundations of the Nile which accompany the rising of the dog star. The unclothed figure of Isis may well signify that nature does not receive her garment of verdure until the rising of the Nile waters releases the germinal life of plants and flowers. The bush and bird, or butterfly, signify the growth and resurrection which accompany the rising of the waters. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the great star contains a diamond composed of a black and white triangle, and the flowering bush is a tall plant with a trifoliate head upon which a butterfly alights. Here Isis is in the form of an upright triangle and the vases have become shallow cups. The elements of water and earth under her feet represent the opposites of nature sharing impartially in the divine abundance. A card from the Mantegna pack. From Taylor's The History of Playing Cards. Among the more curious examples of playing cards are those of the Mantegna deck. In 1820, a perfect deck of 50 cards brought the then amazing price of £80. The 50 subjects composing the Mantegna deck, each of which is represented by an appropriate figure, are 1. A beggar, 2. A page, 3. A goldsmith, 4. A merchant, 5. A gentleman, 6. A knight, 7. The doge, 8. A king, 9. An emperor, 10. The Pope, 11. Calliope, 12. Urania, 13. Terpsichore, 14. Erato, 15. Polyhymnia, 16. Talia, 17. Melpomene, 18. Euterpe, 19. Clio, 20. Apollo, 21. Grammar, 22. Logic, 23. Rhetoric, 24. Geometry, 25. Arithmetic, 26. Music, 27. Poetry, 28. Philosophy, 29. Astrology, 30. Theology, 31. Astronomy, 32. Chronology, 33. Cosmogony, 34. Temperance, 35. Prudence, 36. Fortitude, 37. Justice, 38. Charity, 39. Fortitude, 40. Faith, 41. The moon, 42. Mercury, 43. Venus, 45. The Sun, 45. Mars, 46. Jupiter, 47. Saturn, 48. The eighth sphere, 49. The primum mobile, 50. The first cause. The Kabbalistic significance of these cards is apparent, and it is possible that they have a direct analogy to the 50 gates of light referred to in Kabbalistic writings. The 18th numbered major trump is called La Lune, the moon, and portrays Luna rising between two towers. One light and the other dark. A dog and a wolf are baying at the rising moon, and in the foreground is a pool of water from which emerges a crawfish. Between the towers a path winds, vanishing in the extreme background. Court de Gebelin sees in this card another reference to the rising of the Nile and states on the authority of Pausanias that the Egyptians believed the inundations of the Nile to result from the tears of the moon goddess which, falling into the river, swelled its flow. These tears are seen dropping from the lunar face. Court de Gebelin also relates the towers to the pillars of Hercules, beyond which, according to the Egyptians, the luminaries never passed. He notes also that the Egyptians represented the tropics as dogs who as faithful doorkeepers prevented the sun and moon from penetrating too near the poles. The crab or crawfish signifies the retrograde motion of the moon. This card also refers to the path of wisdom. Man in his quest of reality emerges from wisdom, he passes the pool of illusion. After mastering the guardians of the gates of wisdom, he passes between the fortresses of science and theology and follows the winding path leading to spiritual liberation. His way is faintly lighted by human reason, the moon, which is but a reflection of divine wisdom. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the towers are pyramids, the dogs are black and white respectively, and the moon is partly obscured by clouds. The entire scene suggests the dreary and desolate place in which the mystery dramas of the lesser rites were enacted. The 19th numbered major trump is called Le Soleil, the sun, and portrays two children. Probably Gemini, the twins, standing together in a garden surrounded by a magic ring of flowers. One of these children should be shown as male and the other female. Behind them is a brick wall apparently enclosing the garden. Above the wall the sun is rising, its rays alternately straight and curved. 13 teardrops are falling from the solar face Levi, seeing in the two children faith and reason, which must coexist as long as the temporal universe endures. Writes, human equilibrium requires 2 feet, the worlds gravitate by means of 2 forces, generation needs 2 sexes. Such is the meaning of the Arcanum of Solomon, represented by the 2 pillars of the temple, Jachin and Boaz. See Transcendental Magic. The Sun of Truth is shining into the garden of the world over which these 2 children, as personifications of eternal powers, reside. The harmony of the world depends upon the coordination of two qualities symbolized throughout the ages as the mind and the heart. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the children give place to a youth and a maiden. Above them in a solar nimbus is the phallic emblem of generation. A line piercing a circle. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and the two children personify the serpents entwined around the caduceus. The 20th numbered major trump is called La Jugumon, the judgment, and portrays three figures rising apparently from their tombs, though but one coffin is visible. Above them in a blaze of glory is a winged figure, presumably the angel Gabriel, blowing a trumpet. This tarot represents the liberation of man's threefold spiritual nature from the sepulchre of his material constitution. Since but 1/3 of the spirit actually enters the physical body, the other 2/3 constituting the hermetic anthropos or overman, only one of the three figures is actually rising from the tomb. Court de Gebelin believes that the coffin may have been an afterthought of the card makers and that the scene actually represents creation rather than resurrection. In philosophy, these two words are practically synonymous. The blast of the trumpet represents the creative word, by the intoning of which man is liberated from his terrestrial limitations. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, it is evident that the three figures signify the parts of a single being, for three mummies are shown emerging from one mummy case. The 21st numbered major trump is called Le Monde, the world, and portrays a female figure draped with a scarf which the wind blows into the form of the Hebrew letter Kaf. Her extended hands, each of which holds a wand, and her left leg, which crosses behind the right, cause the figure to assume the form of the alchemical symbol of sulfur. The central figure is surrounded by a wreath in the form of a vesica piscis, which Levi likens to the Kabbalistic crown Kether. The cherubim of Ezekiel's vision occupy the corners of the card. This tarot is called the microcosm and the macrocosm because in it are summed up every agency contributing to the structure of creation. The figure in the form of the emblem of sulfur represents the divine fire and the heart of the great mystery. The wreath is nature, which surrounds the fiery center. The cherubim represent the elements, worlds, forces, and planes issuing out of the divine fiery center of life. The wreath signifies the crown of the initiate, which is given to those who master the four guardians and enter into the presence of unveiled truth. In the pseudo-Egyptian tarot, the cherubim surround a wreath composed of 12 trifoliate flowers. The decanates of the zodiac. A human figure kneels below this wreath, playing upon a harp of 3 strings, for the spirit must create harmony in the triple constitution of its inferior nature before it can gain for itself the solar crown of immortality. The 4 suits of the minor trumps are considered as analogous to the 4 elements, the 4 corners of creation, and the 4 worlds of Kabbalism. The key to the lesser tarots is presumably the tetragrammaton, or the 4-letter name of Jehovah. IHVH. The 4 suits of the minor trumps represent also the major divisions of society. Cups are the priesthood, swords the military, coins the tradesman, and rods the farming class. From the standpoint of what Court de Gebelin calls political geography, cups represent the northern countries, swords the Orient, coins the Occident, and rods the southern countries. The 10 pip cards of each suit represent the nations composing each of these grand divisions. The kings are their governments. The queens their religions, the knights their histories and national characteristics, and the pages their arts and sciences. Elaborate treatises have been written concerning the use of the tarot cards in divination, but as this practice is contrary to the primary purpose of the tarot, no profit can result from its discussion. Many interesting examples of early playing cards are found in the museums of Europe, and there are also noteworthy specimens in the cabinets of various private collectors. A few hand-painted decks exist which are extremely artistic. These depict various important personages contemporary with the artists. In some instances, the court cards are portraitures of the reigning monarch and his family. In England, engraved cards became popular, and in the British Museum are also to be seen some extremely quaint stenciled cards. Heraldic devices were employed, and Chatto, in his Origin and History of Playing Cards, reproduces 4 heraldic cards in which the arms of Pope Clement IX adorn the King of Clubs. There have been philosophical decks with emblems chosen from Greek and Roman mythology, also educational decks ornamented with maps or pictorial representations of famous historic places and incidents. Many rare examples of playing cards have been found bound into the covers of early books. In Japan there are card games the successful playing of which requires familiarity with nearly all the literary masterpieces of that nation. In India there are circular decks depicting episodes from Oriental myths. There are also cards which in one sense of the word are not cards, for the designs are on wood, ivory, and even metal. There are comic cards caricaturing disliked persons and places, and there are cards commemorating various human achievements. During the American Civil War, a patriotic deck was circulated in which stars, eagles, anchors, and American flags were substituted for the suits, and the court cards were famous generals. Modern playing cards are the minor trumps of the tarot, from each suit of which the page, or valet, has been eliminated, leaving 13 cards. Even in its abridged form, however, the modern deck is of profound symbolic importance, for its arrangement is apparently in accord with the divisions of the year. The two colors, red and black, represent the two grand divisions of the year. That during which the sun is north of the equator and that during which it is south of the equator. The four suits represent the seasons, the ages of the ancient Greeks, and the yugas of the Hindus. The 12 court cards are the signs of the zodiac arranged in triads of a father, a power, and a mind according to the upper section of the Bembine table. The 10 pip cards of each suit represent the Sephirothic trees existing in each of the four worlds, the suits. The 13 cards of each suit are the 13 lunar months in each year, and the 52 cards of the deck are the 52 weeks in the year. Counting the number of pips and reckoning the jacks, queens, and kings as 11, 12, and 13 respectively. The sum for the 52 cards is 364. If the joker be considered as 1 point, the result is 365, or the number of days in the year. Milton Pottinger believed that the United States of America was laid out according to the conventional deck of playing cards, and that the government will ultimately consist of 52 states administered by a 53rd undenominated division, the District of Columbia. The court cards contain a number of important Masonic symbols. 9 are full face and 3 are profile. Here is the broken wheel of the law, signifying the 9 months of the prenatal epoch and the 3 degrees of spiritual unfoldment necessary to produce the perfect man. The 4 armed kings are the Egyptian Ammonian architects who gouged out the universe with knives. They are also the cardinal signs of the zodiac. The 4 queens, carrying 8-petaled flowers symbolic of the Christ, are the fixed signs of the zodiac. The 4 jacks, 2 of whom bear acacia sprigs. The jack of hearts in his hand. The jack of clubs in his hat are the 4 common signs of the zodiac. It should be noted also that the court cards of the spade suit will not look upon the pip in the corner of the card but face away from it as though fearing this emblem of death. The Grand Master of the Order of the Cards is the King of Clubs, who carries the orb as emblematic of his dignity. In its symbolism, chess is the most significant of all games. It has been called the royal game. The pastime of kings. Like the tarot cards, the chessmen represent the elements of life and philosophy. The game was played in India and China long before its introduction into Europe. East Indian princes were wont to sit on the balconies of their palaces and play chess with living men standing upon a checkerboard pavement of black and white marble in the courtyard below. It is popularly believed that the Egyptian pharaohs played chess, but an examination of their sculpture and illuminations has led to the conclusion that the Egyptian game was a form of drafts. In China, chessmen are often carved to represent warring dynasties, as the Manchu and the Ming. The chessboard consists of 64 squares alternately black and white and symbolizes the floor of the House of the Mysteries. Upon this field of existence or thought move a number of strangely carved figures, each according to fixed law. The white king is Ormuzd, the black king, Ahriman, and upon the plains of Cosmos the great war between light and darkness is fought through all the ages. Of the philosophical constitution of man, the kings represent the spirit, the queens the mind, the bishops the emotions, the knights the vitality, the castles, or rooks, the physical body. The pieces upon the king's side are positive, those upon the queen's side, negative. The pawns are the sensory impulses and perceptive faculties. The 8 parts of the soul. The white king and his suite symbolize the self and its vehicles, the black king and his retinue, the not-self. The false ego and its legion. The game of chess thus sets forth the eternal struggle of each part of man's compound nature against the shadow of itself. The nature of each of the chessmen is revealed by the way in which it moves. Geometry is the key to their interpretation. For example, the castle, the body, moves on the square, the bishop, the emotions, moves on the slant, the king, being the spirit, cannot be captured, but loses the battle when so surrounded that it cannot escape. The tabernacle in the wilderness. There is no doubt that much of the material recorded in the first 5 books of the Old Testament is derived from the initiatory rituals of the Egyptian mysteries. The priests of Isis were deeply versed in occult lore, and the Israelites during their captivity in Egypt learned from them many things concerning the significance of divinity and the manner of worshipping it. The authorship of the first 5 books of the Old Testament is generally attributed to Moses, but whether or not he was the actual writer of them is a matter of controversy. There is considerable evidence to substantiate the hypothesis that the Pentateuch was compiled at a much later date, from oral traditions. Concerning the authorship of these books, Thomas Inman makes a rather startling statement: "It is true that we have books which purport to be the books of Moses, so there are, or have been, books purporting to be written by Homer, Orpheus, Enoch, Mormon, and Junius, yet the existence of the writings, and the belief that they were written by those whose name they bear, are no real evidences of the men or the genuineness of the works called by their names." It is true also that Moses is spoken of occasionally in the time of the early kings of Jerusalem, but it is clear that these passages are written by a late hand, and have been introduced into the places where they are found, with the definite intention of making it appear that the lawgiver was known to David and Solomon. See Ancient Faiths embodied in ancient names. While this noted scholar undoubtedly had much evidence to support his belief, it seems that this statement is somewhat too sweeping in character. It is apparently based upon the fact that Thomas Inman doubted the historical existence of Moses. This doubt was based upon the etymological resemblance of the word Moses to an ancient name for the sun. As the result of these deductions, Inman sought to prove that the lawgiver of Israel was merely another form of the omnipresent solar myth. While Inman demonstrated that by transposing 2 of the ancient letters the word Moses became Shema, an appellation of the celestial globe, he seems to have overlooked the fact that in the ancient mysteries the initiates were often given names synonymous with the sun, to symbolize the fact that the redemption and regeneration of the solar power had been achieved within their own natures. It is far more probable that the man whom we know as Moses was an accredited representative of the secret schools, laboring, as many other emissaries have labored, to instruct primitive races in the mysteries of their immortal souls. The true name of the grand old man of Israel who is known to history as Moses will probably never be ascertained. The word Moses, when understood in its esoteric Egyptian sense, means one who has been admitted into the mystery schools of wisdom and has gone forth to teach the ignorant concerning the will of the gods and the mysteries of life, as these mysteries were explained within the temples of Isis, Osiris, and Serapis. There is much controversy concerning the nationality of Moses. Some assert that he was a Jew, adopted and educated by the ruling house of Egypt. Others hold the opinion that he was a full-blooded Egyptian. A few even believe him to be identical with the immortal Hermes. For both these illustrious founders of religious systems received tablets from heaven supposedly written by the finger of God. The stories told concerning Moses, his discovery in the Ark of Bulrushes by Pharaoh's daughter, his adoption into the royal family of Egypt, and his later revolt against Egyptian autocracy coincide exactly with certain ceremonies through which the candidates of the Egyptian mysteries passed in their ritualistic wanderings in search of truth and understanding. The analogy can also be traced in the movements of the heavenly bodies. It is not strange that the erudite Moses, initiated in Egypt, should teach the Jews a philosophy containing the more important principles of Egyptian esotericism. The religions of Egypt at the time of the Israelite captivity were far older than even the Egyptians themselves realized. Histories were difficult to compile in those days, and the Egyptians were satisfied to trace their race back to a mythological period when the gods themselves walked the earth and with their own power established the double empire of the Nile. The Egyptians did not dream that these divine progenitors were the Atlanteans, who, forced to abandon their 7 islands because of volcanic cataclysms, had immigrated into Egypt, then an Atlantean colony, where they established a great philosophic and literary center of civilization which was later to influence profoundly the religions and science of unnumbered races and peoples. Today Egypt is forgotten, but things Egyptian will always be remembered and revered. Egypt is dead, yet it lives immortal in its philosophy and architectonics. As Odin founded his mysteries in Scandinavia, and Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, so Moses, laboring with the then nomadic people of Israel's 12 tribes, established in the midst of them his secret and symbolic school, which has came to be known as the Tabernacle Mysteries. The Tabernacle of the Jews was merely a temple patterned after the temples of Egypt, and transportable to meet the needs of that roving disposition which the Israelites were famous. Every part of the tabernacle and the enclosure which surrounded it was symbolic of some great natural or philosophic truth. To the ignorant it was but a place to which to bring offerings and in which to make sacrifice, to the wise it was a temple of learning, sacred to the universal spirit of wisdom. While the greatest minds of the Jewish and Christian worlds have realized that the Bible is a book of allegories, few seem to have taken the trouble to investigate its symbols and parables. When Moses instituted his mysteries, he is said to have given to a chosen few initiates certain oral teachings which could never be written but were to be preserved from one generation to the next by word-of-mouth transmission. Those instructions were in the form of philosophical keys, by means of which the allegories were made to reveal their hidden significance. These mystic keys to their sacred writings were called by the Jews the Kabbalah. The modern world seems to have forgotten the existence of those unwritten teachings which explain satisfactorily the apparent contradictions of the written scriptures. Nor does it remember that the pagans appointed their two-faced Janus as custodian of the key to the temple of wisdom. Janus has been metamorphosed into Saint Peter, so often symbolized as holding in his hand the key to the gate of heaven. The gold and silver keys of God's vicar on earth, the Pope, symbolizes this secret doctrine which, when properly understood, unlocks the treasure chest of the Christian and Jewish Kabbalah. The temples of Egyptian mysticism, from which the tabernacle was copied, were, according to their own priests, miniature representations of the universe. The solar system was always regarded as a great temple of initiation, which candidates entered through the gates of birth. After threading the tortuous passageways of earthly existence, they finally approached the veil of the great mystery, death, through whose gate they vanished back into the invisible world. Socrates subtly reminded his disciples that death was, in reality, the great initiation, for his last words were, Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius, will you remember to pay the debt? As the rooster was sacred to the gods and the sacrifice of this bird accompanied a candidate's introduction into the mysteries, Socrates implied that he was about to take his great initiation. Life is the great mystery, and only those who pass successfully through its tests and trials, interpreting them aright and extracting the essence of experience therefrom, achieve true understanding. Thus, the temples were built in the form of the world and their rituals were based upon life and its multitudinous problems. Nor only was the tabernacle itself patterned according to Egyptian mysticism, its utensils were also of ancient and accepted form. The Ark of the Covenant itself was an adaptation of the Egyptian Ark, even to the kneeling figures upon its lid. Bas-reliefs on the Temple of Philae show Egyptian priests carrying their ark, which closely resembled the Ark of the Jews, upon their shoulders by means of staves like those described in Exodus. The Ancient of Days. From Montfaucon's Antiquities. It is in this form that Jehovah is generally pictured by the Kabbalists. The drawing is intended to represent the demiurgus of the Greeks and Gnostics, called by the Greeks Zeus, the immortal mortal, and by the Hebrews Ihvh. The following description of the tabernacle and its priests is based upon the account of its construction and ceremonies recorded by Josephus in the third book of his Antiquities of the Jews. The Bible references are from a Breach's Bible, famous for its rendering of the 7th verse of the 3rd chapter of Genesis. Printed in London in 1599, and the quotations are reproduced in their original spelling and punctuation. The building of the tabernacle. Moses, speaking for Jehovah, the God of Israel, appointed 2 architects to superintend the building of the tabernacle. They were Bezaleel, the son of Uri, of the tribe of Judah, and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Their popularity was so great that they were also the unanimous choice of the people. When Jacob upon his deathbed blessed his sons, see Genesis XLIX. He assigned to each a symbol. The symbol of Judah was a lion, that of Dan a serpent or a bird, possibly an eagle. The lion and the eagle are 2 of the 4 beasts of the cherubim, the fixed signs of the zodiac, and the Rosicrucian alchemists maintained that the mysterious stone of the wise, the soul, was compounded with the aid of the blood of the red lion and the gluten of the white eagle. It seems probable that there is a hidden mystic relationship between fire, the red lion, water, the white eagle, as they were used in occult chemistry, and the representatives of these 2 tribes whose symbols were identical with these alchemical elements. As the tabernacle was the dwelling place of God among men, likewise the soul body in man is the dwelling place of his divine nature, round which gathers a 12-fold material constitution in the same manner that the tribes of Israel camped about the enclosure sacred to Jehovah. The idea that the tabernacle was really symbolic of an invisible spiritual truth outside the comprehension of the Israelites is substantiated by a statement made in the 8th chapter of Hebrews, who serve unto the pattern and shadow of heavenly things, as Moses was warned by God, when he was about to finish the tabernacle. Here we find the material physical place of worship called a shadow or symbol of a spiritual institution, invisible but omnipotent. The specifications of the tabernacle are described in the book of Exodus, 25th chapter. Then the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel that they receive an offering for me. Of every man, whose heart giveth it freely, ye shall take the offering for me. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them, gold and silver, and brass, and blue silk, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair. And ram skins colored red, and the skins of badgers, and the wood shittim, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for the perfume of sweet favor, onyx stones, and stories to be set in the ephod, and in the breastplate. Also they shall make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I show thee, even so shall ye make the form of the tabernacle, and the fashion of all the instruments thereof. The court of the tabernacle was an enclosed area, 50 cubits wide and 100 cubits long, circumscribed by a wall of linen curtains hung from brazen pillars 5 cubits apart. The cubit is an ancient standard of measurement, its length being equal to the distance between the elbow and the extreme end of the index finger. Approximately 18 inches. There were 20 of these pillars on each of the longer sides and 10 on the shorter. Each pillar had a base of brass and a capital of silver. The tabernacle was always laid out with the long sides facing north and south and the short sides facing east and west, with the entrance to the east, thus showing the influence of primitive sun worship. The outer court served the principal purpose of isolating the tent of the tabernacle proper, which stood in the midst of the enclosure. At the entrance to the courtyard, which was in the eastern face of the rectangle, stood the altar of burnt offerings, made of brass plates over wood and ornamented with the horns of bulls and rams. Farther in, but on a line with this altar, stood the laver of purification, a great vessel containing water for priestly ablutions. The laver was twofold in its construction, the upper part being a large bowl, probably covered, which served as a source of supply for a lower basin in which the priests bathed themselves before participating in the various ceremonials. It is supposed that this laver was encrusted with the metal mirrors of the women of the 12 tribes of Israel. The dimensions of the tabernacle proper were as follows: its length, when it was set up, was 30 cubits, and its breadth was 10 cubits. The one of its walls was on the south, and the other was exposed to the north, and on the back part of it remained the west. It was necessary that its height should be equal to its breadth, 10 cubits. Josephus. It is the custom of bibliologists to divide the interior of the tabernacle into 2 rooms, one room 10 cubits wide, 10 cubits high, and 20 cubits long, which was called the Holy Place and contained 3 special articles of furniture, namely, the 7-branched candlestick, the table of the shewbread, and the altar of burnt incense. The other room 10 cubits wide, 10 cubits high, and 10 cubits long, which was called the Holy of Holies and contained but one article of furniture. The Ark of the Covenant. The 2 rooms were separated from each other by an ornamental veil upon which were embroidered many kinds of flowers, but no animal or human figures. Josephus hints that there was a third compartment which was formed by subdividing the holy place, at least hypothetically, into 2 chambers. The Jewish historian is not very explicit in his description of this third room, and the majority of writers seem to have entirely overlooked and neglected this point, although Josephus emphatically states that Moses himself divided the inner tent into 3 sections. The veil separating the holy place from the Holy of Holies was hung across 4 pillars, which probably indicated in a subtle way the 4 elements, while at the entrance to the tent proper the Jews placed 7 pillars, referring to the 7 senses and the 7 vowels of the sacred name. That later only 5 pillars are mentioned may be accounted for by the fact that at the present time man has only 5 developed senses and 5 active vowels. The early Jewish writer of the Baraita treats of the curtains as follows: there were provided 10 curtains of blue, of purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. As is said, moreover thou shalt make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finetwined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. There were provided 11 curtains of goat's hair, and the length of every one of them was 30 cubits. Rabbi Judah said, there were 2 covers, the lower one of ram skins dyed red, and the upper one of badger skins. Talmud is of the opinion that the Hebrew word translated badger really means dark purple and therefore did not refer to any particular animal, but probably to a heavily woven waterproof fabric of dark and inconspicuous color. During the time of Israel's wanderings through the wilderness, it is supposed that a pillar of fire hovered over the tabernacle at night, while a column of smoke traveled with it by day. This cloud was called by the Jews the Shekinah and was symbolic of the presence of the Lord. In one of the early Jewish books rejected at the time of the compiling of the Talmud, the following description of the Shekinah appears: Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And that was one of the clouds of glory, which served the Israelites in the wilderness 40 years. One on the right hand, and one on the left, and one before them, and one behind them. And one over them, and a cloud dwelling in their midst, and the cloud. The Shekinah which was in the tent, and the pillar of cloud which moved before them, making low before them the high places, and making high before them the low places, and killing serpents and scorpions, and burning thorns and briars, and guiding them in the straight way. From the Baritha, the Book of the Tabernacle. The furnishings of the tabernacle. There is no doubt that the tabernacle, its furnishings and ceremonials, when considered esoterically, are analogous to the structure, organs, and functions of the human body. At the entrance to the outer court of the tabernacle stood the altar of burnt offerings, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide but only 3 cubits high. Its upper surface was a brazen grill upon which the sacrifice was placed, while beneath was a space for the fire. This altar signified that a candidate, when first entering the precincts of sanctuary, must offer upon the brazen altar not a poor unoffending bull or ram but its correspondence within his own nature. The bull, being symbolic of earthiness, represented his own gross constitution which must be burned up by the fire of his divinity. The sacrificing of beasts, and in some cases human beings, upon the altars of the pagans was the result of their ignorance concerning the fundamental principle underlying sacrifice. They did not realize that their offerings must come from within their own natures in order to be acceptable. Farther westward, in line with the brazen altar, was the laver of purification already described. It signified to the priest that he should cleanse not only his body but also his soul from all stains of impurity, for none who is not clean in both body and mind can enter into the presence of divinity and live. Beyond the laver of purification was the entrance to the tabernacle proper, facing the east, so that the first rays of the rising sun might enter and light the chamber. Between the encrusted pillars could be seen the holy place, a mysterious chamber, its walls hung with magnificent drapes embroidered with the faces of cherubs. The breastplate of the high priest. From Calmet's Dictionary of the Holy Bible. The order of the stones and the tribe over which each administered were, according to Calmet, as in the above diagram. These gems, according to the Rosicrucians, were symbolic of the 12 great qualities and virtues: illumination, love, wisdom, truth, justice, peace, equilibrium, humility, faith, strength, joy, victory. Against the wall on the southern side of the holy place stood the great candlestick, or lampstand, of cast gold, which was believed to weigh about 100 pounds. From its central shaft branched out 6 arms, each ending in a cup-shaped depression in which stood an oil lamp. There were 7 lamps, 3 on the arms at each side and 1 on the central stem. The candlestick was ornamented with 72 almonds, knops, and flowers. Josephus says 70, but wherever this round number is used by the Hebrews it really means 72. Opposite the candlestick, against the northern wall, was a table bearing 12 loaves of shewbread in 2 stacks of 6 loaves each. Calmet is of the opinion that the bread was not stacked up but spread out on the table in 2 rows, each containing 6 loaves. On this table also stood 2 lighted incensaries, which were placed upon the tops of the stacks of shewbread so that the smoke of the incense might be an acceptable aroma to the Lord, bearing with it in its ascent the soul of the shewbread. In the center of the room, almost against the partition leading into the Holy of Holies, stood the altar of burnt incense, made of wood overlaid with golden plates. Its width and length were each a cubit and its height was 2 cubits. This altar was symbolic of the human larynx, from which the words of man's mouth ascend as an acceptable offering unto the Lord. For the larynx occupies the position in the constitution of man between the holy place, which is the trunk of his body, and the Holy of Holies, which is the head with its contents. Into the Holy of Holies none might pass save the high priest, and he only at certain prescribed times. The room contained no furnishings save the Ark of the Covenant, which stood against the western wall, opposite the entrance. In Exodus the dimensions of the ark are given as 2.5 cubits for its length, 1 cubit and a half its breadth and 1 cubit and a half its height. It was made of shittim wood, gold-plated within and without, and contained the sacred tablets of the law delivered to Moses upon Sinai. The lid of the ark was in the form of a golden plate upon which knelt 2 mysterious creatures called cherubim, facing each other, with wings arched overhead. It was upon this mercy seat between the wings of the celestials that the Lord of Israel descended when he desired to communicate with his high priest. The furnishings of the tabernacle were made conveniently portable. Each altar and implement of any size was supplied with staves which could be put through rings. By this means it could be picked up and carried by 4 or more bearers. The staves were never removed from the Ark of the Covenant until it was finally placed in the Holy of Holies of the everlasting house, King Solomon's temple. There is no doubt that the Jews in early times realized, at least in part, that their tabernacle was a symbolic edifice. Josephus realized this, and while he has been severely criticized because he interpreted the tabernacle symbolism according to Egyptian and Grecian paganism, his description of the secret meanings of its drapes and furnishings is well worthy of consideration. He says, when Moses distinguished the tabernacle into 3 parts, and allowed 2 of them to the priests, as a place accessible and common, he denoted the land and the sea, these being of general access to all, but he set apart the 3rd division for God, because heaven is inaccessible to men. And when he ordered 12 loaves to be set on a table, he denoted the year, as distinguished into so many months. By branching out the candlestick into 70 parts, he secretly intimated the decani, or 70 divisions of the planets, and as to the 7 lamps upon the candlesticks, they referred to the course of the planets, of which that is the number. The veils too, which were composed of 4 things, they declared the 4 elements. For the plain linen was proper to signify the earth, because the flax grows out of the earth; the purple signified the sea, because that color is dyed by the blood of a seashell fish; the blue is fit to signify the air, and the scarlet will naturally be an indication of fire. Now the vestment of the high priest being made of linen, signified the earth; the blue denoted the sky, being like lightning in its pomegranates, and in the noise of the bells resembling thunder. And for the ephod, it showed that God had made the universe of 4 elements, and as for the gold interwoven, it related to the splendor by which all things are enlightened. He also appointed the breastplate to be placed in the middle of the ephod, to resemble the earth, for that has the very middle place of the world. And the girdle which encompassed the high priest round signified the ocean, for that goes round about and includes the universe. Each of the sardonyxes declares to us the sun and the moon. Those, that were in the nature of buttons on the high priest's shoulders. And for the 12 stones, whether we understand by them the months, or whether we understand the like number of the signs of that circle which the Greeks call the zodiac, we shall not be mistaken in their meaning. And for the mitre, which was of a blue color, it seems to me to mean heaven, for how otherwise could the name of God be inscribed upon it? That it was also illustrated with a crown, and that of gold also, is because of that splendor with which God is pleased. It is also symbolically significant that the tabernacle was built in 7 months and dedicated to God at the time of the new moon. The metals used in the building of the tabernacle were all emblematic. Gold represents spirituality, and the golden plates laid over the shittim wood were emblems of the spiritual nature which glorifies the human nature symbolized by the wood. Mystics have taught that man's physical body is surrounded by a series of invisible bodies of diverse colors and great splendor. In the majority of people the spiritual nature is concealed and imprisoned in the material nature, but in a few this internal constitution has been objectified and the spiritual nature is outside, so that it surrounds man's personality with a great radiance. Silver, used as the capitals for the pillars, has its reference to the moon, which was sacred to the Jews and the Egyptians alike. The priests held secret ritualistic ceremonies at the time of the new and the full moon, both of which periods were sacred to Jehovah. Silver, so the ancients taught, was gold with its sun ray turned inward instead of objectified. While gold symbolized the spiritual soul, silver represented the purified and regenerated human nature of man. The brass used in the outer altars was a composite substance consisting of an alloy of precious and base metals. Thus, it represented the constitution of the average individual, who is a combination of both the higher and the lower elements. The 3 divisions of the tabernacle should have a special interest to Freemasons, for they represent the 3 degrees of the Blue Lodge, while the 3 orders of priests who served the tabernacle are preserved to modern masonry as the entered apprentice, the fellow craftsman, and the master mason. The Hawaiian Islanders built a tabernacle not unlike that of the Jews, except that their rooms were one above another and not one behind another, as in the case of the tabernacle of the Israelites. The 3 rooms are also the 3 important chambers of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The robes of glory, as explained in the quotation from Josephus, the robes and adornments of the Jewish priests had a secret significance, and even to this day there is a religious cipher language concealed in the colors, forms, and uses of sacred garments, not only among the Christian and Jewish priests but also among pagan religions. The vestments of the tabernacle priests were called kahanai. Those of the high priest were termed kahanai rabbe. Over the machanes, an undergarment resembling short trousers. They wore the chethwan, a finely woven linen robe, which reached to the ground and had long sleeves tied to the arms of the wearer. A brightly embroidered sash, twisted several times around the waist a little higher than is customary, with one end pendant in front, and a closely fitting linen cap, designated masnanthes, completed the costume of the ordinary priest. The garments of glory. From Moses' Historie der Hebrews Kirk. Th. Robe of the high priest of Israel were often called the garments of glory, for they resembled the regenerated and spiritualized nature of man, symbolized by a vestment which all must weave from the threads of character and virtue before they can become high priests after the order of Melchizedek. The vestments of the high priest were the same as those of the lesser degrees, except that certain garments and adornments were added. Over the specially woven white linen robe the high priest wore a seamless and sleeveless habit, sky blue in color and reaching nearly to his feet. This was called the mi'er and was ornamented with a fringe of alternated golden bells and pomegranates. In Ecclesiasticus, one of the books rejected from the modern Bible, these bells and their purpose are described in the following words, and he compassed him with pomegranates, and with many golden bells round about, that as he went, there might be a sound and a noise that might be heard in the temple, for a memorial to the children of his people. The mi'er was also bound in with a variegated girdle finely embroidered and with gold wire inserted through the embroidery. The ephod, a short vestment described by Josephus as resembling a coat or jacket, was worn over the upper part of the mi'er. The threads of which the ephod was woven were of many colors, probably red, blue, purple, and white, like the curtains and coverings of the tabernacle. Fine gold wires were also woven into the fabric. The ephod was fastened at each shoulder with a large onyx in the form of a button, and the names of the 12 sons of Jacob were engraven upon these 2 stones. 6 on each. These onyx buttons were supposed to have oracular powers, and when the high priest asked certain questions, they emitted a celestial radiance. When the onyx on the right shoulder was illuminated, it signified that Jehovah answered the question of the high priest, in the affirmative, and when the one on the left gleamed, it indicated a negative answer to the query. In the middle of the front surface of the ephod was a space to accommodate the eson, or breastplate of righteousness and prophecy, which, as its name signifies, was also an oracle of great power. This pectoral was roughly square in shape and consisted of a frame of embroidery into which were set 12 stones, each held in a socket of gold. Because of the great weight of its stones, each of which was of considerable size and immense value, the breastplate was held in position by special golden chains and ribbons. The 12 stones of the breastplate, like the onyx stones at the shoulders of the ephod, had the mysterious power of lighting up with divine glory and so serving as oracles. Concerning the strange power of these flashing symbols of Israel's 12 tribes, Josephus writes, "Yet will I mention what is still more wonderful than this, for God declared beforehand, by those 12 stones which the high priest bare upon his breast and which were inserted into his breastplate, when they should be victorious in battle, for so great a splendor shone forth from them before the army began to march, that all the people were sensible of God's being present for their assistance. Whence it came to pass that those Greeks, who had a veneration for our laws, because they could not possibly contradict this, called the breastplate, the oracle." The writer then adds that the stones ceased to light up and gleam some 200 years before he wrote his history, because the Jews had broken the laws of Jehovah and the God of Israel was no longer pleased with his chosen people. The Jews learned astronomy from the Egyptians, and it is not unlikely that the 12 jewels of the breastplate were symbolic of the 12 constellations of the zodiac. These 12 celestial hierarchies were looked upon as jewels adorning the breastplate of the universal man, the Macroprosophus, who is referred to in the Zohar as the Ancient of Days. The number 12 frequently occurs among ancient peoples, who in nearly every case had a pantheon consisting of 12 demigods and goddesses presided over by the Invincible One, who was himself subject to the incomprehensible All-Father. This use of the number 12 is especially noted in the Jewish and Christian writings. The 12 prophets, the 12 patriarchs, the 12 tribes, and the 12 apostles. Each group has a certain occult significance, for each refers to the divine duodecimo, or 12-fold deity, whose emanations are manifested in the tangible created universe through 12 individualized channels. The secret doctrine also caught the priests that the jewels represented centers of life within their own constitutions, which when unfolded according to the esoteric instructions of the temple, were capable of absorbing into themselves and radiating forth again the divine light of the deity. The East Indian lotus blossoms have a similar meaning. The rabbis have taught that each twisted linen thread used in weaving the tabernacle curtains and ornamentations consisted of 24 separate strands, reminding the discerning that the experience, gained during the 24 hours of the day, symbolized in masonry by the 24-inch rule, becomes the threads from which are woven the garments of glory. The Urim and Thummim in the reverse side of the eson, or breastplate, was a pocket containing mysterious objects. The Urim and Thummim. Aside from the fact that they were used in divination, little is now known about these objects. Some writers contend that they were small stones resembling the fetishes still revered by certain aboriginal peoples, which the Israelites had brought with them out of Egypt because of their belief that they possessed divine power. Others believe that the Urim and Thummim were in the form of dice, used for deciding events by being cast upon the ground. A few have maintained that they were merely sacred names, written on plates of gold and carried as talismans. According to some, the Urim and the Thummim signify lights and perfections, or light and truth, which last present a striking analogy to the two figures of Re, Ra, and the Mi in the breastplate worn by the Egyptians. Gardeners, the faiths of the world. Not the least remarkable of the vestments of the high priest was his bonnet, or headdress. Over the plain white cap of the ordinary priest, this dignitary wore an outer cloth of blue and a crown of gold, the crown consisting of 3 bands, one above the other like the triple mitre of the Persian Magi. This crown symbolized that the high priest was ruler not only over the 3 worlds which the ancients had differentiated, heaven, earth, and hell, but also over the threefold divisions of man and the universe: the spiritual, intellectual, and material worlds. These divisions were also symbolized by the 3 apartments of the tabernacle itself. The headdress of the priests. From Moses' Histoire der Hebrews Kirk. Over the plain white cap of the ordinary priests, the high priest wore an overcloth of blue and a band of gold. On the front of the golden band were inscribed the Hebrew words "Holiness unto the Lord." This illustration shows the arrangement of the bonnet both with and without the golden crown. At the peak of the headdress was a tiny cup of gold, made in the form of a flower. This signified that the nature of the priest was receptive and that he had a vessel in his own soul which, cup-like, was capable of catching the eternal waters of life pouring upon him from the heavens above. This flower over the crown of his head is similar in its esoteric meaning to the rose growing out of a skull, so famous in Templar symbology. The ancients believed that the spiritual nature escaping from the body passed upward through the crown of the head. Therefore, the flower-like calyx, or cup, symbolized also the spiritual consciousness. On the front of the golden crown were inscribed in Hebrew, "Holiness unto the Lord." Though robes and ornaments augmented the respect and veneration of the Israelites for their high priest, such trappings meant nothing to Jehovah. Therefore, before entering the Holy of Holies, the high priest removed his earthly finery and entered into the presence of the Lord God of Israel unclothed. There he could be robed only in his own virtues, and his spirituality must adorn him as a garment. There is a legend to the effect that any who chanced to enter the Holy of Holies unclean were destroyed by a bolt of divine fire from the mercy seat. If the high priest had but one selfish thought, he would be struck dead. As no man knows when an unworthy thought may flash through his mind, precautions had to be taken in case the high priest should be struck dead while in the presence of Jehovah. The other priests could not enter the sanctuary. Therefore, when their leader was about to go in and receive the commands of the Lord, they tied a chain around one of his feet so that if he were struck down while behind the veil they could drag the body out. The Ark with Ts cherubim. From Calmet's Dictionary of the Holy Bible. Josephus tells us that the cherubim were flying creatures but different in appearance, from anything to be seen on earth, therefore impossible to describe. Moses is supposed to have seen these beings kneeling at the footstool of God when he was picked up and brought into the presence of Jehovah. It is probable that they resembled, at least in general appearance, the famous cherubim of Ezekiel. The Fraternity of the Rose Cross (WHO) were the Rosicrucians. Were they an organization of profound thinkers rebelling against the inquisitional religious and philosophical limitations of their time, or were they isolated transcendentalists united only by the similarity of their viewpoints and deductions? Where was the house of the Holy Spirit, in which, according to their manifestos, they met once a year to plan the future activities of their order? Who was the mysterious person referred to as our illustrious father and brother CRC? Did those 3 letters actually stand for the words Christian Rosy Cross? Was Christian Rosenkreutz, the supposed author of the Chemical Nuptials, the same person who with 3 others founded the Society of the Rose Cross? What relationship existed between Rosicrucianism and medieval Freemasonry? Why were the destinies of these two organizations so closely interwoven? Is the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross the much sought-after link connecting the Freemasonry of the Middle Ages with the symbolism and mysticism of antiquity, and are its secrets being perpetuated by modern Masonry? Did the original Rosicrucian order disintegrate in the latter part of the 18th century, or does the society still exist as an organization, maintaining the same secrecy for which it was originally famous? What was the true purpose for which the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross was formed? Were the Rosicrucians a religious and philosophic brotherhood, as they claimed to be, or were their avowed tenets a blind to conceal the true object of the fraternity, which possibly was the political control of Europe? These are some of the problems involved in the study of Rosicrucianism. There are 4 distinct theories regarding the Rosicrucian enigma. Each is the result of a careful consideration of the evidence by scholars who have spent their lives ransacking the archives of Hermetic lore. The conclusions reached demonstrate clearly the inadequacy of the records available concerning the genesis and early activities of the Brethren of the Rose Cross. The first postulate: it is assumed that the Rosicrucian order existed historically in accordance with the description of its foundation and subsequent activities published in its manifesto, the Fama Fraternitatis, which is believed to have been written in the year 1610, but apparently did not appear in print until 1614. Although an earlier edition is suspected by some authorities. Intelligent consideration of the origin of Rosicrucianism requires a familiarity with the contents of the first and most important of its documents. The Fama Fraternitatis begins with a reminder to all the world of God's goodness and mercy, and it warns the intelligentsia that their egotism and covetousness cause them to follow after false prophets and to ignore the true knowledge which God in His goodness has revealed to them. Hence, a reformation is necessary, and God has raised up philosophers and sages for this purpose. In order to assist in bringing about the Reformation, a mysterious person called the highly illuminated Father CRC, a German by birth, descended of a noble family, but himself a poor man, instituted the secret society of the Rose Cross. CRC was placed in a cloister when only 5 years of age, but later becoming dissatisfied with its educational system, he associated himself with a brother of holy orders who was setting forth on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. They started out together, but the brother died at Cyprus and CRC continued alone to Damascus. Poor health prevented him from reaching Jerusalem, so he remained at Damascus, studying with the philosophers who dwelt there. While pursuing his studies, he heard of a group of mystics and Kabbalists abiding in the mystic Arabian city of Damcar. Giving up his desire to visit Jerusalem, he arranged with the Arabians for his transportation to Damcar. CRC was but 16 years of age when he arrived at Damcar. He was received as one who had been long expected, a comrade and a friend in philosophy, and was instructed in the secrets of the Arabian adepts. While there, CRC learned the Arabic tongue and translated the sacred book M into Latin, and upon returning to Europe he brought this important volume with him. After studying 3 years in Damcar, CRC departed for the city of Fez, where the Arabian magicians declared further information would be given him. At Fez he was instructed how to communicate with the elementary inhabitants, probably the nature spirits, and these disclosed to him many other great secrets of nature. While the philosophers in Fez were not so great as those in Damcar, the previous experiences of CRC enabled him to distinguish the true from the false and thus add greatly to his store of knowledge. After 2 years in Fez, CRC sailed for Spain, carrying with him many treasures, among them rare plants and animals accumulated during his wanderings. He fondly hoped that the learned men of Europe would receive with gratitude the rare intellectual and material treasures which he had brought for their consideration. Instead he encountered only ridicule, for the so-called wise were afraid to admit their previous ignorance lest their prestige be impaired. At this point in the narrative is an interpolation stating that Paracelsus, while not a member of the Fraternity of the Rose Cross, had read the book M and from a consideration of its contents had secured information which made him the foremost physician of medieval Europe. Tired, but not discouraged, as the result of the fruitlessness of his efforts, CRC returned to Germany, where he built a house in which he could quietly carry on his study and research. He also manufactured a number of rare scientific instruments for research purposes. While he could have made himself famous had he cared to commercialize his knowledge, he preferred the companionship of God to the esteem of men. After 5 years of retirement he decided to renew his struggle for a reformation of the arts and sciences of his day, this time with the aid of a few trusted friends. He sent to the cloister where his early training had been received and called to himself 3 brethren, whom he bound by an oath to preserve inviolate the secrets he should impart and to write down for the sake of posterity the information he should dictate. These 4 founded the Fraternity of the Rose Cross. They prepared its secret cipher language and, according to the Fama, a great dictionary in which all forms of wisdom were classified to the glorification of God. They also began the work of transcribing the Book M, but found the task too difficult because of the demands of the great numbers of sick who came to them for healing. The Golden and Rosy Cross. From Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreuzer. It is said of this cross that it is made of spiritual gold and that each brother wears it upon his breast. It bears the alchemical symbols of salt, sulfur, and mercury, also a star of the planets, and around it are the 4 words faith, hope, love, and patience. The double-headed eagle, or phoenix, subtly foreshadows the ultimate androgynous state of the human creature. Rosicrucian alchemy was not concerned with metals alone. Man's own body was the alchemical laboratory, and none could reach Rosicrucian adeptship until he had performed the supreme experiment of transmutation by changing the base metals of ignorance into the pure gold of wisdom and understanding. Having completed a newer and larger building, which they called the House of the Holy Spirit, they decided to include 4 new members in the fraternity, thus increasing the number to 8, 7 of whom were German. All were unmarried. Working industriously together, they speedily completed the arduous labor of preparing the documents, instructions, and arcana of the order. They also put the house called Sancti Spiritus in order. They then decided to separate and visit the other countries of the earth, not only that their wisdom might be given to others who deserved it but also that they might check and correct any mistakes existing in their own system. Before separating, the brethren prepared 6 rules, or bylaws, and each bound himself to obey them. The first rule was that they should take to themselves no other dignity or credit than that they were willing to heal the sick without charge. The second was that from that time on forever they should wear no special robe or garment, but should dress according to the custom of the country wherein they dwelt. The third stated that every year upon a certain day they should meet in the house of the Holy Spirit, or, if unable to do so, should be represented by an epistle. The fourth decreed that each member should search for a worthy person to succeed him at his own demise. The fifth stated that the letters RC should be their seal, mark, and character from that time onward. The sixth specified that the fraternity should remain unknown to the world for a period of 100 years. After they had sworn to this code, 5 of the brothers departed to distant lands, and a year later 2 of the others also went their way, leaving Father CRC alone in the house of the Holy Spirit. Year after year they met with great joy, for they had quietly and sincerely promulgated their doctrines among the wise of the earth. When the first of the order died in England, it was decided that the burial places of the members should be secret. Soon afterward Father CRC called the remaining 6 together, and it is supposed that then he prepared his own symbolic tomb. The Fama records that none of the brothers alive at the time of its writing knew when Father CRC died or where he was buried. His body was accidentally discovered 120 years after his death when one of the brothers, who possessed considerable architectural skill, decided to make some alterations in the house of the Holy Spirit. It is only suspected that the tomb was in this building. While making his alterations, the brother discovered a memorial tablet upon which were inscribed the names of the early members of the order. This he decided to transfer to a more imposing chapel. For at that time no one knew in what country Father CRC had died, this information having been concealed by the original members. In attempting to remove the memorial tablet, which was held in place by a large nail, some stones and plastering were broken from the wall, disclosing a door concealed in the masonry. The members of the order immediately cleared away the rest of the debris and uncovered the entrance to a vault. Upon the door in large letters were the words, Post CXX Annos Patebo. This, according to the mystic interpretation of the brethren, meant, in 120 years I shall come forth. The following morning the door was opened and the members entered a vault with 7 sides and 7 corners, each side 5 feet broad and 8 feet high. Although the sun never penetrated this tomb, it was brilliantly illuminated by a mysterious light in the ceiling. In the center was a circular altar, upon which were brass plates engraved with strange characters. In each of the 7 sides was a small door which, upon being opened, revealed a number of boxes filled with books, secret instructions, and the supposedly lost arcanum of the fraternity. Upon moving the altar to one side a brass cover was disclosed. Lifting this revealed a body, presumably that of CRC, which, although it had lain there 120 years, was as well preserved as though it had just been interred. It was ornamented and attired in the robes of the order, and in one hand was clasped a mysterious parchment which, next to the Bible, was the most valued possession of the society. After thoroughly investigating the contents of the secret chamber, the brass plate and altar were put back in place, the door of the vault was again sealed, and the brothers went their respective ways, their spirits raised and their faith increased by the miraculous spectacle which they had beheld. The document ends by saying in effect, in accordance with the will of Father CRC, the Fama has been prepared and sent forth to the wise and learned of all Europe in 5 languages, that all may know and understand the secrets of the august fraternity. All of sincere soul who labor for the glory of God are invited to communicate with the brethren and are promised that their appeal shall be heard, regardless of where they are or how the messages are sent. At the same time, those of selfish and ulterior motives are warned that only sorrow and misery will attend any who attempt to discover the fraternity without a clean heart and a pure mind. Such, in brief, is the story of the Fama Fraternitatis. Those who accept it literally regard Father CRC as the actual founder of the Brotherhood, which he is believed to have organized about 1400. The fact that historical corroboration of the important points of the Fama has never been discovered is held against this theory. There is no proof that Father CRC ever approached the learned men of Spain. The mysterious city of Damcar cannot be found, and there is no record that anywhere in Germany there existed a place where great numbers of the halt and sick came and were mysteriously healed. A.E. Waite's The Secret Tradition in Freemasonry contains a picture of Father CRC showing him with a long beard upon his breast, sitting before a table upon which burns a candle. One hand is supporting his head and the other is resting the tip of its index finger on the temple of a human skull. The picture, however, see plate at head of chapter, proves nothing. Father CRC was never seen by other than members of his own order. And they did not preserve a description of him. That his name was Christian Rosenkreutz is most improbable, as the two were not even associated until the writing of the chimical nuptials. The second postulate: those Masonic brethren who have investigated the subject accept the historical existence of the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross but are divided concerning the origin of the order. One group holds the society originated in medieval Europe as an outgrowth of alchemical speculation. Robert McCoy, 33 Degrees, believes that Johann Valentin Andrea, a German theologian, was the true founder, and he also believes it possible that this divine merely reformed and amplified an existing society which had been founded by Sir Henry Cornelius Agrippa. Some believe that Rosicrucianism represented the first European invasion of Buddhist and Brahmin culture. Still others hold the opinion that the Society of the Rose Cross was founded in Egypt during the philosophic supremacy of that empire, and that it also perpetuated the mysteries of ancient Persia and Chaldea. In his Anacalypsis, Godfrey Higgins writes, "The Rosicrucians of Germany are quite ignorant of their origin, but, by tradition, they suppose themselves descendants of the ancient Egyptians, Chaldeans, Magi, and Gymnosophists." The last was a name given by the followers of Alexander the Great to a caste of naked wise men whom they found meditating along the river banks in India. The consensus among these factions is that the story of Father C.R.C., like the Masonic legend of Hiram Abiff, is an allegory and should not be considered literally. A similar problem has confronted students of the Bible, who have found not only difficult, but in the majority of cases impossible, their efforts to substantiate the historical interpretation of the scriptures. Admitting the existence of the Rosicrucians as a secret society with both philosophic and political ends, it is remarkable that an organization with members in all parts of Europe could maintain absolute secrecy throughout the centuries. Nevertheless, the Brothers of the Rose Cross were apparently able to accomplish this. A great number of scholars and philosophers, among them Sir Francis Bacon and Wolfgang von Goethe, have been suspected of affiliation with the order, but their connection has not been established to the satisfaction of prosaic historians. Pseudo-Rosicrucians abounded, but the true members of the ancient and secret order of the unknown philosophers have successfully lived up to their name. To this day they remain unknown. During the Middle Ages a number of tracts appeared, purporting to be from the pens of Rosicrucians. Many of them, however, were spurious, being issued for their self-aggrandizement by unscrupulous persons who used the revered and magic name Rosicrucian in the hope of gaining religious or political power. This has greatly complicated the work of investigating the society. One group of pseudo-Rosicrucians went so far as to supply its members with a black cord by which they were to know each other, and warned them that if they broke their vow of secrecy, the cord would be used to strangle them. Few of the principles of Rosicrucianism have been preserved in literature, for the original fraternity published only fragmentary accounts of its principles and activities. In his Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians, Dr. Franz Hartmann describes the fraternity as a secret society of men possessing superhuman, if not supernatural, powers. They were said to be able to prophesy future events, to penetrate into the deepest mysteries of nature, to transform iron, copper, lead, or mercury into gold, to prepare an elixir of life, or universal panacea, by the use of which they could preserve their youth and manhood, and moreover it was believed that they could command the elemental spirits of nature, and knew the secret of the philosopher's stone, a substance which rendered him who possessed it all-powerful, immortal, and supremely wise. The crucified rose. The original symbol of the Rosicrucian fraternity was a hieroglyphic rose crucified upon a cross. The cross was often raised upon a three-stepped Calvary. Occasionally the symbol of a cross rising from a rose was used in connection with their activities. The Rosicrucian rose was drawn upon the round table of King Arthur, and as the central motif for the links forming the chain from which the Great George is suspended among the jewels of the Order of the Garter. Hargrave Jennings suspects this order of having some connection with the Rosicrucians. The same author further defines a Rosicrucian as a person who by the process of spiritual awakening has attained a practical knowledge of the secret significance of the rose and the cross. To call a person a Rosicrucian does not make him one, nor does the act of calling a person a Christian make him a Christ. The real Rosicrucian or Mason cannot be made, he must grow to be one by the expansion and unfoldment of the divine power within his own heart. The inattention to this truth is the cause that many churches and secret societies are far from being that which their names express. The symbolic principles of Rosicrucianism are so profound that even today they are little appreciated. Their charts and diagrams are concerned with weighty cosmic principles which they treat with a philosophic understanding decidedly refreshing when compared with the orthodox narrowness prevalent in their day. According to the available records, the Rosicrucians were bound together by mutual aspirations rather than by the laws of a fraternity. The Brothers of the Rose Cross are believed to have lived unobtrusively, laboring industriously in trades and professions, disclosing their secret affiliation to no one. In many cases not even to their own families. After the death of CRC, most of the brethren apparently had no central meeting place. Whatever initiatory ritual the order possessed was so closely guarded that it has never been revealed. Doubtless it was couched in chemical terminology. Efforts to join the order were apparently futile. For the Rosicrucians always chose their disciples. Having agreed on one who they believed would do honor to their illustrious fraternity, they communicated with him in one of many mysterious ways. He might receive a letter, either anonymous or with a peculiar seal, usually bearing the letters CRC or RC upon it. He would be instructed to go to a certain place at an appointed time. What was disclosed to him he never revealed, although in many cases his later writings showed that a new influence had come into his life, deepening his understanding and broadening his intellect. A few have written allegorically concerning what they beheld when in the august presence of the Brethren of the Rose Cross. Alchemists were sometimes visited in their laboratories by mysterious strangers, who delivered learned discourses concerning the secret processes of the Hermetic arts and, after disclosing certain processes, departed, leaving no trace. Others declared that the Brothers of the Rose Cross communicated with them through dreams and visions, revealing the secrets of Hermetic wisdom to them while they were asleep. Having been instructed, the candidate was bound to secrecy not only concerning the chemical formulae which had been disclosed to him but also concerning the method by which he had secured them. While these nameless adepts were suspected of being Brothers of the Rose Cross, it could never be proved who they were, and those visited could only conjecture. Many suspect the Rosicrucian rose to be a conventionalization of the Egyptian and Hindu lotus blossom, with the same symbolic meaning as this more ancient symbol. The Divine Comedy stamps Dante Alighieri as being familiar with the theory of Rosicrucianism. Concerning this point, Albert Pike in his Morals and Dogma makes this significant statement: his hell is but a negative purgatory. His heaven is composed of a series of Kabbalistic circles, divided by a cross, like the pantacle of Ezekiel. In the center of this cross blooms a rose, and we see the symbol of the adepts of the Rose Croix for the first time publicly expounded and almost categorically explained. Doubt has always existed as to whether the name Rosicrucian came from the symbol of the rose and cross, or whether this was merely a blind to deceive the uninformed and further conceal the true meaning of the order. Godfrey Higgins believes that the word Rosicrucian is not derived from the flower but from the word ros, which means dew. It is also interesting to note that the word ros means wisdom, while rus is translated concealment. Doubtless all of these meanings have contributed to Rosicrucian symbolism. A.E. Waite holds with Godfrey Higgins that the process of forming the philosopher's stone with the aid of dew is the secret concealed within the name Rosicrucian. It is possible that the dew referred to is a mysterious substance within the human brain, closely resembling the description given by alchemists of the dew which, falling from heaven, redeemed the earth. The cross is symbolic of the human body, and the two symbols together, the rose on the cross, signify that the soul of man is crucified upon the body, where it is held by 3 nails. It is probable that Rosicrucian symbolism is a perpetuation of the secret tenets of the Egyptian Hermes, and that the Society of Unknown Philosophers is the true link connecting modern Masonry, with its mass of symbols, to ancient Egyptian Hermeticism, the source of that symbolism. In his Doctrine and Literature of the Kabbalah, A.E. Waite makes this important observation: there are certain indications which point to a possible connection between Masonry and Rosicrucianism, and this, if admitted, would constitute the first link in its connection with the past. The evidence is, however, inconclusive, or at least unexplicated. Freemasonry per se, in spite of the affinity with mysticism which I have just mentioned, has never exhibited any mystic character, nor has it a clear notion how it came by its symbols. Many of those connected with the development of Freemasonry were suspected of being Rosicrucians. Some, as in the case of Robert Flood, even wrote defenses of this organization. Frank C. Higgins, a modern Masonic symbolist, writes, Dr. Ashmole, a member of this fraternity, Rosicrucian, is revered by Masons as one of the founders of the First Grand Lodge in London. See Ancient Freemasonry. Elias Ashmole is but one of many intellectual links connecting Rosicrucianism with the genesis of Freemasonry. The Encyclopaedia Britannica notes that Elias Ashmole was initiated into the Freemasonic order in 1646, and further states that he was the first gentleman, or amateur, to be accepted. On this same subject, Pappus, in his Tarot of the Bohemians, has written, "We must not forger that the Rosicrucians were the initiators of Leibniz, and the founders of actual Freemasonry through Ashmole. If the founders of Freemasonry were initiated into the great arcanum of Egypt, and the symbolism of modern Masonry would indicate that such was the case, then it is reasonable to suppose that they secured their information from a society whose existence they admitted and which was duly qualified to teach them these symbols and allegories." One theory concerning the two orders is to the effect that Freemasonry was an outgrowth of Rosicrucianism, in other words, that the unknown philosophers became known through an organization which they created to serve them in the material world. The story goes on to relate that the Rosicrucian adepts became dissatisfied with their progeny and silently withdrew from the Masonic hierarchy, leaving behind their symbolism and allegories, but carrying away the keys by which the locked symbols could be made to give tip their secret meanings. Speculators have gone so far as to state that, in their opinion, modern Freemasonry has completely absorbed Rosicrucianism and succeeded it as the world's greatest secret society. Other minds of equal learning declare that the Rosicrucian Brotherhood still exists, preserving its individuality as the result of having withdrawn from the Masonic order. According to a widely accepted tradition, the headquarters of the Rosicrucian order is near Carlsbad, in Austria. See Dr. Franz Hartmann. Another version has it that a mysterious school, resembling in general principles the Rosicrucian fraternity, which calls itself the Bohemian Brothers, still maintains its individuality in the Schwarzwald, Black Forest, of Germany. One thing is certain: with the rise of Freemasonry, the Rosicrucian order in Europe practically disappeared, and notwithstanding existing statements to the contrary, it is certain that the 18th degree, commonly known as the Rose Croix, perpetuates many of the symbols of the Rosicrucian fire alchemists. In an anonymous unpublished manuscript of the 18th century bearing the earmarks of Rosicrucian Kabbalism appears this statement: "Yet will I now give the over-wise world a paradox to be solved, namely, that some illuminated men have undertaken to found schools of wisdom in Europe, and these for some peculiar reason have called themselves Fraters Rosa Crucis. But soon afterwards came false schools into existence and corrupted the good intentions of these wise men. Therefore, the order no longer exists as most people would understand existence, and as this fraternity of the Seculo Fili call themselves Brothers of the Rosy Cross, so also will they in the Seculo Spiritus Sancti call themselves Brothers of the Lily Cross and the Knights of the White Lion. Then will the schools of wisdom begin again to blossom, but why the first one chose their name and why the others shall also choose theirs, only those can solve who have understanding grounded in nature." The Rosicrucian rose. From Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreuzer. The rose is a Ionic symbol associated with generation, fecundity, and purity. The fact that flowers blossom by unfolding has caused them to be chosen as symbolic of spiritual unfoldment. The red color of the rose refers to the blood of Christ, and the golden heart concealed within the midst of the flower corresponds to the spiritual gold concealed within the human nature. The number of its petals being 10 is also a subtle reminder of the perfect Pythagorean number. The rose symbolizes the heart, and the heart has always been accepted by Christians as emblematic of the virtues of love and compassion, as well as of the nature of Christ. The personification of these virtues. The rose as a religious emblem is of great antiquity. It was accepted by the Greeks as the symbol of the sunrise, or of the coming of dawn. In his metamorphosis, or golden ass, Apuleius, turned into a donkey because of his foolishness, regained his human shape by eating a sacred rose given to him by the Egyptian priests. The presence of a hieroglyphic rose upon the escutcheon of Martin Luther has been the basis of much speculation as to whether any connection existed between his Reformation and the secret activities of the Rose Cross. Political aspirations of the Rosicrucians were expressed through the activities of Sir Francis Bacon, the Comte de Street-Germain, and the Comte di Cagliostro. The last named is suspected of having been an emissary of the Knights Templars, a society deeply involved in transcendentalism, as Eliphas Levi has noted. There is a popular supposition to the effect that the Rosicrucians were at least partial instigators of the French Revolution. Note particularly the introduction to Lord Bulwer-Lytton's Rosicrucian novel Zanoni. The third postulate, the third theory, takes the form of a sweeping denial of Rosicrucianism, asserting that the so-called original order never had any foundation in fact but was entirely a product of imagination. This viewpoint is best expressed by a number of questions which are still being asked by investigators of this elusive group of metaphysicians. Was the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross merely a mythical institution created in the fertile mind of some literary cynic for the purpose of deriding the alchemical and hermetic sciences? Did the House of the Holy Spirit ever exist outside the imagination of some medieval mystic? Was the whole Rosicrucian story a satire to ridicule the gullibility of scholastic Europe? Was the mysterious Father CRC a product of the literary genius of Johann Valentin Andrea, or another of similar mind, who, attempting to score alchemical and hermetic philosophy, unwittingly became a great power in furthering the cause of its promulgation? That at least one of the early documents of the Rosicrucians was from the pen of Andrea there is little doubt, but for just what purpose he compiled it still remains a matter of speculation. Did Andrea himself receive from some unknown person, or persons, instructions to be carried out? If he wrote the chemical nuptials of Christian Rosenkreutz when only 15 years old, was he overshadowed in the preparation of that book? To these vital questions no answers are forthcoming. A number of persons accepted the magnificent imposture of Andrea as absolute truth. It is maintained by many that, as a consequence, numerous pseudo-societies sprang up, each asserting that it was the organization concerning which the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis were written. Beyond doubt, there are many spurious orders in existence today, but few of them can offer valid claims that their history dates back farther than the beginning of the 19th century. The mystery associated with the Rosicrucian fraternity has resulted in endless controversy. Many able minds, notable among them Eugenius Philalethes, Michael Mayer, John Hayden, and Robert Flood, defended the concrete existence of the Society of Unknown Philosophers. Others equally qualified have asserted it to be of fraudulent origin and doubtful existence. Eugenius Philalethes, while dedicating books to the order, and himself writing an extended exposition of its principles, disclaims all personal connection with it. Many others have done likewise. Some are of the opinion that Sir Francis Bacon had a hand in the writing of the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis, on the basis that the rhetorical style of these works is similar to that of Bacon's New Atlantis. They also contend that certain statements in the latter work point to an acquaintance with Rosicrucian symbology. The elusiveness of the Rosicrucians has caused them to be favorite subjects for literary works. Outstanding among the romances which have been woven around them is Zanoni. The author, Lord Bulwer-Lytton, is regarded by some as a member of the order, while others assert that he applied for membership but was rejected. Pope's Rape of the Lock. Although the existence of these mediaeval Rosicrucians is difficult to prove, sufficient evidence is at hand to make it extremely probable that there existed in Germany, and afterwards in France, Italy, England, and other European countries, a secret society of illuminated savants who made contributions of great import to the sum of human knowledge, while maintaining absolute secrecy concerning their personalities and their organization. The fourth postulate: the apparent incongruities of the Rosicrucian controversy have also been accounted for by a purely transcendental explanation. There is evidence that early writers were acquainted with such a supposition, which, however, was popularized only after it had been espoused by theosophy. This theory asserts that the Rosicrucians actually possessed all the supernatural powers with which they were credited, that they were in reality citizens of two worlds, that, while they had physical bodies for expression on the material plane, they were also capable, through the instructions they received from the Brotherhood, of functioning in a mysterious ethereal body not subject to the limitations of time or distance. By means of this astral form they were able to function in the invisible realm of nature, and in this realm, beyond reach of the profane, their temple was located. According to this viewpoint, the true Rosicrucian Brotherhood consisted of a limited number of highly developed adepts, or initiates, those of the higher degrees being no longer subject to the laws of mortality. Candidates were accepted into the order only after long periods of probation. Adepts possessed the secret of the Philosopher's Stone and knew the process of transmuting the base metals into gold, but taught that these were only allegorical terms concealing the true mystery of human regeneration through the transmutation of the base elements of man's lower nature into the gold of intellectual and spiritual realization. According to this theory, those who have sought to record the events of importance in connection with the Rosicrucian controversy have invariably failed because they approached their subject from a purely physical or materialistic angle. These adepts were believed to have been able to teach man how to function away from his physical body at will by assisting him to remove the rose from the cross. They taught that the spiritual nature was attached to the material form at certain points, symbolized by the nails of the crucifixion, but by 3 alchemical initiations which took place in the spiritual world, in the true temple of the rose cross, they were able to draw these nails and permit the divine nature of man to come down from its cross. They concealed the processes by which this was accomplished under 3 alchemical metaphoric expressions: the casting of the molten sea, the making of the rose diamond, and the achieving of the Philosopher's Stone. While the intellectualist flounders among contradictory theories, the mystic treats the problem in an entirely different manner. He believes that the true Rosicrucian fraternity, consisting of a school of supermen, not unlike the fabled Mahatmas of India, is an institution existing not in the visible world but in its spiritual counterpart, which he sees fit to call the inner planes of nature, that the brothers can be reached only by those who are capable of transcending the limitations of the material world. To substantiate their viewpoint, these mystics cite the following significant statement from the Confessio Fraternitatis: 1,000 times the unworthy may clamor, 1,000 times may present themselves, yet God hath commanded our ears that they should hear none of them, and hath so compassed us about with his clouds that unto us, his servants, no violence can be done, wherefore now no longer are we beheld by human eyes, unless they have received strength borrowed from the eagle. In mysticism the eagle is a symbol of initiation, the spinal spirit fire, and by this is explained the inability of the unregenerated world to understand the secret order of the Rose Cross. Christian myth. The crest of Johann Valentin Andrea. From Cheimisch Hochzeit. The reference to 4 red roses and a white cross in the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz identified Johann Valentin Andrea as its author, for his family crest, shown above, consisted of 4 red roses and a white cross. Those professing this theory regard the Comte de Street-Germain as their highest adept and assert that he and Christian Rosenkreuz were one and the same individual. They accept fire as their universal symbol because it was the one element by means of which they could control the metals. They declared themselves the descendants of Tubal-Cain and Hiram Abiff, and that the purpose of their existence was to preserve the spiritual nature of man through ages of materiality. The Gnostic sects, the Arabs, alchemists, Templars, Rosicrucians, and lastly the Freemasons, form the western chain in the transmission of occult science. See the Tarot of the Bohemians translated by A. E. Waite from the French of Pappus. Max Heindel, the Christian mystic, described the Rosicrucian temple as an etheric structure located in and around the home of a European country gentleman. He believed that this invisible building would ultimately be moved to the American continent. Mr. Heindel referred to the Rosicrucian initiates as so advanced in the science of life that death had forgotten them. Rosicrucian doctrines and tenets. Trustworthy information is unavailable concerning the actual philosophical beliefs, political aspirations, and humanitarian activities of the Rosicrucian fraternity. Today, as of old, the mysteries of the society are preserved inviolate by virtue of their essential nature, and attempts to interpret Rosicrucian philosophy are but speculations, anything to the contrary notwithstanding. Evidence points to the probable existence of two distinct Rosicrucian bodies, an inner organization whose members never revealed their identity or teachings to the world, and an outer body under the supervision of the inner group. In all probability, the symbolic tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz, Knight of the Golden Stone, was in reality this outer body, the spirit of which is in a more exalted sphere. For a period of more than a century subsequent to 1614, the outer body circulated tracts and manifestos under either its own name or the names of various initiated members. The purpose of these writings was apparently to confuse and mislead investigators, and thus effectively to conceal the actual designs of the fraternity. When Rosicrucianism became the philosophical fad of the 17th century, numerous documents on the subject were also circulated for purely commercial purposes by impostors desirous of capitalizing its popularity. The cunningly contrived artifices of the fraternity itself and the blundering literary impostures of charlatans formed a double veil behind which the inner organization carried on its activities in a manner totally dissimilar to its purposes and principles as publicly disseminated. The Fraters Rosa Crucis naively refer to the misunderstandings which they have for obvious reasons permitted to exist concerning themselves as being clouds within which they labor and behind which they are concealed. An inkling of the substance of Rosicrucianism, its esoteric doctrines, can be gleaned from an analysis of its shadow, its exoteric writings. In one of the most important of their clouds, the Confessio Fraternitatis, the brethren of the fraternity of RC seek to justify their existence and explain the purposes and activities of their order. In its original form, the Confessio is divided into 14 chapters, which are here epitomized. Confessiofraternitatis Europe. Chapter 1. Do not, through hasty judgment or prejudice, misinterpret the statements concerning our fraternity published in our previous manifesto. The Fama Fraternitatis. Jehovah, beholding the decadence of civilization, seeks to redeem humanity by revealing to the willing and by thrusting upon the reluctant those secrets which previously he had reserved for his elect. By this wisdom the godly shall be saved, but the sorrows of the ungodly shall be multiplied. While the true purpose of our order was set forth in the Fama Fraternitatis, misunderstandings have arisen through which we have been falsely accused of heresy and treason. In this document we hope so to clarify our position that the learned of Europe will be moved to join with us in the dissemination of divine knowledge according to the will of our illustrious founder. Chapter 2. While it is alleged by many that the philosophic side, JBH, of our day is sound, we declare it to be false and soon to die of its own inherent weakness. Just as nature, however, provides a remedy for each new disease that manifests itself, so our fraternity has provided a remedy for the infirmities of the world's philosophic system. The secret philosophy of the RC is founded upon that knowledge which is the sum and head of all faculties, sciences, and arts. By our divinely revealed system, which partakes much of theology and medicine but little of jurisprudence, we analyze the heavens and the earth, but mostly we study man himself, within whose nature is concealed the supreme secret. If the learned about day will accept our invitation and join themselves to our fraternity, we will reveal to them undreamed of secrets and wonders concerning the hidden workings of nature. Chapter 3. Do not believe that the secrets discussed in this brief document are lightly esteemed by us. We cannot describe fully the marvels of our fraternity lest the uninformed be overwhelmed by our astonishing declarations and the vulgar ridicule the mysteries which they do not comprehend. We also fear that many will be confused by the unexpected generosity of our proclamation, for not understanding the wonders of this sixth age they do nor realize the great changes which are to come. Like blind men living in a world full of light, they discern only through the sense of feeling. By sight is implied spiritual cognition, by feeling, the material senses. Chapter 4. We firmly believe that through deep meditation on the inventions of the human mind and the mysteries of life, through the cooperation of the angels and spirits, and through experience and long observation, our loving Christian Father CRC was so fully illumined with God's wisdom that were all the books and writings of the world lost and the foundations of science overturned, the fraternity of RC could re-establish the structure of world thought upon the foundation of divine truth and integrity. Because of the great depth and perfection of our knowledge, Those desiring to understand the mysteries of the fraternity of RC cannot attain to that wisdom immediately, but must grow in understanding and knowledge. Therefore, our fraternity is divided into grades through which each must ascend step by step to the great arcanum. Now that it has pleased God to lighten unto us his sixth candelabrum, is it not better to seek truth in this way than to wander through the labyrinths of worldly ignorance? Furthermore, those who receive this knowledge shall become masters of all arts and crafts, no secret shall be hidden from them, and all good works of the past, present, and future shall be accessible to them. The whole world shall become as one book, and the contradictions of science and theology shall be reconciled. Rejoice, O humanity, for the time has come when God has decreed that the number of our fraternity shall be increased, a labor that we have joyously undertaken. The doors of wisdom are now open to the world, but only to those who have earned the privilege. May the brothers present themselves. For it is forbidden to reveal our knowledge even to our own children. The right to receive spiritual truth cannot be inherited, it must be evolved within the soul of man himself. Chapter 5. Though we may be accused of indiscretion in offering our treasures so freely and promiscuously, without discriminating between the godly, the wise, the prince, the peasant, we affirm that we have not betrayed our trust, for although we have published our fama in 5 languages, only those understand it who have that right. Our society is not to be discovered by curiosity seekers, but only by serious and consecrated thinkers. Nevertheless, we have circulated our fama in 5 mother tongues so that the righteous of all nations may have an opportunity to know of us, even though they be not scholars. 1,000 times the unworthy may present themselves and clamor at the gates, but God has forbidden us of the fraternity of RC to hear their voices, and he has surrounded us with his clouds and his protection so that no harm may come to us, and God has decreed that we of the order of RC can no longer be seen by mortal eyes unless they have received strength borrowed from the eagle. We further affirm that we shall reform the governments of Europe and pattern them according to the system applied by the philosophers of Damkar. All men desirous of securing knowledge shall receive as much as they are capable of understanding. The rule of false theology shall be overthrown, and God shall make his will known through his chosen philosophers. Chapter 7. Because of the need of brevity, it is enough to say that our father CRC was born in the year 1378 and departed at the age of 106, leaving to us the labor of spreading die doctrine of philosophic religion to the entire world. Our fraternity is open to all who sincerely seek for truth, but we publicly warn the false and impious that they cannot betray or injure us, for God has protected our fraternity, and all who seek to do it harm shall have their evil designs return and destroy them, while the treasures of our fraternity shall remain untouched, to be used by the lion in the establishment of his kingdom. Chapter 7. We declare that God, before the end of the world, shall create a great flood of spiritual light to alleviate the sufferings of humankind. Falsehood and darkness which have crept into the arts, sciences, religions, and governments of humanity, making it difficult for even the wise to discover the path of reality, shall be forever removed and a single standard established, so that all may enjoy the fruitage of truth. We shall not be recognized as those responsible for this change, for people shall say that it is the result of the progressiveness of the age. Great are the reforms about to take place, but we of the fraternity of RC do not arrogate to ourselves the glory for this divine reformation, since many there are, not members of our fraternity but honest, true and wise men, who by their intelligence and their writings shall hasten its coming. We testify that sooner the stones shall rise up and offer their services than that there shall be any lack of righteous persons to execute the will of God upon earth. Chapter 8. That no one may doubt, we declare that God has sent messengers and signs in the heavens, namely, the Inu stars in Serpentarius and Cygnus, to show that a great council of the elect is to take place. This proves that God reveals invisible nature for the discerning few, signs and symbols of all things that are coming to pass. God has given man 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and 2 ears, but only 1 tongue. Whereas the eyes, the nostrils, and the ears admit the wisdom of nature into the mind, the tongue alone may give it forth. In various ages there have been illumined ones who have seen, smelt, tasted, or heard the will of God, but it will shortly come to pass that those who have seen, smelt, tasted, or heard shall speak, and truth shall be revealed. Before this revelation of righteousness is possible, however, the world must sleep away the intoxication of her poisoned chalice, filled with the false life of the theological vine, and, opening her heart to virtue and understanding, welcome the rising sun of truth. Chapter 9. We have a magic writing, copied from that divine alphabet with which God writes his will upon the face of celestial and terrestrial nature. With this new language we read God's will for all his creatures, and just as astronomers predict eclipses, so we prognosticate the obscurations of the church and how long they shall last. Our language is like unto that of Adam and Enoch before the fall, and though we understand and can explain our mysteries in this our sacred language, we cannot do so in Latin, a tongue contaminated by the confusion of Babylon. Chapter 10. Although there are still certain powerful persons who oppose and hinder us, because of which we must remain concealed, we exhort those who would become of our fraternity to study unceasingly the sacred scriptures, for such as do this cannot be far from us. We do not mean that the Bible should be continually in the mouth of man, but that he should search for its true and eternal meaning, which is seldom discovered by theologians, scientists, or mathematicians because they are blinded by the opinions of their sects. We bear witness that never since the beginning of the world has there been given to man a more excellent book than the Holy Bible. Blessed is he who possesses it, more blessed he who reads it, most blessed he who understands it, and most godlike he who obeys it. Chapter 11. We wish the statements we made in the Fama Fraternitatis concerning the transmutation of metals and the universal medicine to be lightly understood. While we realize that both these works are attainable by man, we fear that many really great minds may be led away from the true quest of knowledge and understanding if they permit themselves to limit their investigation to the transmutation of metals. When to a man is given power to heal disease, to overcome poverty, and to reach a position of worldly dignity, that man is beset by numerous temptations, and unless he possess true knowledge and full understanding he will become a terrible menace to mankind. The alchemist who attains to the art of transmuting base metals can do all manner of evil unless his understanding be as great as his self-created wealth. We therefore affirm that man must first gain knowledge, virtue, and understanding, then all other things may be added unto him. We accuse the Christian Church of the great sin of possessing power and using it unwisely, therefore we prophesy that it shall fall by the weight of its own iniquities and its crown shall be brought to naught. Which is, Chapter 12. In concluding our Confessio, we earnestly admonish you to cast aside the worthless books of pseudo-alchemists and philosophers, of whom there are many in our age, who make light of the Holy Trinity and deceive the credulous with meaningless enigmas. One of the greatest of these is a stage player, a man with sufficient ingenuity for imposition. Such men are mingled by the enemy of human welfare among those who seek to do good, thus making truth more difficult of discovery. Believe us, truth is simple and unconcealed, while falsehood is complex, deeply hidden, proud, and its fictitious worldly knowledge, seemingly aglitter with godly luster, is often mistaken for divine wisdom. You that are wise will turn from these false teachings and come to us, who seek not your money but freely offer you our greater treasure. We desire not your goods, but that you should become partakers of our goods. We do not deride parables, but invite you to understand all parables and all secrets. We do not ask you to receive us, but invite you to come unto our kingly houses and palaces, not because of ourselves but because we are so ordered by the Spirit of God, the desire of our most excellent Father CRC, and the need of the present moment, which is very great. Chapter 13. Now that we have made our position clear that we sincerely confess Christ, disavow the papacy, devote our lives to true philosophy and worthy living, and daily invite and admit into our fraternity the worthy of all nations, who thereafter share with us the light of God, will you not join yourselves with us to the perfection of yourselves, the development of all the arts, and the service of the world? If you will take this step, the treasures of every part of the earth shall be at one time given unto you, and the darkness which envelopes human knowledge and which results in the vanities of material arts and sciences shall be forever dispelled. Chapter 14. Again we warn those who are dazzled by the glitter of gold or those who, now upright, might be turned by great riches to a life of idleness and pomp, not to disturb our sacred silence with their clamorings, for though there be a medicine which will cure all diseases and give unto all men wisdom, yet it is against the will of God that men should attain to understanding by any means other than virtue, labor, and integrity. We are not permitted to manifest ourselves to any man except it be by the will of God. Those who believe that they can partake of our spiritual wealth against the will of God or without his sanction will find that they shall sooner lose their lives in seeking us than attain happiness by finding us. Fraternitatis Johann Valentin Andrea is generally reputed to be the author of the Confessio. It is a much mooted question, however, whether Andrea did not permit his name to be used as a pseudonym by Sir Francis Bacon. Apropos of this subject are two extremely significant references occurring in the introduction to that remarkable potpourri. The Anatomy of Melancholy. This volume first appeared in 1621 from the pen of Democritus Jr., who was afterwards identified as Robert Burton, who, in turn, was a suspected intimate of Sir Francis Bacon. One reference archly suggests that at the time of publishing The Anatomy of Melancholy in 1621 the founder of the fraternity of R.C. was still alive. This statement, concealed from general recognition by its textual involvement, has escaped the notice of most students of Rosicrucianism. In the same work there also appears a short footnote of stupendous import. It contains merely the words, Job. Valent. Andreas, Lord Verulam. This single line definitely relates Johann Valentin Andrea to Sir Francis Bacon, who was Lord Verulam, and by its punctuation intimates that they are one and the same individual. Johann Valentin Andrea. From a rare print. In certain esoteric circles there are vague rumors which intimate that the humble personality of Johann Valentin Andrea masked an exalted emissary of the Rose Cross. While there is sufficient evidence at hand to establish the actual existence of a German theologian by the name of Andrea, there are many discrepancies in his biography which have not been cleared up to the satisfaction of critical investigators. A comparison of the face shown above with that of Sir Francis Bacon discloses striking resemblances in spite of the differences due to age. If Lord Bacon borrowed the name and identity of William Shakespeare, he could also assume, after his mock funeral in England, the personality of Johann Valentin Andrea. The crescent below the bust is significant, as it also appears upon the crest of Lord Bacon, to denote that he was the second son of Sir Nicholas Bacon. Further, the four letters OMDC in the frame at the lower right corner of the plate, by a very simple Baconian cipher, can be changed into number whose sum gives 33. The numerical equivalent of the name Bacon. These several points of interest, when considered together, go far towards clearing up the mystery surrounding the authorship of the first Rosicrucian manifestos. Prominent among Rosicrucian apologists was John Haydon, who inscribes himself a servant of God, and a secretary of nature. In his curious work, The Rosy Cross Uncovered, he gives an enigmatic but valuable description of the fraternity of R.C. in the following language: Now there are a kind of men, as they themselves report, named Rosicrucians, a divine fraternity that inhabit the suburbs of heaven, and these are the officers of the Generalissimo of the world, that are as the eyes and ears of the great king, seeing and hearing all things. They say these Rosicrucians are seraphically illuminated, as Moses was, according to this order of the elements: earth reefed to water, water to air, air to fire. A symbolic diagram of the operations of nature. From Flood's Collectio Operum. This plate, engraved by de Bry, is the most famous of the diagrams illustrating the philosophic principles of Robert Flood, Robertus de Fluxibus. Three figures are outstanding links between Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry: Michael Mayer, Elias Ashmole, and Robert Flood. De Quincey considers Robert Flood to be the immediate father of Freemasonry. See the Rosicrucians and Freemasons. Edward Waite considers Robert Flood as second to none of the disciples of Paracelsus, even going as far as to declare that Flood far surpassed his master. He further adds, the central figure of Rosicrucian literature, towering as an intellectual giant above the crowd of souffleurs, theosophists, and charlatanic professors of the magnum opus, who, directly or otherwise, were connected with the mysterious brotherhood, is Robertus de Fluxibus, the great English mystical philosopher of the 17th century, a man of immense erudition, of exalted mind, and, to judge by his writings, of extreme personal sanctity. See the real history of the Rosicrucians. Robert Flood was born in 1574 and died in 1637. The de Bry diagram shown above is almost self-explanatory. Outside the circle of the starry heavens are the three fiery rings of the Empyreum, the triple fire of the Supreme Creator, in which dwell the celestial creatures. Within he, of the stars are the circles of the planets and elements. After the element of air comes the circle of the world Earth. The circle of animals is followed by the circle of plants, which, in turn is followed by the circle of he minerals. Then come various industries, and in the center is a terrestrial globe with an ape-man sitting upon it, measuring a sphere with a pair of compasses. This little figure represents the animal creation. In the outer ring of fire, above is the sacred name of Jehovah surrounded by clouds. From these clouds issues a hand holding a chain. Between the divine sphere and the lower world personified by the ape is the figure of a woman. It is to be specially noted that the female figure is merely holding the chain connecting her with the lower world, but the chain connecting her with the higher world ends in a shackle about her wrist. This female figure is capable of several interpretations. She may represent humanity suspended between divinity and the beast, she may represent nature as the link between God and the lower world, or she may represent the human soul. The common denominator between the superior and the inferior. He further declares that these mysterious brethren possessed polymorphous powers, appearing in any desired form at will. In the preface of the same work, he enumerates the strange powers of the Rosicrucian adepts. I shall here tell you what Rosicrucians are. And that Moses was their father, and he was Theopes. Some say they were of the order of Elias, some say the disciples of Ezekiel. For it should seem Rosicrucians were not only initiated into the Mosaical theory, but have arrived also to the power of working miracles, as Moses, Elias, Ezekiel, and the succeeding prophets did, as being transported where they please, as Habakkuk was from Juri to Babylon, or as Philip, after he had baptized the eunuch to Azores, and one of these went from me to a friend of mine in Devonshire, and came and brought me an answer to London the same day, which is 4 days' journey. They caught me excellent predictions of astrology and earthquakes, they slack the plague in cities, they silence the violent winds and tempests, they calm the rage of the sea and rivers, they walk in the air, they frustrate the malicious aspects of witches, they cure all diseases. The writings of John Hayden are considered a most important contribution to Rosicrucian literature. John Hayden was probably related to Sir Christopher Hayden, a seraphically illuminated Rosicrucian, whom the late F. Lee Gardner, Hun. Secretary Sec. Ros. in Anglia, believes to have been the source of his Rosicrucian knowledge. In his Bibliotheca Rosicruciana he makes the following statement concerning John Hayden: on the whole, from the internal evidence of his writings, he appears to have gone through the lower grade of the RC order and to have given out much of this to the world. John Hayden traveled extensively, visiting Arabia, Egypt, Persia, and various parts of Europe, as related in a biographical introduction to his work, The Wise Man's Crown, set with angels, planets, metals, etc., or The Glory of the Rosy Cross. A work declared by him to be a translation into English of the mysterious book M brought from Arabia by Christian Rosenkreutz. Thomas von Eugenius Philoleds, another champion of the order, corroborates the statement of John Hayden concerning the ability of the Rosicrucian initiates to make themselves invisible at will. The fraternity of RC can move in this white mist. Whosoever would communicate with us must be able to see in this light, or us he will never see unless by our own will. The fraternity of RC is an august and sovereign body, arbitrarily manipulating the symbols of alchemy, Kabbalism, astrology, and magic to the attainment of its own peculiar purposes, but entirely independent of the cults whose terminology it employs. The three major objects of the fraternity are 1. The abolition of all monarchical forms of government and the substitution therefore of the rulership of the philosophic elect. The present democracies are the direct outgrowth of Rosicrucian efforts to liberate the Moz from the domination of despotism. In the early part of the 18th century the Rosicrucians turned their attention to the new American colonies, then forming the nucleus of a great nation in the New World. The American War of Independence represents their first great political experiment and resulted in the establishment of a national government founded upon the fundamental principles of divine and natural law. As an imperishable reminder of their sub-Rosa activities, the Rosicrucians left the Great Seal of the United States. The Rosicrucians were also the instigators of the French Revolution, but in this instance were not wholly successful, owing to the fact that the fanaticism of the revolutionists could not be controlled and the reign of terror ensued. 2. The Reformation of science, philosophy, and ethics. The Rosicrucians declared that the material arts and sciences were but shadows of the divine wisdom, and that only by penetrating the innermost recesses of nature could man attain to reality and understanding. Though calling themselves Christians, the Rosicrucians were evidently Platonists and also profoundly versed in the deepest mysteries of early Hebrew and Hindu theology. There is undeniable evidence that the Rosicrucians desired to re-establish the institutions of the ancient mysteries as the foremost method of instructing humanity in the secret and eternal doctrine. Indeed, being in all probability the perpetuators of the ancient mysteries, the Rosicrucians were able to maintain themselves against the obliterating forces of dogmatic Christianity only by absolute secrecy and the subtlety of their subterfuges. They so carefully guarded and preserved the supreme mystery, the identity and interrelationship of the three selves, that no one to whom they did not of their own accord reveal themselves has ever secured any satisfactory information regarding either the existence or the purpose of the order. The fraternity of RC, through its outer organization, is gradually creating an environment or body in which the illustrious brother CRC may ultimately incarnate and consummate for humanity the vast spiritual and material labors of the fraternity. Table I, Figures 1 to 11. Figure 1 is a Ptolemaic chart showing the true relationship existing between the primordial elements. Its secret significance is as follows. The outer ring enclosed by the lines A and B is the region of Shamiam, a Kabbalistic name for the supreme deity, signifying the expanse of the heavens, or a spiritual fiery water. Shamiam is the ocean of spirit, within which all created and uncreated things exist and by the life of which they are animated. In the lower worlds, Shamiam becomes the astral light. The space between B and C marks the orbits or planes of the 7 spiritual intelligences called the divine planets, not the visible planets. According to the mysteries, the souls of men enter the lower worlds through ring B, the fixed stars. All creation reflects the glory of Shamiam, the energy that filters into the spheres of the elements through the windows of the stars and planets. Between C and D lies the region of the subtle, spiritual air. A subdivision of ether. D to E marks the surface of the earth and C, by which are also meant grades of ether. E to F marks the lower region, called the gathering of the waters and the production of the virgin earth, or Aries. The alchemists called this quicksand, the true mystic foundation of the solid earth. F to G marks the circle of the subterranean air, which is more dense and coarse than that in the outer space. C to D in this denser atmosphere the stellar influences and celestial impulses are crystallized into corporeal spirits, thus forming the multitude of forms which exist without knowledge of their own fiery source. G is the region of the central fire of the element earth, a coarse fire in contradistinction to the divine fiery Shamiam. The sphere of the starry heavens likewise has its opposite in the sphere of the subterranean air, and the sphere of the upper air, or subtle vaporous water, has its opposite in the sphere E to F. The focal point, D to E, between the 3 higher and the 3 lower spheres, is called the reservoir. It receives impressions from both the superior and the inferior regions and is common to both. Manly Palmer Hall 452. Figure 2 is the Kabbalistic symbol of elemental water. Figure 9 represents the spiritual invisible water. Figure 3 is the Kabbalistic symbol of elemental air. Figure 7 represents the spiritual and invisible air. Figure 4 is the Kabbalistic sign of the elemental earth. Figure 8 represents the spiritual and invisible earth. Figure 5 is the Kabbalistic sign of the elemental fire. Figure 6 represents the spiritual and invisible fire. Figures 6, 7, 8, and 9 symbolize the 4 elements before the descent of Lucifer. They are the 4 rivers spoken of in Genesis, having their source in the one river. Figure W, which represents the elements superimposed on one another. The golden ball in the center is Shamiam, the fiery source of all elements. Figure 11 is the emblem of the beginning and the end of all creatures. From it all things proceed and to it all must return again, to become one with the fiery water of divine understanding. Table 2, Figures 12 to 51. Figures 12, 13, 14 demonstrate the sphere as a symbol of motion to be emblematic of fire, water, and air, and the cube as a symbol of weight to be emblematic of earth. The sphere rests upon a point, the cube upon a surface. The sphere is therefore used to symbolize spirit, and the cube, matter. Figure 14 demonstrates that atmosphere rushing in behind a falling object increases its velocity and apparently adds to its weight. The essential nature of each element is occultly signified by the peculiar symbol and character assigned to it. Of Figure 15, the symbol of salt, von Welling writes, in substance, the cube has 6 sides, corresponding to the 6 days of creation, with the point of rest, the 7th day, in the center of the cube. On each surface of the cube appear the signs of the 4 elements, triangles. The alchemists declared that salt was the first created substance produced by the fire, Shamiam, which flowed out of God. In salt all creation is concentrated, in salt are the beginning and end of all things. The cube, furthermore, is composed of 12 bodies, each of which has 6 sides. These bodies are the 12 fundamental pillars of the true invisible church, and when these 12 bodies are multiplied by their 6 sides the magical number 72 results. The wise have said that nothing is perfect until it has been dissolved, separated, and again united so that it becomes a body composed of 12 bodies. Like the cube also consists of 6 pyramids with the 6 surfaces of the cube as their bases. The points of these 6 pyramids meet at the center of the cube. These 6 pyramids, each consisting of 4 triangles, signify the elements, and produce the magical number 24, which refers to the elders before the throne. The 6 surfaces and the point constitute the magical number 7. If 7 be multiplied by 7 again, and so on 7 times, the answer will reveal the method used by the ancients for measuring the periods of eternity. Thus, 1, 7 extension 7 equals 49, 2, 4, 9 extension 7 equals 343, 3, 3, 4, 3 extension 7 equals 2401, 4, 2, 401 x 7 equals 16807, 5, 16807 x 7 equals 117649, 6, 117, 649 x 7 equals 823543, 7, 823, 543 x 7 equals 5,764,801. This is not to be taken as Earth years or times. The 5,000 represents the Great Hall year, the 700,000 the Great Sabbath year, wherein all human beings gradually gain true understanding and become heirs to their original and eternal inheritance, which was lost when they were enmeshed in the lower elements. The 64,800 is the number of the fallen angels, and the last 1 year signifies the liberation of Lucifer and return to his original estate. Figure 16 is another symbol of salt, while figure 17, the dot, is the sign of spirit, gold, the sun, or the germ of life. If the dot be moved before itself, it becomes a line, figure 18. This motion of the dot is the first motion. The beginning and end of every line is a dot. Figure 19 is the circle. It is the second motion and the most perfect of all lines. Out of it are formed all figures and bodies imaginable. Figure 20 represents the outpouring of the upper and spiritual life into manifestation. Figure 21 represents darkness, for it is the loosening of the subterrene destructive principle. Figure 20 is also the symbol of day, and figure 21 of night. Figure 22 is a symbol of water. Figure 23 is the complete universal character of light and darkness. The upright triangle represents Shamiam, the inverted triangle the dark earth which imprisons the infernal subterranean fire. It is the first day of creation, or the time of the separation of Shamiam and Aries. Figure 24 represents the 6 days of creation and proves that the elements are an outflow of the divine fire which, breaking up, becomes the substances of the tangible universe, as signified in figure 25. Figure 26 is the character of the air, showing that air is born out of the eternal light and the ethereal water. Figure 27 is the character of water. It is the inversion of figure 26, indicating that its origin is from the lower fire and not the higher. Its upper part signifies that water does not lack the divine element, but as a universal mirror reflects the heavenly influences. Figures 28 and 29 are symbols of salt, showing that it is both fire and water in one. Figure 30 is the character of fire in all its attributes, and figure M, the same inverted, water in all its powers. Figure 32 is the character of salt in all its attributes. Figure 33 represents both gold and the sun. Their essential natures are identical, being formed from the first fire out of Shamiam. They are perfect, as can be seen from their symbol, for no more perfect form can be produced out of the dot than the circle. Figure 34 is the character of the greater and lesser worlds, as the dot is surrounded by its circumference. This world is surrounded by Shamiam. Man, the little world, is included in this symbol because his inner nature is potential gold, afar min hadama, which gold is his eternal indestructible spiritual body. Gold is the masculine principle of the universe. Figure 35 is the character of silver and the moon. It signifies that silver, like gold, is a perfect metal, except that the red part of its nature is turned inward. Silver is the feminine principle of the universe. Figure 36 is the character of copper and Venus, figure 37, of iron and Mars, figure 38, of tin and Jupiter, figure 39, of lead and Saturn, figure 40, of Mercury, both the planet and the element, figure 41, of antimony, the key metal of the Earth itself, figure 42, of arsenic, figure 43, of sulfur, figure 44, of cinnabar, figure 45, of quicklime, figure 46, of niter, and figure 47, of vitriol. Figure 48 is the character of sal ammoniac, which element derives its name from the temple of Jupiter Ammon in an Egyptian desert, where it was found. Figure 49 is the character of alum, figure 50, of alkali, a name of Arabian origin, and figure 51, of sal tartar, a substance possessing great occult virtue. Table 3, figure 52. The 8 globes and the central square represent the 7 days. of creation. The three worlds wherein creation occurs are symbolized by three concentric rings. The German words in the outer ring are extracts from the first chapter of Genesis. The words around the outside of the outer ring are the first day. The four small globes inside the outer ring deal with the abstract phases of creation. The upper globe containing the triangle encloses the words heaven and earth. The globe to the right contains the word light, and the one to the left, Jehovah Elohim, in the upper part and darkness in the lower part. The globe at the bottom contains the word day in the upper half and night in the lower. The four globes within the second ring depict the second, third, fourth, and fifth days of creation. The white globe above divided by a dotted line is designated the second day, the globe to the left with the mountains, the third day, the globe to the right with the planetary rings, the fourth day, and the globe below bisected by a dotted line, the fifth day. The square in the central ring containing the human form is marked the sixth day. This chart is a diagrammatic exposition of the three layers of the macrocosmic and microcosmic auric eggs, showing the forces active within them. Figure 53 has been designated the symbolic tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz. The upper circle is the first world, the divine sphere of God. The triangle in the center is the throne of God. The small circles at the points of the star symbolize the seven great spirits before the throne, mentioned in the book of Revelation, in the midst of which walks the Alpha and Omega, the Son of God. The central triangle contains three flames, the divine Trinity. From the lowest of these flames proceeds the first divine outflow, shown by two parallel lines descending through the throne of Saturn, the spirit Orpheus, through whom God manifested himself. Passing through the boundary of the celestial universe and the 22 spheres of the lower system, the lines end at point B. The throne of Lucifer, in whom the divine outpouring is concentrated and reflected. From him the divine light irradiates in succession to D, Capricorn, E, Gemini, F, Libra, G, Taurus, H, Pisces, I, Aquarius, K, Cancer, L, Virgo, M, Aries, N, Leo, O, Scorpio, P, Sagittarius, thence back to D. The zodiacal circles represent 12 orders of great and beneficent spirits, and the smaller circles within the ring of fixed stars mark the orbits of the sacred planets. Table V, Figure 54. Figure 54 is similar to Figure 53, but represents the universe at the time God manifested himself through the character of Jupiter, the spirit Sachaziel. Von Welling gives no reason for the change in the order of influx into the 12 orders of spirits, for the third world, for the adding of another circle and the interlaced triangles in the upper world, or for the letters Y and Z in the upper triangle. A represents the father principle, F the divine outflow, G the point of influx into the 12 orders of spirits, probably Sagittarius. The letters H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, S, and T denote the sequential points of irradiations to each other, W and X, the world of the sons of God, and B, C, D, and E, the world of Lucifer. This plate shows the universe after the descent of Lucifer into matter. According to von Welling, when Lucifer wanted to control power, the influx of the divine light instantly ceased. Lucifer's world, which later became the solar system, with all its legions of spirits, who in their essence were Shamiam, reflecting his ideas and inverting the divine light, was turned into darkness. Lucifer's Shamiam thereupon became a contracted disk, a tangible substance, and chaos came into existence. Table V, Figures 55 to 59. Figure 55 symbolizes the chaos of Lucifer. Figure 56, the separation of light from darkness. Figure 57, the light in the midst of the darkness. And Figure 58, the regions of the elements and their inhabitants. The four A's signify the abyss surrounding all things. The AB is the fiery throne of Lucifer. The plane of G is the subterranean air, F, the subterranean water, C, the earth region, D, the outer water, E, the outer air, W and X the region of Shamiam. The elemental inhabitants of the planes differ in goodness according to their proximity to the center of wickedness, AB. The Earth's surface, C, divides the subterranean elementals from those of the outer water, air, and fire, D, C, and X. The elementals of the upper strata, the upper half of C, and all of D, E, and X, represent an ascending scale of virtue, while those of the lower strata, the lower half of C, and all of F, G, and AB, represent a descending scale of depravity. The region of air, E, is a partial exception to this order. While air is close to the light and filled with beautiful spirits, it is also the habitation of Beelzebub, the evil spirit of the air, with his legion of elemental demons. Upon the subtle element of air are impressed the influences of the stars, the thoughts, words, and deeds of man, and a myriad of mysterious influences from the various planes of nature. Man inhales these impressions, and they produce diverse effects upon his mind. In air are suspended also the seed germs by which water is impregnated and made capable of bringing forth forms of organic and inorganic life. The grotesque figures seen in crystal caves and frost pictures upon windows are caused by these aerial impressions. While the air elementals are great and wise, they are treacherous and confused because amenable to both good and evil impressions. The mighty elemental beings who inhabit the watery light fire of the region 10 cannot be deceived by the spirits of darkness. They love the creatures of the waters, for the watery element D proceeded from the fiery water X. Mortal man cannot endure the society of these fiery spirits, but gains wisdom from them through the creatures of the waters in which they continually mirror themselves. Figure 59 represents this solar system, with W and X as the locality of the Garden of Eden. Table 7, figures 1 to 5, 7, 8. Table 8 has figure 6. Figure 1 is the triune divine sulfur, the all-perfect out of the all-perfect, the soul of creatures. The threefold divine one is symbolized by three interlaced circles designated alchemically salt, sulfur, and mercury. In the central triangle is the divine name Ahia. Geist means spirit. The other words require no translation. Figure 2 is common destructive sulfur. A bar placed in the triangle makes it the character of earth. Figure 3 is true oil of vitriol, composed of a circle with 2 diameters and 2 reversed half-circles hanging below. In this are hidden the characters of all metals. Tin is symbolized by figure 4 and iron by figure 5. Figure 7 is the solar system according to Copernicus. Figure 8 is the Last Judgment. The Sun is removed from the center of the solar system and replaced by the Earth. This changes the respective positions of all the other planets except Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, which retain their respective circles. The letter A signifies the circle of the Sun, B, that of Mercury, C, that of Venus, D, that of the Moon, and E, that of the Earth. Inward from the sphere H are the great circles of damnation. Table 8, Figure 6. In Figure 6 the letter A marks the center of eternity. The motion of the rays toward B, D, and C was the first divine manifestation and is symbolized by the equilateral triangle, B, D, C. The eternal world within the inner circle became manifest in the water, salt, the light, mercury, and the fire, sulfur, of the archetypal world, represented by the 3 circles F, E, G, within the triangle of complete equality H, I, K, which is in turn surrounded by the circle of the high throne. The circle F is named understanding, E, wisdom, G, reason. In circle I is the word Father, in circle H, Son, in circle K, Spirit. The 7 outer circles are the 7 spirits before the throne. The lower part of the figure is similar to figures 53 and 54. The outer circles are the angelic world ending in the cognizable world of the sons of God. Then comes the circle of the visible constellations and fixed stars. Within this is the solar system with the Sun as the center, L. Ungrund means the abyss. The tree of life, and that on the right the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. In the center of the diagram is the Trinity, joined with the superior and inferior planes by lines of activity. Table X, figures 10 to 15. Figure 10 shows the New Jerusalem in form of a cube, with the names of the 12 tribes of Israel written on the 12 lines of the cube. In the center is the eye of God. The words round the outer circle are from the book of Revelation. Figures 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 possibly are cipher symbols of the angels of the plagues. The name of the Antichrist, the signature of the beast of Babylon, and the name of the woman riding on the beast of blasphemy. Table 11, figures 1 to 11. Figure 1 is the solar system according to Genesis. The O on top of the radius of the circle is the dot of eternity, the beginning of beginnings. The whole diameter is the outflow of God, manifesting first in the heaven of heavens, the Shamium, in which region human understanding cannot function. The space from K to I contains the heavens of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, L to M, the heavens of Venus and Mercury, M to H, the heavens of the Sun. The letter E is the Moon, the circle of the Earth. Figure 2 is the globe of the Earth, showing the houses and signs of the zodiac. Figure 3 is the character of the universal Mercury, divine life, in its triune aspect of mercury, sulfur, and salt. Figure 4 is true saltpeter purified with quicklime and alkali. Figure 5 shows the exact degree or angle of the planet's places as well as the individual fixed stars in the zodiac. The letter A is the Sun and B is the Earth. From K to I are the circles of Mercury and Venus, G to H, the circles of Earth and Moon, F to E and E to C, of Jupiter and Saturn, C to D, the starry belt or zodiac. Figure 6 is the microcosm, with the planets and signs of the zodiac corresponding to the different parts of its form. The words upon the figure read, "Know thyself. In words, herbs, and stones lies a great power." Figure 7 is the universal character from which all characters have been taken. Figures 8, 9, and 10 are left to the solution of the reader. Figure 11 is the radiating universal Mercury. Table 12, figures 12 to 19. Figure 12 is called a mirror of astrological aspects. Below it is an astrologer's wheel. Figure 13 is similar to figure 12. Figure 14 is a secret alchemical formula. The words around the circle read, "Out of one in all is all." Figure 15 is an unsatisfactory attempt to show the comparative sizes of the suns and planets and their distances from each other. Figure 16 is the solar system with its internal and spiritual heavens. AB is the solar system, C is the sphere of fixed stars. D, E, F, G are the systems of the spiritual worlds, H is the throne of the living God, J, K, L, M, and N are the great beyond, unmeasurable. Figure 17 shows the creation of the solar system out of the ring of the divine eternity. The four A's are the abyss, B is the first revelation of God out of the abyss, and from this revelation C, D, E, F, and G were created. C and D represent the spiritual hierarchies, D and E, the upper worlds, or constellations, E and F, the distance from Jupiter to the upper worlds. F and G, the solar system with its planets and their heavens, B and C the throne of Christ. Figure 18 describes the division according to Genesis of the waters above the heavens, D, from the waters below A, B, and C. Figure 19 is the Mercury of the philosophers, essential to material existence. Figure 1 is Ein Sof, the incomprehensible abyss of divine majesty, an endless welling up, limitless in time and space. Figure 2 symbolizes the three divine principles: Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Around the triangle is written, "I shall be that I shall be." At the apex of the triangle is the word crown, in the left point, wisdom, in the right point, understanding. Figure 3 represents the Trinity with its outflow. The words above the upper sphere are revelation of the divine majesty in Jehovah Elohim. The lower circles contain the names of the hierarchies controlling the lower worlds. The words within the circle of stars read, "Lucifer the son of the aurora of the morning." The letter C represents the universal Mercury. The words within the circle read, "The first beginning of all creatures." Figure 4 represents the abode of Lucifer and his angels, the chaos spoken of in Genesis. Table 14, figures 5, 7, and 8. Figure 5 shows the triangle of triune divinity in the midst of a cross. At the left is a small triangle containing the words "The secrets of Elohim," and at the right is another inscribed "The secrets of nature." On the horizontal arms of the cross are the words "The tree of life" and "The tree of the knowledge of good and evil." The plate explains the interblending of the spiritual and infernal powers in the creation of the universe. Figure 7 is called the road to paradise. It probably indicates the positions of the sun, moon, and planets at the moment of their genesis. Figure 8 is the earth before the flood, when it was watered by a mist or vapor. The words at the left are "The tree of life," those at the right, "The tree of the knowledge of good and evil." The diagram with the symbol of Mars is devoted to a consideration of the rainbow. Table 15, figures 6, 9, and 10. Figure 6 is similar to figure 5 and is called the secret of nature. An interesting diagram is shown on either side of the central figure, each consisting of a triangle with circles radiating from its points. The diagram on the left is called the secrets of the upper world, and the one on right the secrets of the underworld. Figure 9 is the solar system. Around the central part are the words "The place of the damned." Figure 10 shows the dot, or point of rest, surrounded by a triangle enclosing a circle containing the names of the 12 tribes of Israel. It represents completion of the process of regeneration and the consummation of the great work. Alchemy and its exponents: is the transmutation of base metals into gold possible? Is the idea one at which the learned of the modern world can afford to scoff? Alchemy was more than a speculative art, it was also an operative art. Since the time of the immortal Hermes, alchemists have asserted, and not without substantiating evidence, that they could manufacture gold from tin, silver, lead, and mercury. That the galaxy of brilliant philosophic and scientific minds who, over a period of 2,000 years, affirmed the actuality of metallic transmutation and multiplication, could be completely sane and rational on all other problems of philosophy and science, yet hopelessly mistaken on this one point, is untenable. Nor is it reasonable that the hundreds declaring to have seen and performed transmutations of metals could all have been dupes, imbeciles, or liars. Those assuming that all alchemists were of unsound mentality would be forced to put in this category nearly all the philosophers and scientists of the ancient and medieval worlds. Emperors, princes, priests, and common townsfolk have witnessed the apparent miracle of metallic metamorphosis. In the face of existing testimony, anyone is privileged to remain unconvinced, but the scoffer elects to ignore evidence worthy of respectful consideration. Many great alchemists and hermetic philosophers occupy an honored niche in the Hall of Fame, while their multitudinous critics remain obscure. To list all these sincere seekers after nature's great arcanum is impossible. But a few will suffice to acquaint the reader with the superior types of intellect who interested themselves in this abstruse subject. Among the more prominent names are those of Thomas Norton, Isaac of Holland, Basil Valentine, the supposed discoverer of antimony, Jean de Meung, Roger Bacon, Albertus Magnus, Quercetanus Gerber, the Arabian who brought the knowledge of alchemy to Europe through his writings, Paracelsus, Nicholas Flarnmel, John Frederick Helvetius, Raymond Lully, Alexander Sethon, Michael Sendivogius, Count Bernard of Treviso, Sir George Ripley, Picus de Mirandola, John Dee, Henry Coenrath, Michael Mayer, Thomas Vaughan, J.B. von Helmont, John Hayden, Lascaris, Thomas Charnock, Synesius, Bishop of Ptolemy, Moreau, the Comte di Cagliostro, and the Comte de Street-Germain. There are legends to the effect that King Solomon and Pythagoras were alchemists and that the former manufactured by alchemical means the gold used in his temple. Albert Pike takes sides with the alchemical philosophers by declaring that the gold of the Hermetists was a reality. He says, the Hermetic science, like all the real sciences, is mathematically demonstrable. Its results, even material, are as rigorous as that of a correct equation. The Hermetic gold is not only a true dogma, a light without shadow, a truth without alloy of falsehood, it is also a material gold, real, pure, the most precious that can be found in the mines of the earth. So much for the Masonic angle. Albertus Magnus. From Jovius's Vitae Illustrium Virorum. Albert de Groot was born about 1206 and died at the age of 74.
It has been said of him that he was Magnus in Magia,
Major in Philosophia, Maximus in Theologia. He was a member of the Dominican order and the mentor of St. Thomas Aquinas in alchemy and philosophy. Among other positions of dignity occupied by Albertus Magnus was that of Bishop of Regensburg. He was beatified in 1622. Albertus was an Aristotelian philosopher, an astrologer, and a profound student of medicine and physics. During his youth, he was considered of deficient mentality, but his since service and devotion were rewarded by a vision in which the Virgin Mary appeared to him and bestowed upon him great philosophical and intellectual powers.
Having become master of the magical sciences,
Albertus began the construction of a curious automaton, which he invested with the powers of speech and thought. The android, as it was called, was composed of metals and unknown substances chosen according to the stars and endued with spiritual qualities by magical formulae and invocations, and the labor upon it consumed over 30 years. St. Thomas Aquinas, thinking the device to be a diabolical mechanism, destroyed it, thus frustrating the labor of a lifetime. In spite of this act, Albertus Magnus left to St. Thomas Aquinas his alchemical formulae, including, according to legend, the secret of the philosopher's stone. On one occasion Albertus Magnus invited William II, Count of Holland and King of the Romans, to a garden party in midwinter. The ground was covered with snow, but Albertus had prepared a sumptuous banquet in the open grounds of his monastery at Cologne. The guests were amazed at the imprudence of the philosopher, but as they sat down to eat Albertus uttered a few words, the snow disappeared, the garden was filled with flowers and singing birds, and the air was warm with the breezes of summer. As soon as the feast was over, the snow returned, much to the amazement of the assembled nobles. For details, see the lives of alchemistical philosophers. William and Mary jointly ascended the throne of England in 1689, at which time alchemists must have abounded in the kingdom, for during the first year of their reign they repealed an act made by King Henry IV in which that sovereign declared the multiplying of metals to be a crime against the crown. In Dr. Sigismund Backstrom's collection of alchemical manuscripts is a handwritten copy of the Act passed by William and Mary, copied from Chapter 30 of Statutes at Large for the first year of their reign. The Act reads as follows: An Act to repeal the statute made in the 5th year of King Henry IV, late King of England, wherein it was enacted, among other things, in these words, or to this effect, namely, that none from henceforth should use to multiply gold or silver or use the craft of multiplication, and if any the same do they shall incur the pain of felony. And whereas, since the making of the said statute, divers persons have by their study, industry and learning, arrived to great skill, by and with the advice and consent of the Lords Spiritual and Temporal and Commons in this present Parliament assembled, that from henceforth the aforesaid branch, article, or sentence, contained in the said Act, and every word, matter and thing contained in the said branch or sentence, shall be repealed, annulled, revoked, and for ever made void, any thing in the said Act to the contrary in any wise whatsoever notwithstanding. Provided always, and be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that all the gold and silver that shall be extracted by the aforesaid art of melting or refining of metals, and otherwise improving and multiplying of them and their ores, as before set forth, be from henceforth employed for no other use or uses whatsoever but for the increase of moneys, and that the place hereby appointed for the disposal thereof shall be their Majesties' Mint, within the Tower of London, at which place they are to receive the full and true value of their gold and silver. So procured, from time to time, according to the assay and fineness thereof, and so for any greater or less weight, and that none of that metal of gold and silver so refined and procured be permitted to be used or disposed of in any other place or places within their Majesties' dominions. After this repealing measure had become effective, William and Mary encouraged the further study of alchemy. Dr. Franz Hartmann has collected reliable evidence concerning 4 different alchemists who transmuted base metals into gold not once but many times. One of these accounts concerns a monk of the order of St. Augustine named Wenzel Seiler, who discovered a small amount of mysterious red powder in his convent. In the presence of Emperor Leopold I, King of Germany, Hungary, and Bohemia, he transmuted quantities of tin into gold. Among other things which he dipped into his mysterious essence was a large silver medal. That part of the metal which came in contact with the gold-producing substance was transmuted into the purest quality of the more precious metal. The rest remained silver. With regard to this metal, Dr. Hartmann writes, the most indisputable proof, if appearances can prove anything, of the possibility of transmuting base metals into gold, may be seen by everyone who visits Vienna, it being a metal preserved in the imperial treasury chamber, and it is stated that this metal, consisting originally of silver, has been partly transformed into gold, by alchemical means, by the same Wenzel Seiler who was afterwards made a knight by the Emperor Leopold I. And given the title Wenceslaus Ritter von Reinberg. In the Pronaos of the Temple of Wisdom. Space limitations preclude a lengthy discussion of the alchemists. A brief sketch of the lives of 4 should serve to show the general principles in which they worked, the method by which they obtained their knowledge, and the use which they made of it. These 4 were grand masters of this secret science, and the stories of their wanderings and strivings, as recorded by their own pens and by contemporaneous disciples of the Hermetic art, are as fascinating as any romance of fiction. Paracelsus of Hohenheim, the most famous of alchemical and Hermetic philosophers, was Philippus Aureolus Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim. This man, who called himself Paracelsus, declared that someday all the doctors of Europe would turn from the other schools and, following him, revere him above every other physician. The accepted date of the birth of Paracelsus is December 17, 1493. He was an only child. Both his father and mother were interested in medicine and chemistry. His father was a physician and his mother the superintendent of a hospital. While still a youth, Paracelsus became greatly interested in the writings of Isaac of Holland, and determined to reform the medical science of his day. When 20 years old he began a series of travels which continued for about 12 years. He visited many European countries, including Russia. It is possible that he penetrated into Asia. It was in Constantinople that the great secret of the Hermetic arts was bestowed upon him by Arabian adepts. His knowledge of the nature spirits and the inhabitants of the invisible worlds he probably secured from the Brahmins of India with whom he came in contact either directly or through their disciples. He became an army physician, and his understanding and skill brought him great success. Upon his return to Germany, he began his long-dreamed of reformation of the medical arts and sciences. He was opposed on every hand and criticized unmercifully. His violent temper and tremendously strong personality undoubtedly precipitated many storms. upon his head, which might have been avoided had he been of a less caustic disposition. He flayed the apothecaries, asserting that they did not use the proper ingredients in their prescriptions and did not consider the needs of their patients, desiring only to collect exorbitant fees for their concoctions. The remarkable cures which Paracelsus effected only made his enemies hate him more bitterly, for they could not duplicate the apparent miracles which he wrought. He not only treated the more common diseases of his day but is said to have actually cured leprosy, cholera, and cancer. His friends claimed for him that he all but raised the dead. His systems of healing were so heterodox, however, that slowly but surely his enemies overwhelmed him and again forced him to leave the fields of his labors and seek refuge where he was not known. Paracelsus. From the complete writings of Paracelsus, of Hohenheim. In his Biographia Antiqua, Francis Barrett appends to the name of Paracelsus the following titles of distinction: the Prince of Physicians and Philosophers by Fire, Grand Paradoxical Physician, the Trismegistus of Switzerland, First Reformer of Chymical Philosophy, Adept in Alchemy, Kabbalah, and Magic, Nature's Faithful Secretary, Master of the Elixir of Life and the Philosopher's Stone, and the Great Monarch. Of chymical secrets there is much controversy concerning the personality of Paracelsus. That he had an irascible disposition there is no doubt. His bard for physicians and for women amounted to a mania, for them he had nothing but abuse. As far as can be learned, there was never a love affair in his life. His peculiar appearance and immoderate system of living were always held against him by his adversaries. It is believed that his physical abnormalities may have been responsible for much of the bitterness against society which he carried with him throughout all his intolerant and tempestuous life. His reputed intemperance brought upon him still more persecution, for it was asserted that even during the time of his professorship in the University of Basel he was seldom sober. Such an accusation is difficult to understand in view of the marvelous mental clarity for which he was noted at all times. The vast amount of writing which he accomplished, the Strasbourg edition of his collected works is in 3 large volumes, each containing several hundred pages, is a monumental contradiction of the tales regarding his excessive use of alcoholics. No doubt many of the vices of which he is accused were sheer inventions by his enemies, who, not satisfied with hiring assassins to murder him, sought to besmirch his memory after they had revengefully ended his life. The manner in which Paracelsus met his death is uncertain, but the most credible account is that he died as the indirect result of a scuffle with a number of assassins who had been hired by some of his professional enemies to make away with the one who had exposed their chicanery. Few manuscripts are extant in the handwriting of Paracelsus, for he dictated the majority of his works to his disciples, who wrote them down. Professor John Maxon Stillman, of Stanford University, pays the following tribute to his memory: whatever be the final judgment as to the relative importance of Paracelsus in the upbuilding of medical science and practice, it must be recognized that he entered upon his career at Basel with the zeal and the self-assurance of one who believed himself inspired with a great truth, and destined to effect a great advance in the science and practice of medicine. By nature he was a keen and open-minded observer of whatever came under his observation, though probably also not a very critical analyst of the observed phenomena. He was evidently an unusually self-reliant and independent thinker, though the degree of originality in his thought may be a matter of legitimate differences of opinion. Certainly once having, from whatever combination of influences, made up his mind to reject the sacredness of the authority of Aristotle, Galen and Avicenna, and having found what to his mind was a satisfactory substitute for the ancient dogmas in his own modification of the Neo-Platonic philosophy, he did not hesitate to burn his ships behind him. Having cut loose from the dominant Galenism of his time, he determined to preach and teach that the basis of the medical science of the future should be the study of nature, observation of the patient, experiment and experience, and not the infallible dogmas of authors long dead. Doubtless in the pride and self-confidence of his youthful enthusiasm he did not rightly estimate the tremendous force of conservatism against which he directed his assaults. If so, his experience in Basel surely undeceived him. From that time on he was to be a wanderer again, sometimes in great poverty, sometimes in moderate comfort, but manifestly disillusioned as to the immediate success of his campaign, though never in doubt as to its ultimate success. For to his mind his new theories and practice of medicine were at one with the forces of nature, which were the expression of God's will, and eventually they must prevail. This strange man, his nature a mass of contradictions, his stupendous genius shining like a star through the philosophic and scientific darkness of medieval Europe, struggling against the jealousy of his colleagues as well as against the irascibility of his own nature, fought for the good of the many against the domination of the few. He was the first man to write scientific books in the language of the common people so that all could read them. Even in death, Paracelsus found no rest. Again and again his bones were dug up and reinterred in another place. The slab of marble over his grave bears the following inscription: "Here lies buried Philip Theophrastus, the famous doctor of medicine who cured wounds, leprosy, gout, dropsy and other incurable maladies of the body, with wonderful knowledge, and gave his goods to be divided and distributed to the poor. In the year 1541, on the 24th day of September, he exchanged life for death. To the living peace, to the sepulchred eternal rest." A.M. Stoddard, in her Life of Paracelsus, gives a remarkable testimonial of the love which the masses had for the great physician. Referring to his tomb, she writes, "To this day the poor pray there. Hohenheim's memory has blossomed in the dust to sainthood, for the poor have canonized him." When cholera threatened Salzburg in 1830, the people made a pilgrimage to his monument and prayed him to avert it from their homes. The dreaded scourge passed away from them and raged in Germany and the rest of Austria. It was supposed that one early teacher of Paracelsus was a mysterious alchemist who called himself Solomon Trismosin. Concerning this person nothing is known save that after some years of wandering he secured the formula of transmutation and claimed to have made vast amounts of gold. A beautifully illuminated manuscript of this author, dated 1582 and called Splendor Solis, is in the British Museum. Trismosin claimed to have lived to the age of 150 as the result of his knowledge of alchemy. One very significant statement appears in his Alchemical Wanderings, which work is supposed to narrate his search for the philosopher's scone: "Study what thou art, whereof thou art a part, what thou knowest of this art, this is really what thou art. All that is without thee also is within," thus wrote Trismosin. Raymond Lully, this most famous of all the Spanish alchemists, was born about the year 1235. His father was seneschal to James I of Aragon, and young Raymond was brought up in the court surrounded by the temptations and profligacy abounding in such places. He was later appointed to the position which his father had occupied. A wealthy marriage ensured Raymond's financial position, and he lived the life of a grandee. One of the most beautiful women at the court of Aragon was Donna Ambrosia Eleonora di Castello, whose virtue and beauty had brought her great renown. She was at that time married and was not particularly pleased to discover that young Lully was rapidly developing a passion for her. Wherever she went Raymond followed, and at last over a trivial incident he wrote some very amorous verses to her, which produced an effect quite different from what he had expected. He received a message inviting him to visit the lady. He responded with alacrity. She told him that it was only fair that he should behold more of the beauty concerning which he wrote such appealing poems, and, drawing aside part of her garments, disclosed that one side of her body was nearly eaten away by a cancer. Raymond never recovered from the shock. It turned the entire course of his life. He renounced the frivolities of the court and became a recluse. Sometime afterwards, while doing penance for his worldly sins, a vision appeared to him in which Christ told him to follow in the direction in which he should lead. Later the vision was repeated. Hesitating no longer, Raymond divided his property among his family and retired to a hut on the side of a hill, where he devoted himself to the study of Arabic, that he might go forth and convert the infidels. After 6 years in this retreat he set out with a Mohammedan servant, who, when he learned that Raymond was about to attack the faith of his people, buried his knife in his master's back. Raymond refused to allow his would-be assassin to be executed, but later the man strangled himself in prison. When Raymond regained his health he became a teacher of the Arabic language to those who intended traveling in the Holy Land. It was while so engaged that he came in contact with Arnold of Villanova, who taught him the principles of alchemy. As a result of this training, Raymond learned the secret of the transmutation and multiplication of metals. His life of wandering continued, and during the course of it he arrived at Tunis, where he began to debate with the Mohammedan teachers, and nearly lost his life as the result of his fanatical attacks upon their religion. He was ordered to leave the country and never to return again upon pain of death. Notwithstanding their threats he made a second visit to Tunis, but the inhabitants instead of killing him merely deported him to Italy. An unsigned article appearing in Household Words, number 273, a magazine conducted by Charles Dickens, throws considerable light on Lully's alchemical ability. Whilst at Vienna Lully received flattering letters from Edward II, King of England, and from Robert Bruce, King of Scotland, entreating him to visit them. He had also, in the course of his travels, met with John Cremer, Abbot of Westminster, with whom he formed a strong friendship, and it was more to please him than the king, that Raymond consented to go to England. A tract by John Cremer appears in the Hermetic Museum, but there is no record in the Annals of Westminster of anyone by that name. Cremer had an intense desire to learn the last great secret of alchemy, to make the powder of transmutation. And Raymond, with all his friendship, had never disclosed it. Cremer, however, set to work very cunningly. He was not long in discovering the object that was nearest to Raymond's heart: the conversion of the infidels. He told the king wonderful stories of the gold Lully had the art to make, and he worked upon Raymond by the hope that King Edward would be easily induced to raise a crusade against the Mohammedans, if he had the means. Title page of alchemical tract attributed to John Cremer. From Musam Hermeticum Reformatum et Amplificatum. John Cremer, the mythical abbot of Westminster, is an interesting personality in the alchemical imbroglio of the 14th century.
As it is not reasonably certain that M. Abbot by such a name ever occupied the See of Westminster,
the question naturally arises, who was the person concealing his identity under the pseudonym of John Cremer? Fictitious characters such as John Cremer illustrate two important practices of mediaeval alchemists. 1. Many persons of high political or religious rank were secretly engaged in hermetic chemical research but, fearing persecution and ridicule, published their findings under various pseudonyms. 2. For thousands of years it was the practice of those initiates who possessed the true key to the great hermetic arcanum to perpetuate their wisdom by creating imaginary persons, involving them in episodes of contemporaneous history and thus establishing these beings as prominent members of society. In some cases even fabricating complete genealogies to attain that end. The names by which these fictitious characters were known revealed nothing to the uniformed. To the initiated, however, they signified that the personality to which they were assigned had no existence other than a symbolic one. These initiated chroniclers carefully concealed their arcanum in the lives, thoughts, words, and acts ascribed to these imaginary persons and thus safely transmitted through the ages the deepest secrets of occultism as writings which to the unconversant were nothing more than biographies. Raymond had appealed so often to popes and kings that he had lost all faith in them. Nevertheless, as a last hope, he accompanied his friend Cremer to England. Cremer lodged him in his abbey, treating him with distinction, and there Lully at last instructed him in the powder, the secret of which Cremer had so long desired to know. When the powder was perfected, Cremer presented him to the king, who received him as a man may be supposed to receive one who could give him boundless riches. Raymond made only one condition, that the gold he made should not be expended upon the luxuries of the court or upon a war with any Christian king, and that Edward himself should go in person with an army. Dr. Edmund Dickinson relates that when the cloister which Raymond occupied at Westminster was removed, the workmen found some of the powder, with which they enriched themselves. During Lully's residence in England, he became the friend of Roger Bacon. Nothing, of course, could be further from King Edward's thoughts than to go on a crusade. Raymond's apartments in the Tower were only an honorable prison, and he soon perceived how matters were. He declared that Edward would meet with nothing but misfortune and misery for his breach of faith. He made his escape from England in 1315, and set off once more to preach to the infidels. He was now a very old man, and none of his friends could ever hope to see his face again. He went first to Egypt, then to Jerusalem, and thence to Tunis a third time. There he at last met with the martyrdom he had so often braved. The people fell upon him and stoned him. Some Genoese merchants carried away his body, in which they discerned some feeble signs of life. They carried him on board their vessel, but, though he lingered a while, he died as they came in sight of Majorca, on the 28th of June, 1315, at the age of 81. He was buried with great honor in his family chapel at St. Ulma, the viceroy and all the principal nobility attending. Then the sage said, "Put away your rings and ornaments, and take off your shoes, and follow me." And Alexander did so, and choosing out 3 from the princes, and leaving the rest to await his return, he followed the sage, and came to the trees of the sun and moon. The tree of the sun has leaves of red gold, the tree of the moon has leaves of silver, and they are very great. And Alexander, at the suggestion of the sage, questioned the trees, asking if he should return in triumph to Macedon, to which the trees gave answer, no, but that he should live yet another year and 8 months, after which he should die by a poisoned cup. And when he inquired, who was he who should give him that poison? He received no reply, and the tree of the moon said to him, that his mother, after a most shameful and unhappy death, should lie long unburied, but that happiness was in store for his sisters. See the Book of Enoch, the second messenger of God. The Leaves of Hermes, Sacred Tree. Redrawn from an original manuscript dated 1577. In his Key to Alchemy, Samuel Norton divides into 14 parts the processes or states through which the alchemical substances pass from the time they are first placed in the test tube until ready as medicine for plants, minerals, or men. 1. Solution, the act of passing from a gaseous or solid condition into one of liquidity. 2. Filtration, the mechanical separation of a liquid from the undissolved particles suspended in it. 3. Evaporation, the changing or converting from a liquid or solid state into a vaporous state with the aid of heat. 4. Distillation, an operation by which a volatile liquid may be separated from substances which it holds in solution. 5. Separation, the operation of disuniting or decomposing substances. 6. Rectification, the process of refining or purifying any substance by repeated distillation. 7. Calcination, the conversion into a powder or calx by the action of heat, expulsion of the volatile substance from a matter. 8. Commixtion, the blending of different ingredients into new compounds or mass. 9. Purification, through putrefaction, disintegration by spontaneous decomposition, decay by artificial means. 10. Inhibition, the process of holding back or restraining. 11. Fermentation, the conversion of organic substances into new compounds in the presence of a ferment. 12. Fixation, the act or process of ceasing to be a fluid and becoming firm, state of being fixed. 13. Multiplication, the act or process of multiplying or increasing in number, the state of being multiplied. 14. Projection, the process of turning the base metals into gold. In all probability, the so-called talking trees were merely strips of wood with tables of letters upon them, by means of which oracles were evoked. At one time books written upon wood were called talking trees. The difficulty in deciding the origin of alchemy is directly due to ignoring the lost continent of Atlantis. The Great Arcanum was the most prized of the secrets of the Atlantean priestcraft. When the land of Atlas sank, hierophants of the fire mystery brought the formula to Egypt, where it remained for centuries in the possession of the sages and philosophers. It gradually moved into Europe, where its secrets are still preserved intact. During the Middle Ages, alchemy was not only a philosophy and a science but also a religion. Those who rebelled against the religious limitations of their day concealed their philosophic teachings under the allegory of gold making. In this way they preserved their personal liberty and were ridiculed rather than persecuted. Alchemy is a threefold art, its mystery well symbolized by a triangle. Its symbol is 3 times 3. 3 elements or processes in 3 worlds or spheres. The 3 times 3 is part of the mystery of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, for 33 is 3 times 3, which is 9, the number of esoteric man and the number of emanations from the root of the divine tree. It is the number of worlds nourished by the 4 rivers that pour out of the divine mouth as the verbum fiat. Beneath the so-called symbolism of alchemy is concealed a magnificent concept. For this ridiculed and despised craft still preserves intact the triple key to the gates of eternal life. Realizing, therefore, that alchemy is a mystery in 3 worlds: the divine, the human, and the elemental. It can easily be appreciated why the sages and philosophers created and evolved an intricate allegory to conceal their wisdom. Alchemy is the science of multiplication and is based upon the natural phenomenon of growth. Nothing from nothing comes, is an extremely ancient adage. Alchemy is not the process of making something from nothing, it is the process of increasing and improving that which already exists. If a philosopher were to state that a living man could be made from a stone, the unenlightened would probably exclaim, "Impossible." Thus would they reveal their ignorance, for to the wise it is known that in every stone is the seed of man. A philosopher might declare that a universe could be made out of a man, but the foolish would regard this as an impossibility. Not realizing that a man is a seed from which a universe may be brought forth. God is the within and the without of all things. The Supreme One manifests himself through growth, which is an urge from within outward, a struggle for expression and manifestation. There is no greater miracle in the growing and multiplication of gold by the alchemist than in a tiny mustard seed producing a bush many thousands of times the size of the seed. If a mustard seed produces 100,000 times its own size and weight, When planted in an entirely different substance, the earth, why should not the seed of gold be multiplied 100,000 times by art when that seed is planted in its earth, the base metals, and nourished artificially by the secret process of alchemy? Alchemy teaches that God is in everything, that he is one universal spirit, manifesting through an infinity of forms. God, therefore, is the spiritual seed planted in the dark earth, the material universe. By art it is possible so to grow and expand this seed that the entire universe of substance is tinctured thereby and becomes like unto the seed. Pure gold. In the spiritual nature of man this is termed regeneration, in the material body of the elements it is called transmutation. As it is in the spiritual and material universes, so it is in the intellectual world. Wisdom cannot be imparted to an idiot because the seed of wisdom is not within him, but wisdom may be imparted to an ignorant person, however ignorant he may be, because the seed of wisdom exists in him and can be developed by art and culture. Hence a philosopher is only an ignorant man within whose nature a projection has taken place. Through art, the process of learning, the whole mass of base metals, the mental body of ignorance, was transmuted into pure gold, wisdom, for it was tinctured with understanding. If, then, through faith and proximity to God the consciousness of man may be transmuted from base animal desires, represented by the masses of the planetary metals, into a pure, golden, and godly consciousness, illumined and redeemed, and the manifesting God within that one increased from a tiny spark to a great and glorious being, if also the base metals of mental ignorance can, through proper endeavor and training, be transmuted into transcendent genius and wisdom, why is the process in two worlds or spheres of application not equally true in the third? If both the spiritual and mental elements of the universe can be multiplied in their expression, then by the law of analogy the material elements of the universe can also be multiplied. If the necessary process can be ascertained, that which is true in the superior is true in the inferior. If alchemy be a great spiritual fact, then it is also a great material fact. If it can take place in the universe, it can take place in man. If it can take place in man, it can take place in the plants and minerals. If one thing in the universe grows, then everything in the universe grows. If one thing can be multiplied, then all things can be multiplied, for the superior agrees with the inferior and the inferior agrees with the superior. But as the way for the redemption of the soul is concealed by the mysteries, so the secrets for the redemption of the metals are also concealed, that they may not fall into the hands of the profane and thereby become perverted. If any would grow metals, he must first learn the secrets of the metals. He must realize that all metals, like all stones, plants, animals, and universes, grow from seeds, and that these seeds are already in the body of substance, the womb of the world virgin. For the seed of man is in the universe before he is born, or grows, and as the seed of the plant exists for all time though the plant live but a part of that time, so the seeds of spiritual gold and material gold are ever present in all things. The metals grow throughout the ages, because life is imparted to them from the sun. They grow imperceptibly, in form like tiny shrubs, for everything grows in some way. Only the methods of growth differ, according to kind and magnitude. One of the great axioms is, within everything is the seed of everything, although by the simple processes of nature it may remain latent for many centuries, or its growth may be exceedingly slow. Therefore, every grain of sand contains not only the seed of the precious metals as well as the seed of the priceless gems, but also the seeds of sun, moon, and stars. As within the nature of man is reflected the entire universe in miniature, so in each grain of sand, each drop of water, each tiny particle of cosmic dust, are concealed all the parts and elements of cosmos in the form of tiny seed germs so minute that even the most powerful microscope cannot detect them. Trillions of times smaller than the ion or electron, these seeds, unrecognizable and incomprehensible, await the time assigned them for growth and expression. Consider the monads of Leibniz. There are two methods whereby growth may be accomplished. The first is by nature, for nature is an alchemist forever achieving the apparently impossible. The second is by art, and through art is produced in a comparatively short time that which requires nature almost endless periods to duplicate. The true philosopher, desiring to accomplish the magnum opus, patterns his conduct according to the laws of nature, recognizing that the art of alchemy is merely a method copied from nature but with the aid of certain secret formulae greatly shortened by being correspondingly intensified. Nature, in order to achieve her miracles, must work through either extensiveness or intensiveness. The extensive processes of nature are such as are used in the transmutation of the pitch of black carbon into diamonds, requiring millions of years of natural hardening. The intensive process is art, which is ever the faithful servant of nature, as Dr. A.D. says, supplementing her every step and cooperating with her in all her ways. So, in this philosophical work, nature and art ought so lovingly to embrace each other, as that art may not require what nature denies, nor nature deny what may be perfected by art. For nature assenting, she demeans herself obediently to every artist, whilst by their industry she is helped, not hindered. Dr. A.D. in his Chemical Collections. By means of this art the seed which is within the soul of a stone may be made to germinate so intensively that in a few moments a diamond is grown from the seed of itself. If the seed of the diamond were not in the marble, granite, and sand, a diamond could not be grown therefrom. But as the seed is within all these things, a diamond may be grown out of any other substance in the universe. In some substances, however, it is easier to perform this miracle because in them these germs have already been long fertilized and are thus more nearly prepared for the vivifying process of the art. Likewise, to teach some men wisdom is easier than to teach others, for some already have a foundation upon which to work, while in others the thinking faculties are entirely dormant. Alchemy, therefore, should be regarded as the art of increasing and bringing into perfect flower with the greatest possible expedition. Nature may accomplish her desired end or, because of the destructiveness exercised by one element over another, she may not, but with the aid of the true art, nature always accomplishes her end, for this art is not subject either to the wastings of time or to the vandalism of elemental reactions. In his History of Chemistry, James Campbell Brown, late professor of chemistry in the University of Liverpool, sums up the ends which alchemists sought to achieve, in the following paragraphs. This, therefore, was the general aim of the alchemists: to carry out in the laboratory, as far as possible, the processes which nature carried out in the interior of the earth. 7 leading problems occupied their attention. 1. The preparation of a compound named elixir, magisterium medicine, or philosopher's stone, which possessed the property of transmuting the baser metals into gold and silver, and of performing many other marvelous operations. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. 2. The creation of homunculi, or living beings, of which many wonderful but incredible tales are told. 3. The preparation of the alkahest or universal solvent, which dissolved every substance which was immersed in it. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. 4. Palingenesis, or the restoration of a plant from its ashes. Had they succeeded in this, they would have hoped to be able to raise the dead. Professor Brown takes a great deal for granted. 5. The preparation of spiritus mundi, a mystic substance possessing many powers, the principle of which was its capacity of dissolving gold. 6. The extraction of the quintessence or active principle of all substances. 7. The preparation of aurum potable, liquid gold, a sovereign remedy, because gold being itself perfect could produce perfection in the human frame. Alchemical symbolism. In alchemy there are 3 symbolic substances: mercury, sulfur, and salt. To these was added a 4th mysterious life principle called azoth. Concerning the first 3, Herr von Welling has written, there are 3 basic chemical substances which are called by the philosophers salt, sulfur, and mercury, but which are not to be confounded in any way with the crude salt, sulfur, and mercury taken from the earth or secured from the apothecary. Salt, sulfur, and mercury each has a triune nature, for each of these substances contains, in reality, also the other 2 substances, according to the secret arcanum of the wise. The body of salt is, therefore, threefold, namely salt, sulfur, and mercury, but in the body of salt one of the 3, salt, predominates. Mercury is likewise composed of salt, sulfur, and mercury with the latter element predominating. Sulfur, similarly, is actually salt, sulfur, and mercury, with sulfur predominating. These 9 divisions, 3 times 3, plus azoth, the mysterious universal life force, equals 10, the sacred decad of Pythagoras. Concerning the nature of azoth there is much controversy. Some view it as the invisible, eternal fire, others as electricity, still others as magnetism. Transcendentalism refer to it as the astral light. Against the infidels. Edward promised everything and anything. Raymond had apartments assigned him in the Tower, and there he tells us he transmuted 50,000 pounds weight of quicksilver, lead, and tin into pure gold, which was coined at the mint into 6 million of nobles, each worth about £3 sterling at the present day. Some of the pieces said to have been coined out of this gold. The universe is surrounded by the sphere of the stars. Beyond that sphere is the sphere of Shamiam, which is the divine fiery water, the first outflow of the Word of God, the flaming river pouring from the presence of the Eternal. Shamium, the fiery androgynous water, divides. The fire becomes the solar fire and the water becomes the lunar water. Shamium is the universal mercury, sometimes called Azoth, the measureless spirit of life, the spiritual fiery original water. Shamium comes through Eden in Hebrew, vapor, and pours itself into four main rivers, the elements. This is the river of living water. Azoth, the fiery mercurial essence that flows out from the throne of God and the Lamb. In this Eden, vaporous essence or mist, is the spiritual earth, incomprehensible and intangible, or the dust afar, out of which God formed Adam min Hadamah, the spiritual body of man, which body must sometime become revealed. In another part of his writings, von Welling also says that there was no material universe until Lucifer, attempting to perform the cosmic alchemy, misused the shamium, or the divine fire. In order to re-establish the shamium which Lucifer had perverted, this universe was formed as a means of liberating it from the dark cloud within which it was locked by the failure of Lucifer's attempt to control it. These statements clearly emphasize the fact that the early philosophers recognized in the Bible a book of chemical and alchemical formulae. It is essential that this point be kept in mind at all times. Woe to that seeker who accepts as literal the rambling allegories of the alchemists. Such a one can never enter the inner sanctuary of truth. Elias Ashmole in his Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum thus describes the methods employed by the alchemists to conceal their true doctrines. Their chiefest study was to wrap up their secrets in fables, and spin out their fancies in veils and shadows, whose radii seems to extend every way, yet so, that they meet in a common center, and point only at one thing. The fact that the scriptures reveal a hidden knowledge, if considered allegorically, is clearly demonstrated by a parable describing King Solomon, his wives, concubines, and virgins, which parable occurs in Geheime Figuren der Rosenkreutzer, published in Altona in 1785. Dr. Hartmann, who translated part of this work into English, declared that the wives of Solomon represented the arts, the concubines the sciences, and the virgins the still unrevealed secrets of nature. By order of the king, the virgins were forced to remove their veils, thus signifying that by means of wisdom, Solomon, the mystic arts were forced to disclose their hidden parts to the philosopher, while to the uninitiated world only the outside garments were visible. Such is the mystery of the veil of Isis. As the alchemist must do his work in four worlds simultaneously if he would achieve the magnum opus, a table showing the analogies of the three principles in the four worlds may clarify the relationship which the various parts bear to each other. The early masters of the art of alchemical symbolism did not standardize either their symbols or their terms. Thus it required great familiarity with the subject combined with considerable intuitive power to unravel some of their enigmatical statements. The third and fourth divisions of the following table are given alternative renderings, owing to the fact that some authors did not draw a clear line between spirit and soul. According to the scriptures, spirit is indestructible, but soul is destructible. Obviously, then, they are not synonymous. It is clearly stated that the soul that sinneth, it shall die, but the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. The table of analogies, as nearly as they can be established, is as follows: the triune power in four worlds, world of Father Son Mother 1. God Father Son Holy Ghost 2. Man Spirit Soul Body 3. Elements Air Fire Water 4. Chemicals Mercury Sulfur Salt. The alternative renderings of 3 and 4 are: world of Father Son Mother 3. Elements Fire Air Water 4. Chemicals Sulfur Mercury Salt. Paracelsus made a different arrangement, somewhat Aristotelian, in which the three phases of the triune God are omitted, combining only the elements of the second, third, and fourth worlds. World of Father Son Mother 2. Man Spirit Soul Body 3. Elements Air Water Earth 4. Chemicals Sulfur Mercury Salt. The main point, however, is proved. The alchemical philosophers used the symbols of salt, sulfur, and mercury to represent not only chemicals but the spiritual and invisible principles of God, man, and the universe. The three substances, salt, sulfur, and mercury, existing in four worlds, as shown in the table, sum up to the sacred number 12. As these 12 are the foundations of the great work, they are called in Revelation the 12 foundation stones of the sacred city. In line with the same idea, Pythagoras asserted that the dodecahedron, or 12-faced symmetrical geometric solid, was the foundation of the universe. May there not be a relation also between this mysterious 3 times 4 and the 4 parties of 3 which in the legend of the third degree of Freemasonry go forth to the 4 angles of the cherubim, the composite creature of 4 parts? Hermetists use the curious symbols shown in this rare table to represent various chemical elements and alchemical processes. The full meaning of these strange characters has never been revealed, the characters concealing effectually within their own forms the occult secrets regarding the spiritual nature of the metals and elements which they represent. In their allegories, the alchemists also wed human, animal, and plant emblems, sometimes weird composite figures, such as the dragon, the winged serpent, the unicorn, and the phoenix. In almost every case, they symbolized gold as a king with a crown on his head and often with a scepter in his hand. Sometimes they depicted him with the ace of the solar disk surrounded by rays. Silver was personified as a woman who they called the queen. She wore no crown but often stood upon a lunar crescent, much after the fashion of the Madonna. Mercury was typified as a youth with wings, often with two heads, carrying serpents or sometimes the caduceus. Lead they symbolized by an old man with a scythe in his hand, iron by a soldier dressed in armor. To aqua fortis was given the curious name the ostrich's stomach, and to the attainment of the great work they assigned the symbol of the phoenix sitting upon a nest of fire. The union of elements they symbolized by a marriage. The process of putrefaction by a skull, antimony by a dragon. The following table shows the angles to which the parties of 3, salt, sulfur, and mercury, go in search of C. Hiram, the 4 corners of creation east, south, west, north, the fixed signs of the zodiac Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus, the parts of the cherubim, man, lion, eagle, bull, the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, the ages of man, childhood, youth, maturity, age, the stages of existence, birth, growth, maturity, decay, the parts of man's constitution, spirit, soul, mind, body. The 4 elements air, fire, water, earth. One more table should prove of interest to Masonic scholars, one showing the relationship existing between the 3 substances, salt, sulfur, and mercury, and certain symbols with which Masons are familiar. This table also has an alternative rendering, based on the interblending of philosophic principles, which are difficult, if not impossible, to separate into chronological order. 1. The 3 lights, stellar fire, solar fire, lunar fire. 2. The 3 Grand Masters, Hiram, Solomon, Hiram of Tyre. 3. The geometric solid sphere, pyramid, cube. 4.
Alchemical substances, mercury, sulfur, salt. The alternative rendering of number 2 is 2.
The 3 Grand Masters, Solomon, Hiram, Hiram of Tyre. In alchemy is found again the perpetuation of the universal mystery, for as surely as Jesus died upon the cross, Hiram, see Hiram, at the west gate of the temple, Orpheus on the banks of the river Hebros, Krishna on the banks of the Ganges, and Osiris in the coffin prepared by Typhon, so in alchemy, unless the elements first die, the great work cannot be achieved. The stages of the alchemical processes can be traced in the lives and activities of nearly all the world's saviors and teachers, and also among the mythologies of several nations. It is said in the Bible that except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. In alchemy it is declared that without putrefaction the great work cannot be accomplished. What is it that dies on the cross, is buried in the tomb of the mysteries, and that dies also in the retort and becomes black with putrefaction? Also, what is it that does this same thing in the nature of man, that he may rise again, phoenix-like, from his own ashes, caput mortuum? The solution in the alchemical retort, if digested a certain length of time, will turn into a red elixir, which is called the universal medicine. It resembles a fiery water and is luminous in the dark. During the process of digestion it passes through many colors, which has given rise to its being called the peacock because of its iridescence during one of the periods of its digestion. If the augmentations of its power be carried too far, the test tube containing the substance will explode and vanish as dust. This commonly occurs and is the greatest danger involved in the preparation of the medicine for men and metals. If developed too far, it will also seep through the glass, for there is no physical container sufficiently strong to hold it. The reason for this is that it is no longer a substance but a divine essence partaking of the interpenetrative power of divinity. When it is properly developed, this universal solvent in liquid form will dissolve into itself all other metals. In this high state, the universal salt is a liquid fire. This salt dissolved with the proper amount of any metal and run through the different stages of digestion and rotations, of augmentations will eventually become a medicine for the transmuting of inferior metals. The True Way of Nature by Hermes Trismegistus, given out by a genuine Freemason, ICH, describes the danger of over-augmenting the universal salt. But this multiplication cannot be carried on ad infinitum, but it attains completeness in the 9th rotation. For when this tincture has been rotated 9 times it cannot be exalted any further because it will not permit any further separation. For as soon as it perceives only the smallest degree of material fire it goes instantly into a flux and passes through the glass like hot oil through paper. in classifying the processes through which the chemical elements must pass before the hermetic medicine is produced. Lack of uniformity in terminology is evidenced, for in the true way of nature 7 stages are given, while in the Dictionnaire Mytho-Hermetique 12 are noted. These 12 are linked with the signs of the zodiac in a manner worthy of consideration. 1. Aries, calcination 5. Leo, digestion 9. Sagittarius, incineration 2. Taurus, congelation 6. Virgo, distillation 10. Capricorn, fermentation 3. Gemini, fixation 7. Libra, sublimation 11. Aquarius, multiplication 4. Cancer, dissolution 8. Scorpio, separation 12. Pisces, projection. This arrangement opens an interesting field of speculation which may be of great service if intelligently carried out. These 12 steps leading up to the accomplishment of the magnum opus are a reminder of the 12 degrees of the ancient Rosicrucian mysteries. To a certain degree, Rosicrucianism was chemistry theologized and alchemy philosophized. According to the mysteries, man was redeemed as the result of his passage in rotation through the 12 mansions of the heavens. The 12 processes by means of which the secret essence may be discovered remind the student forcibly of the 12 fellow craftsmen who are sent forth in search of the murdered builder of the universe, the universal Mercury. According to Solomon Trismosan, the stages through which matter passes in its journey towards perfection are divided into 22 parts, each of which is represented by an appropriate drawing. There is an important connection between the 22 emblems of Trismosan, the 22 major cards of the tarot, and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. These mysterious tarot cards are themselves an alchemical formula, if properly interpreted. As if to substantiate the claims of mediaeval philosophers that King Solomon was a master of alchemy, Dr. Franz Hartmann has noted that the much abused and misunderstood Song of Solomon is in reality an alchemical formula. The student of natural philosophy will immediately recognize the Dark Maid of Jerusalem not as a person but as a material sacred to the sages. Dr. Hartmann writes, "The Song of Solomon, in the Old Testament, is a description of the processes of alchemy. In this song the subjectum is described in Cant. I. 5, the Lilium Artis in CE. 1, the preparation and purification in CE. 4, the fire in CE. 7, and CIV. 16, the putrefaction in CE. 1, sublimation and distillation in CE. 6, coagulation and change of colors, CV. 9 to 14, fixation, CE. 12, and CV. 4, multiplication, CV. 7, augmentation and projection, CV. 8, etc., etc. A tiny particle of the philosopher's scone, if cast upon the surface of water, will, according to an appendix to the work on the universal salt by Herr von Welling, immediately begin a process of recapitulating in miniature the history of the universe, for instantly the tincture, like the spirits of Elohim, moves upon the face of the waters. A miniature universe is formed which the philosophers have affirmed actually rises out of the water and floats in the air, where it passes through all the stages of cosmic unfoldment and finally disintegrates into dust again. Not only is it possible to prepare a medicine for metals, it is also possible to prepare a tincture for minerals by means of which pieces of granite and marble can be turned into precious stones. Also stones of inferior quality may be improved. As one of the great alchemists fittingly observed, man's quest for gold is often his undoing, for he mistakes the alchemical processes, believing them to be purely material. He does not realize that the philosopher's gold, the philosopher's stone, and the philosopher's medicine exist in each of the 4 worlds, and that the consummation of the experiment cannot be realized until it is successfully carried on in 4 worlds simultaneously according to one formula. Furthermore, one of the constituents of the alchemical formula exists only within the nature of man himself, without which his chemicals will not combine, and though he spend his life and fortune in chemical experimentation, he will not produce the desired end. The paramount reason why the material scientist is incapable of duplicating the achievements of the mediaeval alchemists, although he follow every step carefully and accurately, is that the subtle element which comes out of the nature of the illuminated and regenerated alchemical philosopher is missing in his experimentation. On this subject Dr. Franz Hartmann in a footnote to his translation of extracts from Paracelsus clearly expresses the conclusions of a modern investigator of alchemical lore. I wish to warn the reader, who might be inclined to try any of the alchemical prescriptions, not to do so unless he is an alchemist, because, although I know from personal experience that these prescriptions are not only allegorically but literally true, and will prove successful in the hands of an alchemist, they would only cause a waste of time and money in the hands of one who has not the necessary qualifications. A person who wants to be an alchemist must have in himself the magnesia, which means the magnetic power to attract and coagulate invisible astral elements. In considering the formulae on the following pages, it must be recognized that the experiments cannot be successfully conducted unless the one who performs them be himself a magus. If two persons, one an initiate and the other unilluminated in the supreme art, were to set to work, side by side, using the same vessels, the same substances, and exactly the same modus operandi, the initiate would produce his gold and the uninitiated would not. Unless the greater alchemy has first taken place within the soul of man, he cannot perform the lesser alchemy in the retort. This is an invariable rule, although it is cunningly hidden in the allegories and emblems of Hermetic philosophy. Unless a man be born again, he cannot accomplish the great work, and if the student of alchemical formulae will remember this, it will save him much sorrow and disappointment. To speak of that part of the mystery which is concerned with the secret life principle within the actual nature of man, is forbidden, for it is decreed by the masters of the art that each shall discover that for himself, and on this subject it is unlawful to speak at greater length. The theory and practice of alchemy. Part 2. All true philosophers of the natural or Hermetic sciences begin their labors with a prayer to the supreme alchemist of the universe, beseeching his assistance in the consummation of the magnum opus. The prayer that follows, written in a provincial German centuries ago by an adept now unknown, is representative: O holy and hallowed Trinity, thou undivided and triple unity. Cause me to sink into the abyss of thy limitless eternal fire, for only in that fire can the mortal nature of man be changed into humble dust, while the new body of the salt union lies in the light. Oh, melt me and transmute me in this thy holy fire, so that on the day at thy command the fiery waters of the Holy Spirit draw me out from the dark dust, giving me new birth and making me alive with his breath. May I also be exalted through the humble humility of thy Son, rising through his assistance out of the dust and ashes and changing into a pure spiritual body of rainbow colors like unto the transparent, crystal-like, paradisiacal gold. That my own nature may be redeemed and purified like the elements before me in these glasses and bottles. Diffuse me in the waters of life as though I were in the wine cellar of the eternal Solomon. Here the fire of thy love will receive new fuel and will blaze forth so that no streams can extinguish it. Through the aid of this divine fire, may I in the end be found worthy to be called into the illumination of the righteous. May I then be sealed up with the light of the new world, that I may also attain unto the immortality and glory where there shall be no more alternation of light and darkness. Amen. The origin of alchemical formulae. Apparently but few of the mediaeval alchemists discovered the great arcanum without aid, some authors declaring that none of them attained the desired end without the assistance of a master or teacher. In every instance the identity of these masters has been carefully concealed, and even during the Middle Ages speculation ran rife concerning them. It was customary to call such illuminated sages adepts, a title which indicated that they possessed the true secrets of transmutation and multiplication. These adepts were polyonymous individuals who unexpectedly appeared and disappeared again, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. There are indications that a certain degree of organization existed among them. The most powerful of the alchemical organizations were the Rosicrucians, the Illuminati, and certain Arabian and Syrian sects. In the documents which follow, references are made to the brethren or brothers. These are to signify that those who had actually accomplished the magnum opus were banded together and known to each other by cipher codes and secret signs or symbols. Apparently a number of these illuminated adepts dwelt in Arabia, for several of the great European alchemists were initiated in Asia Minor. When a disciple of the alchemical arts had learned the supreme secret, he guarded it jealously, revealing to no man his priceless treasure. He was not permitted to disclose it even to the members of his immediate family. As the years passed, one who had discovered the secret, or, more properly, one to whom it had been revealed, sought for some younger man worthy to be entrusted with the formulae. To this one, and to this one only, as a rule, the philosopher was permitted to disclose the arcanum. The younger man then became the philosophical son of the old sage, and to him the latter bequeathed his secrets. Occasionally, however, an adept, on finding a sincere and earnest seeker, would instruct him in the fundamental principles of the art, and if the disciple persisted, he was quietly initiated into the august fraternity of the brethren. In such manner the alchemical processes were preserved, but the number of those who knew them did not increase rapidly. During the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries a considerable number of alchemical adepts made their way from place to place throughout Europe, appearing and disappearing apparently at will. According to popular tradition, these adepts were immortal, and kept themselves alive by means of the mysterious medicine that was one of the goals of alchemical aspiration. It is asserted that some lived hundreds of years, taking no food except this elixir, a few drops of which would preserve their youth for a long period of time. That such mysterious men did exist there can be little doubt, as their presence is attested by scores of reliable witnesses. It is further asserted that they are still to be found by those who have qualified themselves to contact them. The philosophers taught that like attracts like, and that when the disciple has developed a virtue and integrity acceptable to the adepts they will appear to him and reveal those parts of the secret processes which cannot be discovered without such help. Wisdom is as a flower from which the bee its honey makes and the spider poison, each according to its own nature. By an unknown adept. The reader must bear in mind at all times that the formulae and emblems of alchemy are to be taken primarily as allegorical symbols, for until their esoteric significance has been comprehended, their literal interpretation is valueless. Nearly every alchemical formula has one element purposely omitted, it being decided by the mediaeval philosophers that those who could not with their own intelligence discover that missing substance or process were not qualified to be entrusted with secrets which could give them control over great masses of humanity and likewise subject to their will the elemental forces of nature. The Emerald Table of Hermes, the oldest and most revered of all the alchemical formulae, is the sacred Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Authorities do not agree as to the genuineness of this table, some declaring it to be a post-Christian fraud, but there is much evidence that, regardless of its author, the table is of great antiquity. While the symbol of the Emerald Table is of special Masonic import, relating as it does to the personality of C. Hiram, it is first and fundamentally an alchemical formula, relating both to the alchemy of the base metals and the divine alchemy of human regeneration. The key to alchemy according to the Egyptians. From Kirker's Oedipus Aegyptiacus. The priests of Egypt not only used the scarab as a symbol of regeneration but also discovered in its habits many analogies to the secret process whereby base metals could be transmuted into gold. They saw in the egg of the scarab the seed of the metals, and the above figure shows the path of this seed through the various planetary bodies until, finally reaching the center, it is perfected and then returns again to its source. The words in the Mall spiral at the top read, "The spiral progress of the mundane spirit." After the scarab has wound its way around the spiral to the center of the lower part of the figure, it returns to the upper world along the path bearing the words, "Return of the spirit to the center of unity." In Dr. Sigismund Backstrom's collection of alchemical manuscripts is a section devoted to the translations and interpretations of this remarkable tablet, which was known to the ancients as the Tabula Smardina. Dr. Backstrom was initiated into the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross on the island of Mauritius by one of those unknown adepts who at that time called himself Comte de Chazal. Dr. Backstrom's translations and notes on the Emerald Tablet are, in part, as follows, the actual text being reproduced in capital letters, the Emerald Table, the most ancient monument of the Chaldeans concerning the Lapis Philosophorum, the stone of the philosophers. The Emerald Table furnishes the origin of the allegorical history of King Hiram, rather Kiram. The Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Hebrews in what concerns Kiram have taken their knowledge from one and the same fountain. Homerus, who relates this history in a different manner, followed that original, and Virgil followed Homerus, as Hesiodus took the subject for his theogony likewise from thence, which Avidius took afterwards for a pattern for his metamorphosis. The knowledge of nature's secret operations constitutes the principal sense of all these ancient writings, but ignorance framed out of it that external or veiled mythology and the lower class of people turned it into idolatry. The genuine translation from the original very ancient Chaldee is as follows. Works of Chiram 1 in essence, but 3 in aspect. The two first large words mean the secret work. The second line in large letters reads, Chiram telet makasat, i.e. Chiram the universal agent, 1 in essence but 3 in aspect. It is true, no lie, certain, and to be depended upon, the superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior with the superior, to effect that one truly wonderful work. As all things owe their existence to the will of the only one, so all things owe their origin to the one only thing. The most hidden, by the arrangement of the only God. The father of that one only thing is the sun, its mother is the moon, the wind carries it in its belly, but its nurse is a spirituous earth. That one only thing, after God, is the father of all things in the universe. Its power is perfect, after it has been united to a spirituous earth. Process. First, distillation. Separate that spirituous earth from the dense or crude by means of a gentle heat, with much attention. Last, digestion. In great measure it ascends from the earth up to heaven, and descends again, newborn, on the earth, and the superior and the inferior are increased in power. The azoth ascends from the earth, from the bottom of the glass, and redescends in veins and drops into the earth, and by this continual circulation the azoth is more and more subtilized, volatilizes Sol and carries the volatilized solar atoms along with it and thereby becomes a solar azoth, i.e. our third, and genuine Sophic Mercury. And this circulation of the solar azoth must continue until it ceases of itself, and the earth has sucked it all in, when it muse become the black, pitchy matter, the toad, the substances in the alchemical retort and also the lower elements in the body of man, which denotes complete putrefaction or death of the compound. By this thou wilt partake of the honors of the whole world. Without doubt as the black, pitchy matter will and must of necessity become white and red, and the red having been carried to perfection medicinally and for metals, is then fully capable to preserve mentum sanam in corpore sano until the natural period of life and promise us ample means, in infinitum multipliable, to be benevolent and charitable without any diminution of our inexhaustible resources. Therefore well may it be called the glory, honors, of the whole world, as truly the study and contemplation of the LP, lapis philosophorum, harmonizing with divine truths, elevates the mind to God our Creator and merciful Father. And if he should permit us to possess it practically must eradicate the very principle of avarice, envy, and evil inclinations, and cause our hearts to melt in gratitude toward him that has been so kind to us. Therefore the philosophers say with great truth, that the LP either finds a good man or makes one. And darkness will fly from thee. By invigorating the organs the soul makes use of for communicating with exterior objects, the soul must acquire greater powers not only for conception but also for retention. And therefore if we wish to obtain still more knowledge, the organs and secret springs of physical life being wonderfully strengthened and invigorated, the soul must acquire new powers for conceiving and retaining, especially if we pray to God for knowledge, and confirm our prayers by faith, all obscurity must vanish of course. That this has not been the case with all possessors, was their own fault, as they contented themselves merely with the transmutation of metals. Use. This is the strength of all powers. This is a very strong figure, to indicate that the LP positively does possess all the powers concealed in nature, not for destruction but for exaltation and regeneration of matter, in the three departments of nature. With this thou wilt be able to overcome all things, and to transmute all what is fine, and what is coarse. It will conquer every subtle thing, of course, as it refixes the most subtle oxygen into its own fiery nature and that with more power. Penetration and virtue, in a tenfold ratio, at every multiplication, and each time in a much shorter period, until its power becomes incalculable, which multiplied power also penetrates, overcomes every solid thing, such as unconquerable gold and silver, the otherwise unalterable mercury, crystals and glass fluxes, to which it is able to give natural hardness and fixity, as Philoletha does attest, and is proved by an artificial diamond, in my father's time, in possession of Prince Liechtenstein in Vienna. Valued at 500,000 ducats, fixed by the lapis, philosopher's stone. INTHISMANNERTHE world was created, the arrangements to follow this road are hidden. For this reason I am called CHIRAM Telet MECHASOT, one in essence, but three in aspect. This trinity is hidden the wisdom of the whole world, i.e., in Chiram and its use. It is thought that Hermes was Moses or Zoroaster, otherwise Hermes signifies a serpent, and the serpent used to be an emblem of knowledge or wisdom. The serpent is met with everywhere amongst the hieroglyphics of the ancient Egyptians, so is the globe with wings, the sun and moon, dragons and griffins, whereby the Egyptians denoted their sublime knowledge of the lapis philosophorum, according to Suidas, the hints in the scriptures, and even Danan where he speaks of the sanctuaries of the ancient Egyptian temples. It is ended now, what I have said concerning the effects of the sun. Finish of the tabula Smaragdina. What I have said taught of the solar work, is now finished. The perfect seed, fit for multiplication. This I know is acknowledged to be the genuine tabula Smaragdina Hermetis. A letter from the brothers of R.C. Rose Cross. Although Eugenius Philalethes disclaimed membership in the Rosicrucian fraternity, it is believed that for a number of years he was the head of that order. In a little work called Lumen de Lumine, or A New Magical Light Discovered and Communicated to the World, published in London in 1651, Eugenius Philalethes gives a remarkable letter, presumably from the Rosicrucian order. Accompanying the letter is an emblematic figure setting forth in symbolic form the processes and formulae of the philosopher's stone. This epistle is an excellent example of the Rosicrucian system of combining abstract theological speculations with concrete chemical formulae. With the aid of the material contained in various parts of this present book, the student would do well to set himself the task of solving the riddle contained in this hieroglyph. A letter from the brothers of R.C. concerning the invisible, magical mountain, and the treasure therein contained. Every man naturally desires a superiority, to have treasures of gold and silver, intellect and soul, and to seem great in the eyes of the world. God indeed created all things for the use of man, that he might rule over them, and acknowledge therein the singular goodness and omnipotence of God, give him thanks for his benefits, honor him and praise him. But there is no man looks after these things, otherwise than by spending his days idly, they would enjoy them without any previous labor and danger, neither do they look them out of that place where God hath treasured them up, who expects also that man should seek for them there, and to those that seek will he give them. But there is not any that labors for a possession in that place, and therefore these riches are not found, for the way to this place, and the place itself hath been unknown for a long time. And it is hidden from the greatest part of the world. But notwithstanding it be difficult and laborious to find out this way and place, yet the place should be sought after. But it is not the will of God to conceal anything from those that are his, and therefore in this last age, before the final judgment comes, all these things shall be manifested to those that are worthy, as he himself, though obscurely, lest it should be manifested to the unworthy, hath spoken in a certain place. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hidden that shall not be known. We therefore, being moved by the Spirit of God, do declare the will of God to the world, which we have also already performed and published in several languages. But most men either revile, or contemn that, our manifesto, the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis, or else waiving the Spirit of God, they expect the proposals thereof from us, supposing we will straightway teach them how to make gold by art, or furnish them with ample treasures, whereby they may live pompously in the face of the world, swagger, and make wars, turn usurers, gluttons, and drunkards, live unchastely, and defile their whole life with several other sins, all which things are contrary to the blessed will of God. These men should have learnt from those 10 virgins, whereof 5 that were foolish demanded oil for their lamps, from those 5 that were wise, how that the case is much otherwise. It is expedient that every man should labor for this treasure by the assistance of God, and his own particular search and industry. But the perverse intentions of these fellows we understand out of their own writings, by the singular grace and revelation of God. We do stop our ears, and wrap ourselves as it were in clouds, to avoid the bellowings and howlings of those men, who in vain cry out for gold. And hence indeed it comes to pass that they brand us with infinite calumnies and slanders, which notwithstanding we do not resent, but God in his good time will judge them for it. But after that we had well known, though unknown to you, and perceived also by your writing how diligently you are to peruse the Holy Scripture, and seek the true knowledge of God, we have also above many thousands, thought you worthy of some answer, and we signify this much to you by the will of God and the admonition of the Holy Ghost. There is a mountain situated in the midst of the earth, or center of the world, which is both small and great. It is soft, also above measure hard and stony. It is far off, and near at hand, but by the providence of God, invisible. In it are hidden most ample treasures, which the world is not able to value. This mountain by envy of the devil, who always opposeth the glory of God and the happiness of man, is compassed about with very cruel beasts and other, sick ravenous birds, which make the way thither both difficult and dangerous, and therefore hitherto, because the time is not yet come, the way thither could not be sought after nor found out. But now at last the way is to be found by those that are worthy, but notwithstanding by every man's self-labor and endeavors. To this mountain you shall go in a certain night, when it comes most long and most dark, and see that you prepare yourselves by prayer. Insist upon the way that leads to the mountain, but ask not of any man where the way lies, only follow your guide, who will offer himself to you, and will meet you in the way, but you shall not know him. This guide will bring you to the mountain at midnight, when all things are silent and dark. It is necessary that you arm yourselves with a resolute heroic courage, lest you fear those things that will happen, and so fall back. You need no sword, nor any other bodily weapons, only call upon God sincerely and heartily. When you have discovered the mountain, the first miracle that will appear is this: a most vehement and very great wind, that will shake the mountain and shatter the rocks to pieces. You shall be encountered also by lions and dragons and other terrible beasts, but fear not any of these things. Be resolute and take heed that you return not, for your guide who brought you thither will not suffer any evil to befall you. As for the treasure, it is not yet discovered, but it is very near. After this wind will come an earthquake, that will overthrow those things which the wind hath left and make all flat. But be sure that you fall not off. The earthquake being past, there shall follow a fire, that will consume the earthly rubbish. And discover the treasure, but as yet you cannot see it. After all these things and near the daybreak there shall be a great calm, and you shall see the day star arise and the dawning will appear, and you shall perceive a great treasure. The chiefest thing in it, and the most perfect, is a certain exalted tincture, with which the world, if it served God and were worthy of such gifts, might be tinged and turned into most pure gold. This tincture being used, as your guide shall reach you, will make you young when you are old, and you shall perceive no disease in any part of your bodies. By means of this tincture also you shall find pearls of that excellency which cannot be imagined. But do not you arrogate anything to yourselves because of your present power, but be contented with that which your guide shall communicate to you. Praise God perpetually for this his gift, and have a special care that you use it not for worldly pride, but employ it in such works which are contrary to the world. Use it rightly and enjoy it so, as if you had it not. Live a temperate life, and beware of all sin, otherwise your guide will forsake you, and you shall be deprived of this happiness. For know this of a truth, whosoever abuseth this tincture and lives not exemplarily, purely, and devoutly before men he shall lose this benefit, and scarce any hope will there be left ever to recover it afterwards. If, as transcendentalists believe, the initiations into the fraternity of the Rose Cross were given in the invisible worlds which surround and interpenetrate the visible universe, it is not beyond the range of possibility that this allegory is to be considered in the light of an initiatory ritual as well as an alchemical formula. As has been noted, it is difficult to secure a complete formula for any of the alchemical operations. The one presented here is the most nearly complete of any available. The collecting of the rays and energies of the celestial bodies as precipitated in dew is a process which Paracelsus used with great success. Bear constantly in mind that these processes are only for those who have been properly instructed in the secret art. A true revelation of the manual operation for the universal medicine commonly called the Philosopher's Stone, by the celebrated philosopher of Leyden, as attested upon his deathbed with his own blood, Anno Domini 1662. To my loving cousin and son, the true Hermetic philosopher. Dear loving cousin and son, although I had resolved never to give in writing to any person the secret of the ancient sages, yet notwithstanding out of peculiar affection and love to you, I have taken it upon me, to which the nearness of our relation obliges me, and especially because this temporal life is short, and art is very dark, and you may therefore not attain the wished for end. But my son, because so precious a jewel belongs not to swine, and also this so great a gift of God may be treated carefully and Christian-like, in consideration thereof I do so largely declare myself to thee. I conjure thee with hand and mouth sacredly, first, that most especially thou faithfully keep the same from all wicked, lustful and criminal persons. 2 dly, that thou exalt not thyself in any way. 3 dly, that thou seek to advance the honor of thy Creator of all things and the good of thy neighbor, preserve it sacredly that thy Lord may not have cause to complain of thee at the last day. I have written here in this treatise such a part of the kingdom of heaven, just as I myself have worked this treasure and finished it with my fingers, therefore I have subscribed all this work with my blood, lying on my deathbed in Leyden. The process. In the name of God, take of the purest and cleanest salt, sea salt, so as it is made by the sun itself, such as is brought by shipping from Spain. I used salt that came from St. Uber, let it be dried in a warm stove, grind it in a stone mortar, as fine as possible to a powder that it may be so much the easier dissolve and taken up by our dew water, which is thus to be had in the months of May or June, when the moon is at the full, observe when the dew falls with an east or southeast wind. Then you must have sticks about 1.5 feet high above the ground when driven in the earth. Upon 2 or 3 such sticks, lay some 4 square plates of glass, and as the dew falls it easily fastens on the glass like a vapor. Then have glass vessels in readiness, let the dew drain from the sides of the glasses into your vessels. Do this until you have enough. The full of the moon is a good season, afterwards it will be hard. The solar rays descending from the sun carry with them solar sulfur, the divine fire. These rays are crystallized by contact with the lunar rays. The solar rays are also met by the emanations pouring upward from the Earth's surface and are thus still further crystallized into a partly tangible substance, which is soluble in pure water. This substance is the magical mountain of the moon referred to in the RC letter. The crystallization of the solar and lunar rays in water, dew, produces the virgin earth. A pure, invisible substance, uncontaminated by material matter. When the virgin earth crystals are wet, they appear green, when dry, white. The invisible magical mountain. From Philalethal's Lumen de Lumine. On page 24 of Lumen de Lumine, Eugenius Philalethes describes the magical mountain as follows: "This is that emblematical magical type, which Talia delivered to me in the invisible Guiana. The first and superior part of it represents the mountains of the moon. The philosophers commonly call them the mountains of India, on whose tops grows their secret and famous lunaria. It is an herb easy to be found, but for the fact that men are blind discovers itself and shines after night like pearl. The earth of these mountains is very red and soft beyond all expression. It is full of crystalline rocks, which the philosophers call their glass and their stone. Birds and fish, say they, bring it to them. Of these mountains speaks Halley the Arabian, a most excellent judicious author. Go, my son, to the mountains of India, and to their quarries or caverns, and take thence our precious stones which dissolve or melt in water, when they are mingled therewith. Much indeed might be spoken of these mountains, if it were lawful to publish their mysteries, but one thing I shall not forbear to tell you. They are very dangerous places after night, for they are haunted with fires and other strange apparitions, as I am told by the Magi, by certain spirits, which dabble lasciviously with the sperm of the world and imprint their imaginations in, producing many times fantastic and monstrous generations. The access and pilgrimage to this place, with the difficulties which attend them, are faithfully and magisterially described by the brothers of R.C., said accompanying letter. Von Welling makes a suggestion for the extraction of the solar life from stagnant water, but is reticent both as to naming the essence extracted and also as to the various processes through which it must pass to be refined and increased in power. His hint, however, is both valuable and unusual. Take sweet clean water and seal it in a large bottle, leaving about 1/4 empty. Place the bottle in the sun for some weeks until it rots, showing a precipitation in the bottom. This precipitation, when properly manipulated by distillation, will produce a clear, fiery, burning oil, the constituents and use of which are only known to the wise. The philosopher of Leiden continues, now when you have enough of your dew, close your glasses exactly, and keep it till you use it, that none of its spirits may evaporate, which may easily happen. Set it therefore in a cool place, that no warmth may come to it, or else the subtle spirit will rise and be gone, which will not so happen if after you have filled your glasses with dew quite full, you close them very well with wax. Now in the name of God, take of this dew water as much as thou wilt, put in a clean dissolving glass, then cast a little of your forementioned powdered salt into it to be dissolved, and continue to put it in till your dew water will dissolve no more or till the salt lies in it 4 days without being dissolved, then it has enough, and unto your dew is given its proper powder. Of this compounded water, take as much as thou wilt. I took about 1.5 pounds, and put it into a round vial with a short neck, fill it without water and lute it with a good lute, a cover and stopple that fits it well, that the subtle and living spirit of the dew may not fume away, for if they should the soul of the salt will never be stirred up, nor the work ever brought to a right end. Let the lute dry very well of itself, and set it in the furnace of Bm to putrefy. Make a slow fire and let it digest for 40 days or 50. And that the fume of the water be continually round about it, and you will see your matter grow black, which is a token of its putrefaction. As soon as you have taken it out, have your dry furnace ready. Set your glass with the matter into an inner globe to coagulate, give it a slow degree of fire, continue it equally for 12 or 15 days, and your matter will begin to coagulate and to fasten round about your glass like a grey salt, which as soon as you see and before it be 2 days. Slacken the fire that it may cool leisurely. Then have in readiness your putrefying furnace as before. Set your glass therein and give the same degree of fire as before. Let it stand 12 days, and again you will see the matter resolve and open as before, and open itself, but you must every time see that the lute and your glass is not hurt. When you set your glass in the putrefying furnace, take care that the neck of your glass is covered with a wooden or glass stopper that fits it exactly, that the moisture of the water may not come at it. When you see it black, set your glass as before to coagulate, and when it begins to be of a grayish color and whitish, set it in a 3rd time to putrefy, and coagulate to the 5th time, until you see that your water in its dissolution is clean, pellucid and clear, and that it appears in its calcination of a fine white like snow. Then it is prepared and becomes a salt fixed which will melt on hot silver plate like wax, but before you set this your salt out, Set it again in the furnace of putrefaction that it may dissolve of itself, then let it cool, open your glass and you will find your matter lessened a third part. But instead of your former salt water you will have a fine sweet and very penetrating water which the philosophers have hid under very wonderful names. It is the mercury of all true philosophers, the water out of which comes gold and silver, for they say its father is gold and its mother is silver. Thus hast thou the strength of both these luminaries conjoined in this water. Most true, in its right Pondus. Prescription: 5 drops of this water taken inwardly strengthens the understanding and memory, and opens to us most wonderful and sweet things, of which no man hath heard, and of which I dare not further write, because of the oath I made God to the contrary. Time and the holy use of this blessed water will teach us, as soon as you have taken it inwardly such influence will happen to thee as if the whole heavens and all the stars with their powers are working in thee. All knowledge and secret arts will be open to thee as in a dream, but the most excellent of all is, you will perfectly learn rightly to know all creatures in their nature, and by means thereof, the true understanding of God, the Creator of us, heaven and earth, like David and Moses and all the saints of God, for the wisdom of our fountain of living water will instruct thee as it did Solomon and the brethren of our fraternity. In his rare treatise on salt, sulfur and mercury, von Welling discloses a secret not generally revealed in alchemical writings, namely, that the alchemists were concerned not only with the transmutation of metals but had a complete cosmological and philosophical system based upon the Kabbalah. According to von Welling, the universal salt, in watery form, is a positive cure for all the physical ailments of mankind. It is in every living thing, but from some things it is more easily secured than from others, especially is this true of virgin earth. It is the universal solvent. The alkahest. The same writer also states that in the first stages of its preparation this salt will cure any and all diseases of the heart. The anonymous philosopher of Leiden continues, would you now proceed further with our blessed water to the forementioned intention of preparing a tincture for metals? Hearken, my son. Take in the name of the Lord, of thy paradisiacal water, of heavenly water of mercury, as much as thou wilt, put it into a glass to dissolve, and set it in a slow heat of ashes, that it may just feel the warmth. Then have ready well purified gold for the red, or silver for the white elixir, for in both the processes are the same. Let your gold or silver be beaten as thin as leaf gold, cast it by degrees into your dissolving glass, that contains your blessed water, as you did in the beginning with your salt, and it will melt like ice in warm water, and continue so to do till your gold or silver lie therein 4 days without dissolving, then it has received its due pondus. Then put this dissolution as before into a round glass, fill it 2/3 parts full, seal it hermetically as before, let your sigillum be well dried. Set it in the furnace of balneum vapori, make a fire and let it remain 40 days, as before, then will the gold or silver be dissolved radically and will turn of the deepest black in the world, which as soon as you see, have your other drying furnace in readiness. Continuing, philosophers say there is no true solution of the body without a preceding coagulation of the spirit, for they are interchangeably mixed in a due proportion, whereby the bodily essence becomes of a spiritual penetrating nature. On the other hand, the incomprehensible spiritual essential virtue is also made corporeal by the fire, because there is made between them so near a relation or friendship, like as the heavens operate to the very depth of earth, and producing from thence all the treasures and riches of the whole world. Admirandum natura operationum in orthodoxes cognitam. With this powder, you may as follows project on metals. Take 5 parts of fine gold or silver according as you work, and melt it in a crucible. Wrap up your medicine in wax, cast it therein, give a strong fire for an hour, then take the crucible out, as it were, calcined, then cast 1 part on 10 parts of imperfect metals, be it what it will, and the same will be immediately changed into purer metal, than what is brought out of the mines and produced by melting, and when you augment it in strength and virtue by resolving and coagulating, the 5th time it will resolve itself in 3 days and be coagulated in 24 hours' time, to an incredible and most highly pellucid stone or red shining burning coal. For the white work it will become like a white stream of lightning. Of this last coagulation take 1 part, cast it upon 5,000 of melted gold or silver as before. It changes the same into perfect medicine, 1 part whereof will tinge 100,000 parts of melted imperfect metals into the very finest gold or silver. So far I have brought and further I would not come, for as I would set in the matter, to distill 6 times in 12 hours, it subtilized so highly that the most part, like somewhat most wonderful to behold, passed through the glass causing an inexpressible odoriferous smell. Take heed that it happens not to you. Many more wonders of this holy art might be added, namely how to prepare therewith all sorts of precious stones, and other most admirable things, but it would require too great a book to express the whole as it ought to be, especially as the art is endless and not to be apprehended with one view, and my purpose has been, loving cousin and son, devoutly to lead thee into the mysteries of nature and this holy science, and I have faithfully performed it. In conclusion, the letter states, Go thou to work as I have done before thee, fear God, love thy neighbor from the bottom of thy soul sincerely. So will in the manual operation, everything to thee, and when thou art at work, therein many of our brethren will reveal themselves to thee, of our holy order, privately, for I have on my part by the eternal God wrote the truth which I found out by prayer and searching into nature, which work I have seen with my eyes, and with my hands extracted. Therefore also I have subscribed this testament with my own blood, the last day of my life on my deathbed. Actum Leiden, the 27th of March 1662. This is the end of part 3 of 4, of the audiobook Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly Palmer Hall.